A very, very good morning to everybody that has just joined us on the live stream as well. The first car down the track today is the Thrill Ride. Paul Brown at the controls and Brian Harris from Amersham in the back. A 60th birthday present. A little bit of a change in the run order for this morning. It would have been Gasser Circus round 1, but we didn't get Nostalgia Superstock round 1 done last night. So Nostalgia Superstock, the round of 64 down to 32, will be coming at you first, and then we go to the rest of the race programme.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's a way to do a two-seater slingshot dragster for the Dragstalgia event.
I don't know how that works, actually. 1,463 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not certain if it would be possible, but... So there goes Brian. Happy 60th birthday.
So Thomas, Darryl and myself just call the action all the way through.
Look at that first race car right there.
Isn't that bizarre? It was Pete Walton. It was in the first pair last year at Dragstalgia.
Maybe he's keen.
Yeah, because I was there in the other lane.
Oh!
Well, that's why there's no one there.
That's why there's no one there.
He's slacking, mate. That's what it is.
So this is eliminations round number 1 for Nostalgia Superstock. This is when you learn how cutthroat drag racing really is. If you don't see a win light in your lane, you're on the trailer, you're going home.
Now then, it would have been against Don's stop, but unfortunately Don's engine has very unfortunately expired. So this year, Pete will be going to round 2 because I beat him last year. Mind you, he broke out by 0.2 of a second. He went real quick. Anyway, he dials 1301. He goes 1306. Nicely done, Pete.
Yeah, so I walked down this morning. Again, stupid thing to do, so I had to walk through the pits, took ages. Yeah, it was really weird to see the pits just completely empty because the whole of Nostalgia Superstock are there, apart from a couple of very, very sad stragglers.
Yeah.
Well, not stragglers, but people that are broken. It's nothing worse than like everyone else is gone and you're still there going.
Well, Glyn Dunford is on a solo because Gary Court, we know he's got busted back axle, I think it was, if I remember rightly. So he'll be back for the Mopars, but so Glyn Dunford dialing in 990 for his solo run here.
The good thing about a buy run is the second you take the green light, you take the win. Well, actually, you could take a red light as long as you take the tree. Yeah.
As long as the tree runs.
Yeah.
So 1037.
We have a race, I think, this time. We do.
Yeah, young Mr. Robbie Colclough.
Oh, he's in.
Going alongside Jason Stegel. Now then, that's the slowest he can dial.
Yeah.
So,
Someone's going to need their wits about them.
All being well, they both will.
Yeah,
just in case of when Jason Stegel was going to catch him, I think he's there already. He's edging past, backing off, and will take the strike.
Whoa.
Only just, though. It was a bit closer than it needed to be.
yeah.
Look at the win margin.
Yeah.
09 at the stripe. Yeah.
But the good thing here is because Jason, although he's a new racer, he's learning. So he's obviously taken a few bits of advice there. Right, okay, 2 more experienced guys then. Billy Mills and Jared Heathcote. Barracuda and the Nova. 983 for Billy, but going first, Jared. And he gets the green, off he goes. As does Billy.
Yeah, we can't read out. We have to jump over like this.
That Nova's way out in front. They're not going to be caught as long as he doesn't break out. Which he doesn't. Very nicely judged. 1268 and a 1260. Way off pace. Over a second off, actually, in the other lane.
Right, Rob Cawthorne taking on Phil Hobson. 12.33 plays 12.45. Not a huge amount between these two on the line, only 0.12 of a second. And of course, all these rounds make points and points make prizes, and this all goes towards the Lifestyle Championship for Nostalgia Superstock.
So I know you've got the Lifestyle and you've got the National Championship from Nostalgia Superstock. Is there an overall?
No, they're two totally separate.
Well, Phil Hobson took the tree first, visibly first. That wasn't a tenth of a second difference, as long as he doesn't break out, which he...
Well, he does. 12:45, he runs 12:45.
He took way too much of the strike,
he did.
to be honest with you. That was not needed. He had a lot in the bank, 0.3 of a second on the starting line.
So, Rob Terrell with the Robster's Revenge. Where is Dave Tildesley? I didn't realise Dave had a problem. I caught up with a few of them, but obviously issues for Dave. So Rob gets a bye run. Oh, push back.
Yeah, there's no one on track. It's just there's a large amount of spotters and crew at the top end through the finish line who you can't see out there on the grandstands on the banking. And if one of the cars turns off top of the track leaking something, they will send a load of the spotters out onto the track to see and investigate what it could be. As everybody vanishes up to the finish line. And in fact, the Berryman's lorry, or Berryman's truck, is coming around the top end as well. So there's a little bit of oil on track, which gives us an opportunity to do some housekeeping. Right, ladies and gentlemen out there on the grandstands on the banking, who's been here since Friday morning? Give us a wave if you have. Right, who's been here since Thursday then? Who stayed over?
Yeah, that'd be us as well.
Nice. Well, all of the action is not over just yet. We still have a full day's racing for you. It was qualifying Friday evening and Saturday. Today is race day, so we will whittle down every single class from the biggest, Nostalgia Superstock, all the way down to just 2 cars where we'll run our finals. That includes the Nostalgia Cannibal. They run a final 2. What time are we on now? The time is 9:38. So we made it to 8 minutes before we had a stoppage, but that's okay. The beer festival opens once again at 11 o'clock. The live stage opens at 10:30. That's in the Vintage Hub just behind the banking. If you've been here since Friday, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Vintage Fair opens in just over half an hour, and I can hear a plane. Like a really low plane.
Well, don't forget, if you're hearing planes, we have got the historic Aero engines, but their first startup is at 10:30 this morning. Big hi to Peter Green. He popped over and saw me this morning, so nice to catch up with you, Peter. And they had an interesting moment yesterday. I think one of the engines, what Peter was saying, one of them had a backfire. And it went bong. It woke everybody up over there. It was absolutely fine, no issue. But it was like, a bit like track racing.
Of course it is. Oh, we also got the aero display as well.
Yeah.
I think it's just after 1 o'clock, something like that as well, which is going to be a lot of fun,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I look forward to that.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, whatever the issue is, it's right down at the end. Is that clearing up? That is clearing up, I think, isn't it? Is that old Scatterbolt's living up to its name? Could have been.
Good point.
You never know.
Well, that was the last car down that lane. Got to say a big thank you to everybody that came along yesterday and supported the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction. I think, and this is subject to confirmation, of course, there's only about 4 or 5 lots that didn't go.
Oh, wow.
So it was a phenomenally well supported. Thank you ever so much indeed. And I think most of the auction lots have been collected. There's still 1 or 2 over there. But I know John Crawford has been messaging people and looking after that side of things. So if you are a winner John will have messaged you or rung you to let you know. And pop over to the Nostalgia Marquee and go and collect your bounty. Well done for winning various items in the auction. I went in there yesterday as a lot of that was happening in the sort of the dinner break, and the queue of people holding on to slips of paper saying, I won this, I won this. It was very, very good to see. So well done. Also, a special mention, because we've had a limited edition print run of the Hall of Fame 20th anniversary T-shirts. You'll see them around in the shade of blue, almost to match the start line this year. And pop over there. A special logo this year, obviously to show the 20th anniversary. Get a hold of one of those whilst you can, because as in previous years, once they've gone, they've gone. That's it. We're not printing them anymore. We don't want to flood the market and have too many. So they have them in for sale in there. There may be some left. Some of the sizes might be getting a bit low. I haven't sort of found out all that relevant information, but I do know that they have some available over there. So pop over to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, set up inside the Nostalgia Marquee. And whilst you're in there, just take a look around. Look at some of the amazing machinery that's in there. And you've got Swamp Rat in there. You've got Hot Lemon, John Webster's new Oscar, broken cover this weekend, and that'll be on track this time next year. You've got some amazing machinery down there. Go and have a look, and you will be sincerely impressed. Also, those models. I had a good look at those yesterday.
They're awesome. They
wow.
really are terrific.
Had a chat with David, who's the guy that makes them, and I mean, I've known David for quite a few years now, but I collect die-casts, but he does as well, but he makes them, and it just phenomenal attention to detail. Beautiful. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Dedication as well. And the research he does, just to make sure that absolutely everything was right. And obviously, he's just built the Dennis Priddle Monza. In one of the auction items yesterday was the brake lever from Dennis Priddle's Monza. And Dave said, I'm having that. Whether he won it or not, I don't know. But his plan is when he's got that beautiful model out, he's going to have the brake lever on display with it, because it's from the original car.
Why not?
So
I hope he won it then.
I hope he did. I really hope he did.
After all that.
We'll find out. But David, top bloke, absolutely top bloke. We do speak quite regularly. And because he's always at home working on the models. So well done, mate.
Of course he is. Of course. So just an interesting side note to that. So you're a model person. You work for a model company.
I do. Yes. Yeah.
So that's your day job. But you also collect them.
Yeah.
You also detail them unbelievably well.
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever made one like that?
Not like that. No, I can't custom build.
Okay.
I can only cobble things together from other bits and pieces.
Cobbling together.
No, it's the correct way. And when I picked up a couple of boxes of plastic broken dragster models from a different story from a time ago, I was looking at all this stuff and thought, what am I going to do with this? And I thought of David, because I knew he built plastic models and everything. I said, Dave, can you do us a favour, mate? Can you help rebuild this 8th scale die-cast Mustang? Because I know he'd built one in the past. He said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I can't pay you for it, but I'll give you this. And he took one look in the box and go, deal.
It was all the bits.
It was tons and tons of bits from plastic models, 16th scale, 18th, 24th scale. And I couldn't do anything with them. I could have sold them, but I thought, no, he will make great use of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, that's what he's done. And possibly some of the bits that I gave him have made their way onto models that he's built.
It's like giving a kid these days loads of Minecraft coins. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you're young enough to know. It's very much so. If you gave my kids load of Minecraft coins, they go, oh, it's Christmas, why not do that? Very interesting thing about the model. I've just had a flashback from when I was a kid. So, do you remember the Revel model, like the Mr. 6 model?
Yes.
The front-engined dragster?
Yeah.
So, my uncle who was into drag racing at the time as well. He actually had a couple of those models in his bedroom. So I was a real kid, and he was only slightly older than me. And he had that model and a couple of others in his bedroom, and it used to drive my nan nuts because she said, I can't dust them, they fall apart every time I touch them. And that wasn't his fault. It was just, he didn't make them badly or anything like that. It's just that's the really funny part, is that he loved the models, she just wanted to dust them.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nan thing to do, isn't it?
No, see, what you do now, when you collect like I do, you have special brushes. So I have anti-static brushes that
I'm sure my nan needed
it's
to meet
very
you then.
sad, I know. But that's when people buy bottles off me. He said, "Boy, that looks new." I said, "I know." And they actually do get a little bit of WD-40 to clean the tyres up, and Lucas Oil Stick Mist works really well on the bottles. There we go. Tried all sorts of concoction of things to make.
And you've had a lot of practice as well, haven't you?
Oh, goodness me, yeah. But I have actually got a bottle of Diamond Bright, so I'm going to try that out soon. And from what I understand, that works really well. So
I don't want to see the times it's gone wrong where it's melted it or something like that.
No. Right, we're back to duty.
Back to racing, yeah.
Rob Terrell is going to be on a solo. No Dave Tildesley, unfortunately. And I don't know why. So 10:30 is the dial-in. 10:45 is the run.
Look at those weather stats. 20, is that 21 degrees?
21.2 degrees.
Lovely, beautiful racing day.
Air pressure is 101.5. Humidity 73%. Oof.
Yeah, it's a bit more humid than it was.
It is, yeah. Right, race time. Richard Granger taking on Craig Elliott. 11.16, place 11 flat. They'll be looking at each other.
Not going to be much on the tree. They should be side by side all the way up. Should be. However, when the light comes on and when you react to it, can be two completely different things.
Well, the first cherry of the day goes to Richard Granger. So, Craig Elliott takes the win.
Now, don't run 11.16. He doesn't. He breaks out as well. Bad on both ends.
Yeah.
Winner in the other lane with a great 0.3 reaction time.
So we've got our first pairing sorted for round 2. Craig Elliott will be taking on Glyn Dunford. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster taking on Rebecca Elliott. So Rebecca will be going first, 11.65, and Nick Martin, 11.17, will be doing the chasing. Well, Craig has already gone through. Let's see if Rebecca can do it.
Well, Nick's already alongside.
Actually nosing out in front at the moment, as long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't. Well, 33 on a 17. However, it was the reaction time difference that did make the difference. 0.17 to 0.3. Okay, Ian King, Glyn Boardman.
Ian King Chevelle is up for sale as a complete working race-ready car. And it's not a huge amount of money either for what's gone into that car and the pure beauty of the car, because it is absolutely immaculate. 10.42 is the dialing. Going alongside Glyn Boardman, 10.10 with the Oldsmobile Amiga.
Two vinyl top cars as well. It's nice to see.
Yeah, vinyl tops are the way forward. Who's here for the vinyl tops? Really? Only because I got one.
I was going to say, there wasn't a lot of joining in with the cheering there. So.
That went like a lead balloon, didn't it?
Well, Glyn's going to try and run him down. That brings Chevelle still out front, very close to the finish line. Ian takes it. Well, he was over the stripe first, and the guy in the other lane broke out, and he made him break out. quicker on the tree, 0.19
Yeah.
to 0.34.
Right, Chris Shell taking on John Pratt. 10.21 for Chris. He's got to be patient as it'll be John going first with the CUDA. Well, I think Christopher's already caught him. He has indeed at 1,000 foot. He's out in front. Takes the win. Miles off his dialing. That's got to be a big. Yeah, that was a whole shot win. 0.10 to 0.26 win margin, only 0.2. Tells you what you need to know. All right, Jake Cawthorne and Chris Durham. But where is Chris? Is he there? He's not. That's a shame actually, because we really did like that Sunoco Chevelle. The great looking car.
Great addition to any class. That one.
Jake Cawthorne dialing 10 flat. What? What's he putting in?
Nitrous.
I was going to say, there's no way you can run a 10 flat.
So, obviously seeing what he can do, just didn't want to break out.
Goodness me.
Not that it would have
I
made it.
was sort of like, what? He suddenly found a bigger engine or something. Oh my goodness me. Anyway, he's safely through. Beavis Allen up next against Stuart Arthur. Now then, Stuart's had problems all weekend long, and he hasn't made it round. Now, if you remember yesterday, Stuart Arthur, I think the transmission let go in the burnout box.
Oh, is that
didn't
what it was?
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing because they had to scrape. So
Yeah.
there was either transmission fluid or brake fluid. I don't know, something let go. So, Beavis Allen on a solo into round number 2, dials 11.50, runs 11.87. Chris Goodale. Another solo, no Kate Hall with the dart. Lovely wheels up launch there for Chris. Does 984. Goes 985. Very nice indeed. Talking of 985, that is the dial-in for John Sleeth. And his match-up with Jack Bishop, who also dials 985. So, heads up to the stripe then. Don't break out. Whoever gets there first wins. Now then, John Sleeth, winner of this event last year. Jack Bishop, well, he's won a few of these events as well. Love to add Dragstalgia 2026 to his resume, but only one of these guys is going to make it to round number 2. Green light drag race, that's what we wanted then. Don't wide away. Let's have a look at the stripe then. This is where it's going to be sorted out. Neck and neck, nothing between here than one big little bit. It's John Sleeth who takes it. They both run 992. Look at the finish line, Cam. Yeah, John Sleeth had about half a car length there. So John Sleeth into round number 2.
What a drag race that was.
That was awesome. That was a brilliant race.
Well, that's one of those things where if Jack had raced anyone else, he probably would have won.
Yeah.
It's just
the light was good, but
yeah,
he just got trumped. Right, John Wilson, Glenda Thompson. 11.31 place, 13.84. Glenda going first. And there goes Dirty Barry. Yeah, takes that one left foot. 0.3 light as well.
Good run for Glenda Thompson though, only 300s off dial.
All right, next up, Duncan Cannonball Watts with the Watch Shop Heavy, taking on Royden Mitchell. 10.15 for Duncan, 10.58 for Royden. It hasn't entirely gone to plan for Duncan this weekend.
Well, I cycled past a number of times with lots of bits all over the place in their pit area, so they obviously had some fairly serious issues to address. And they've been missing sessions as well.
Yeah,
so
but this is race day. Everything changes, doesn't it?
Of course.
Let's see what happens then. With his nose in front, and he keeps it in front. Oh, only 0-1 at the stripe. A better run for Duncan, but Royden Mitchell takes it. Win margin 0.18.
And again, a whole shot win. Very big difference in reaction time, unfortunately. Okay, Spencer Tidwell, who unbelievably only in at 47. Tough crowd. Taking on that amazing Chevelle of James Ellis. Car that does not go like it looks, if that makes any sense.
Which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. You're right. You're dead right, mate.
Yeah, extremely unassuming is what we mean. That's actually one of the best launches I've seen from Spencer as well. No wheel spin, actually picked the front wheels up.
But he's not catching.
No, he's not.
He's not catching. He'll be out in round one. James Ellis with 11.07 on a 10.88 beats a 10.98 for Spencer. Still nearly half a second off. They were both pretty even on the tree.
Right, Mike and Connor up next. Connor Hall dials 10.75, Mike dials 11.20. That tells you everything you need to know.
Well, yeah, the car with the quicker dial left first. Just ease off. There we go, nicely judged.
Yeah, Mike just didn't get off the line at all there. So Connor Hall into round number 2.
To the point where you almost had enough time to say, go on then.
Marquee matchup of round 1, I think you can class this one as. Dave Billadou.
Oh, goodness me.
From the Billadou Speed Shop, taking on Dan Williams from the Williams Brothers Speed Shop.
So comparatively, Dan underperforming in qualifying at 33.
Yeah.
Which means he's got number 7, which just happens to be the man himself, Mr. Billadou. This is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, I qualified in the top 10. Oh.
God, Dan. So Dan will get the green first.
He hopes.
Oh, he doesn't. He gets the red.
That was your fault.
No, it wasn't. Can't blame me for that one. So, cherry on the tree, unfortunately for Dan, goes 10.31, and it's Dave Billadou.
Yeah, weekend to forget for Dan, I think, that one.
Right, Brian Huxley taking on Nick Williams.
Have you seen the latest Huxley update from France?
Oh, my word.
Jesus.
God, you think we have problems here in bad weather?
Yeah, no, forget that. Have you not seen it? Oh, thunderstorm, lightning.
Well, it started off as an amazing light show, then it's like, oh, it's Armageddon.
Oh,
It's coming this way.
It hit
No, but
big
it
time.
wrecked loads of stuff, like warnings, all sorts of stuff. They were hanging on for dear life to a lot of bits. From trying to cook an egg on the back of the car to trying to hold on to the car
Yeah,
today.
exactly.
Hope everybody's all right in classrooms, most importantly.
1390 plays 1084 there. Brian Huxley, Nick Williams.
Have these two ever raced each other before?
Yeah.
Because I can only imagine it would have happened in Pro ET.
So, two of the big drag racing families in the UK. Who's going to take the stride? It's Brian.
Double breakout.
Double breakout.
Is that good? Darren's grown hair, look.
Pretty impressive.
So that what it was, double breakout.
Well,
Yep.
Nick actually took the stripe first, but he was way too quick, unfortunately. Yeah.
So it all comes down to Jacqueline then.
Yeah, but she's on form. And it's her birthday today as well. Maybe. You never know. Jim Smith, Harvey Turner. Jim 1035 on the dial in, a Harvey 1040. Oh, hasn't been plain sailing for Harvey this weekend. Maybe he's got Victor the Gremlin. Let's see.
Goodness me. We'll tell you why in a minute.
Yeah.
Harvey's staying out in front, keeping his nose out there, and doesn't break out. Look at that for a whole shot win as well. Look at the numbers. Goodness me. He was miles off of his dial-in, but a 0006.
No, 006.
Sorry, 006, you beg your pardon.
Wow.
Was what did it. To a .25, and that was almost exactly the win margin at the other end. He was miles off his dial-in, but he
Well,
took
so
that
the
on
car,
straight.
he's got car's not running quite right, and so that was Harvey that won that race. It was his tenacity off the start line. Right, Jacqueline Bartlett. Many happy returns to Jacqueline. Celebrating a birthday today alongside Ty Strevitt.
Oh, wait to spend your birthday at the drag strip. I could do that.
It's either going to be a really good one,
Well, steady.
or
I think it's already been a good weekend. No matter
it has,
what.
absolutely.
Matching reaction times almost.
Well, if you remember, Jacqueline had an issue yesterday. No issues at all on this one. Ty's going to get to the stripe first, and he's going to take the win. 11:43 on 11:37, beats 10:86.
So Ty Strevitt into round number 2.
Well, Jacqueline gets an early bath to celebrate her birthday.
I was going to say early beer.
Well, unfortunately, dare I say it, that's all 3 WBR cars out, so they'll be just having a good drink now.
Ian Kingston in. How do you think?
Paul Smale should have been against Alan Matthews. No, Alan, unfortunately, so Paul Smale will take it all the way through to a 10:13.
There is still one representative wearing the badge.
Well, don't forget, obviously, we've got Gasser Circus coming up next, and you've got one and only Jason Pickett.
They're
Right, number 1 qualifier, Gary Lake. I'm used to saying number 1 qualifier, Gary Lake, but not in Nostalgia Superstock. Well done, Gary. Great performance. Going alongside Paul Fleckney, the Doggone Dodge.
Some people are just that good, no matter what class
Yeah.
they race in, aren't they?
Phil Hobson awaits the winner of this one. Now, we had Phil with a problem possibly in the shutdown area. And that is game over for Paul Fleckney, so it is Gary Lake.
Got the experienced bracket racer. He was 0-4 on the tree. And the rest of the red light the other lane. Can he run 12.67? 74, that'll do for now.
This is the other, what I'm going to class as marquee matchup. 2 very, very experienced Nostalgia Superstock racers. Stuart Thompson taking on Neil Francis. Both stalwarts of the class come to literally every round of the championship. Darlings, 1080, Neil Francis, 979 for Kiwi. 1.01 difference on the tree, with the Savoy going first.
Neither have had their Weetabix this morning.
Both being polite.
Stu's not going to get there. And he doesn't.
Oh, perfect ET! Just double check that. Neil Francis, perfect ET.
He's having a look.
1080 on the dial, 1080.005.
And he did it in round 1.
Yeah,
as
he
well.
did it in eliminations. Well done.
It's quite nice having Eurodrags today. It's like having Dictionary Corner, isn't it? We can check that with the numbers, man.
Certainly something corner.
Can't say that over the tannoy.
I didn't. That's to everyone's imagination. So no Paul Singer, unfortunately. This should have been the last pair. Andy Bosworth.
That was a good light. 019.
10.54, right numbers, wrong way round. Okay, that sets up our matchups for round 2 of the Nostalgia Superstock.
first up then, Ray Turner taking on Nervously. Ray Turner pulled the perfect light yesterday, got that award, well done. But only qualified number 17. Nervous Nick qualified number 6. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. 11.29 plays 10.79, half a second between them. And it's going to be the Pop going first. Well, Ray's already pulled ahead. And takes that 11.15. Ain't misbehaving. Sean Milsom normally drives this car, but today and this weekend, Tony Pearson. Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie Willis. Here's a opponent. 10.28 for Tony, 10.21 for Ray. Well, Tony settled in well with this car, actually. He qualified with a 10.30. Oh, look at that. 10.20 breakout for Tony Pearson. 10.32. Ray Irish takes the win.
I'm sure Tony as well wants to say thank you very much indeed to his good buddy Sean for lending him the car. I spoke to Sean yesterday and he said that he did actually feel a little bit sorry for Tony because he couldn't enter with his own car for the 60th anniversary race, and he said, you know what, take that.
Oh, that's lovely. Drag racers, your worst enemies on the racetrack, but your best friends in the world. They really are.
Yep. Okay, Dave Wood with the Wicked Witch up against Steve Matthews. The only person we booed this weekend. Well, not him, the car.
He's talk converter.
Brutal,
The talk
isn't it?
converter, yeah. It's like, it used to hang the front wheels way past the Christmas tree. Now it doesn't, because it's changed
the
the
old
torque
turbo
converter.
was locking up too quick. That's why it was going skyward.
Yeah, it's good for photographs. It's not good for consistency.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I do get it. So Dave Wood nudges in. Going to get the tree first. And he's off and running. Steve Matthews got away. Whoa! He's been listening to us.
Yeah, he swapped the torque converter on.
Well, Dave Wood is miles out in front and runs a second and a half too quick.
I don't think
Unreal.
he cares one bit. That is an awesome run for Dave Wood.
Yeah, look at that. Well, wasn't too bad in the other lane either,
Oh
was
God,
it?
I was sat here giggling because we sat there slagging him off for changing the talk converter, and he's
Not-
obviously giving it back.
No. He's obviously gone, nah, you're right. It's fun. Okay, Steph Milsom and Simon Press. Don't forget that beautiful, absolutely beautiful rocket over there, the Comet in the Slick Tricks lane, is for sale. He's previous champ, but he's up against Steph. And he got visibly left on as well. Steph was really on the money. There was nothing in their dialing. Simon's going to go past. But he takes the win. Sorry, I couldn't see the win light then. Goodness me. Well,
0.5 win margin.
yeah, Steph back right off at the finish line. She had over a tenth in the bag on the line, but the previous champ got her at the finish line. Well done to both of them. Okay, Jess Biggett with Cherry Bomb wants to say hi to everybody tuning in from Malta who are honestly sat there drinking coffee at this time on a Sunday morning. Another one airing out the front wheels.
He actually clicked second gear with the front wheels in the air.
10.10 on the 0.6 and a double light as well.
Yeah, who plugged Jason Pickett into the tree? That's very unusual for Jason.
Okay, up next, Pete Nash and Adam Krasinski. Pete was your number 2 qualifier. Cracking job by Pete. This thing's stick shift, the 55 in the Kestrel B lane. It really does bounce its way down the track. He's looking for 11.16. He'll be going first. Up against the not-so-mellow yellow, which tends to wander its way down the track as opposed to bounce.
Yeah.
Oh, Adam goes red. It's going to be Pete Nash moving on.
Well, too quick. But it doesn't matter for Pete Nash. Moves on to round number 2. Kate Booth and Billy Jones. Kate doing a really nice job this weekend. Hope I just haven't put my foot in it. So she's going to get the tree first on her side.
Oh, a little bit of a burn down on the tree here. They both go in. Well, Kate, way too eager to get away there.
I did put my foot in it, didn't I?
Yeah, so Billy Jones, okay.
Well, neither were really on form numbers-wise. Unfortunately, the red light on the tree, which means she went too soon before the green light came on for Kate.
All right, next up then, John Gibson with a high roller Ford Falcon, taking on Emily Lathan-Taylor, Nurse Stoner, Chevy Nova. 10.76, John going first, and then Emily 10.51. Well, it's not every day John gets chased by a nurse, but it's going to happen now.
And he's not going to have to wait long for her to chase him.
No.
Trying to flicker it into state. Oh! It goes red as a result. Actually, they both went red. But it was John Gibson who did it first.
Was creeping.
Just one of those things.
Yeah.
Simon Glenn, Tom Margison. There is something to be said for who red lights the worst actually getting. Yeah.
Yeah, true start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
That's a name.
Oh.
It's going to be... Simon Glenn really got away with one there. He was half a second on the tree, and the man in the other lane thought it was Christmas because he was still sat there, and he left too soon by 0.3.
Do you know what? I thought at some point we were looking at going to the True Start system.
Okay.
Because the tree, if you remember, has got blinkers.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you, like say, a 10-second car goes against 11-second car, the 11-second car gets the tree first. It does its run, but it won't show a red light until the other car has left the line.
Makes perfect sense.
So that's how True Start works, and then whoever gets the worst red gets the red, and the other one gets the green.
Why not? Nick Hewitson, Sean Milton. Well, Nick Hewitson will get the win. Sean was a 0-2 red. Still goes in M32. It's great to see that car out here after all the years' work. Unfortunately, Sean is going to be loading up with his daughter very shortly as well, because both Sean and Steph out in round number 1. So, Gary Nash, last couple of cars in Gasser Circus. Then we got Outlaw Anglia, round number 1. Coming your way.
So try and keep the front end down, please, Gary. Ooh, nice.
That was very well
That
controlled.
was very tidy.
Yeah, I had noticed this weekend that Gary's wheelies are tamer now, which is good. Oh, and a perfect ET to round off.
Wow, it's another one.
If you want to now bracket those to go. That's it. 10.40 on a 10.40. Predicted his time absolutely perfectly.
Right, your last pair. Patrick Hobbs with the Bandito Bird. Alongside Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis. Now then, whoever wins this gets Gary, who just went through. Billy Jones has got Jason Pickett. Simon Prest will be taking on Ray Irish. Ray Turner will be taking on Steve Matthews. Pete Nash will be taking on Simon Glenn. And Emily Nathan Taylor going to be taking on Nick Hewison.
So Patrick Hobbs, the light came on in his lane second, however he left first. Work that one out.
Don't give it back there at the stripe. He didn't. Well, he actually
Yeah, but look at the
did.
size of the breakout.
Yeah, he did give it back to him at the finish line, but broke out. It was 0.05 between them at the stripe. It was an incredibly close race. However, Patrick Hobbs is your winner.
Yeah, Patrick. He was. John Gibson was never going to get around him, unfortunately, for him anyway. So round number one of Outlaw Anglia pairings, young man.
I have Jed Guy.
Oh, is it a 32 car ladder?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
It is, yeah. Taking along young Mr. Jackson. I can't remember all the names. Luke Taylor taking on Andy Bloomfield. Danny Wilson taking on Doug McClure. Andy Carter taking on James Mountney.
That'll be Albert.
What did I say?
Andy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's old habits.
It's all right.
Old habits. Nigel Green taking on Luke Hoskins. Robert Brinville taking on Barry Woodford. Barnaby Levy against Al O'Connor. Colin Miller and Alex Strike. Wayne Power, Gary Hill. Martin Payne and Ben Montgomery. And then the Ginnerman taking on Mr. Hoskins. There we go.
That'll be a good race.
I assume they're number like 16 and 17 or something like that.
They're not. No, Ginner was actually in at about number. I think he was number 8. Yeah.
Number 8, yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Just the way it worked out.
There's only, throughout eliminations, there's only 2 buys. There's one in round 2, and there is one in the semi-finals. That's it.
Bye to the final.
Yeah.
So Jed did end up number 1. Things didn't go completely swimmingly in qualifying, but he still managed to nail the number 1 spot.
No, I had a conversation with him in the pits actually last night. It's not having a nitrous backfire. That's not what's happening. The ignition system is playing around.
Silly buggers.
That's the one.
Is the phrase, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just doing weird stuff. So it's not having a nitrous backfire. Nothing's.
The tune-up's not wrong.
Yeah.
The tune-up's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's just the ignition will retard itself in advance, and then retard in advance, and then flame comes out of just about everywhere.
All over the place. Must be quite annoying. But then again, that's a race car,
I mean,
isn't it?
There's less spectacular ways to having an annoying problem.
Well, I did a little bit of update on what's going on site at the moment. The Vintage Fair has opened once again over in the Vintage Hub. The live stage kicks off at 10:30 this morning. Also, we got the first of our historic aero engines. They'll be starting up at 10:30 as well. They are opposite, well, they're not far from the Vintage Hub. They're on the disabled parking area on the corner. So that's where you'll find them. First fire up from them is at 10:30 this morning. Fuel's Bar will open at 11 o'clock. Coincidentally, it's the same time as the beer festival opens up, so you've got a choice of drinking venues. There we go.
Very kind, thank you.
Dragstalgia Cannonball scheduled 11:15.
So, first car out on his own, actually, is Colin Miller. It should have been a race.
Yeah, against Alex Strike.
He's there. He's on his way.
He's coming.
Yep, Alex with the turbo turtle.
So the team did the effective repair, very minor repair on the front end, and then, of course, Aaron Springford found a box of Band-Aids and put those on the front as well, with a little ouch.
Yep. See, on paper, this is Collins all day long, but we don't race on paper.
Not at all.
Cars as highly strung as the Flying Fifer tend to throw curveballs all the time. So Alex Strike, he has to be there. Whoa, Colin needs to not cross the centre line as well.
He's just checking it out. 9:51, 133 there for Colin. Alex goes 12:74.
It's all about round wins at the moment. The big tune goes in later on in the day.
Well, that wasn't a very small tune from Colin, considering he pedalled it before 60 foot and still went 110.
He actually went, 110 to 60. Maybe trying things.
Well, I think we just had a little bit of a calm flame from Wayne Power then, as I'll start my Marshall sprinted back, but all good now. Nothing wrong with the burnout, that's for sure. Wayne Power with a stressed out pop. And Gary Hill with hopping popping. No darlings, it's heads up. Whoever gets to the top end first wins.
This could be a really, really close race. These are number 11 and 12 qualifiers. Wayne qualified with a 9:46, Gary with a 9:59.
I think Wayne's got a problem there. He stopped real suddenly. Yeah, actually it's stalled. So turning on the bottle, purge the nitrous, as they both do. Oh, but Gary, it's stopped again.
Yeah, something's not happy under the bonnet of the black pop.
Well, these two are in number 11 and 12. There's only like a tenth between them on their qualified ETs. Big hole shot for Gary Hill if he can hang on. Wayne's coming, but not in time.
9:57 beats a 9:63. Gary Hill into round number 2.
That's a real shame. Bit of a disappointing end to the weekend for Wayne.
So Gary Hill for his Endeavour Test. Gary Hill gets Colin Miller in round number 2. All right, Luke Hoskins and Nigel Green.
This could be another great race, actually. These two aren't that far apart.
Yeah, you're right. Both 9-second cars.
Nigel's been in the 9.3s.
Nice to see, actually, Steve suitably attired today. That's what, we'll leave it there.
Suitably attired any day is good. Nigel with a much quicker Would it be another 9.3? It would definitely be a win line. The 9.22. Sorry, 8 that is, I apologise. 9.28. Beat a 9.68. So this is not bracket racing, this is heads up racing. What we mean by that is the tree runs exactly at the same time for both cars. Leave the line, first to finish line wins. Possibly the simplest form of racing ever invented.
Yep.
And one of the most funnest. That's a word I just invented. Barry Woodford. Normally in the high 10s, there or thereabouts, up against the now low 8-second pop of Rob Brindle. Rob, his best run has been an 8.40. But you've got to do it on race day.
Barry's car is obviously loaded up, tried to twist itself in half off the start line, but Rob Brindle off and running the 2 at 8.62, 149, and a win line.
Yeah, not as quick as usual. However, it's another win line. Okay, Albert Carter and Jamie Mountney. Albert was in at number 3 with an 8.39. He was only fractionally quicker in qualifying than Rob Brindle. However, Jamie Mountney, I think, was in the high 10s or the low 11s, there or thereabouts. So it's a big ask, but anything can happen. We've seen red lights, we've seen DQs, we've seen all sorts of things. But this is quite big for Albert. I think he's actually leading the Outlaw Anglia Championship, isn't he?
He is, ahead of Nigel Green, who has gone through.
Yep, Albert, long gone. This one's going to go to the form book. 8.79, only 131. Clicked it early by the looks of that. And a good try from Jamie Mountney, 11.40. Danny Wilson, Doug McClure. Doug, been in the low 10s this weekend. 10.34 is his best. Danny Wilson, though, deep in the 8s with an 8.72. His quickest. That car really does look like it's destined for a certain class, as we said yesterday.
I'm sure Graham will be on that.
Oh, on the case, yes. We need to see that. That's what we do indeed.
He's another member of the Wheelie Pop Club, started by the legendary Jeff Meads.
Yeah, Jeff Meads is another one we haven't seen for a long time. Actually, there's quite a few people we haven't seen for some time. Whole shot for Dougie, however, in the other lane, Danny Wilson is long gone. To his best run of the weekend, 8.63. That puts him right in the mix at 156 miles an hour. Great try from Doug, just wasn't enough. Okay, Barnaby Levy against... This has got to be a cool race if you're Barn. Obviously loves racing in Outlaw Anglia, and he's up against the Professor himself. The original. The OG, if you will, of Outlaw Anglia. Mr. Al O'Connor.
Who's doing his best to do a donut in the burnout box now?
Yeah. Al's been doing this for... ever. Literally, if you opened up a magazine in the 70s, you'd see a picture of that car with the front wheels dangling in the air. It was a wild thing to see back then. Still is now. Unsurprisingly, Al with the advantage on the tree, but Barn, I think, is already out in front. Good looking run in both lanes. Barn goes 9.37 and 1.38. Al goes 10.07 and 127 miles an hour. It's always a good day when Al's Dasser is at the racetrack.
And that was Al saying you can't use age as an excuse for reaction times. 0.5 on a pro tree.
Absolutely that. What happened was, back in, I think it was the 80s actually, Al went to the States to go and race in Supergas and learnt his craft very, very quickly and very, very well. Yeah. Came back and just demolished everyone, frankly. I think that's probably the polite way of putting it. But no, Supergas was, and still is, incredibly competitive. One of our index classes, which is very, very popular indeed. Dave Hoskins, and I look at the screen and it says Phil Middleton. I think, who the hell was Phil Middleton? Jenna with the van. I'm sure the family are in attendance somewhere looking on.
Double step for Dave Hoskins. And Jenna finding 3/10.
Yeah, back into the 8s. That's where we kind of expected it to be yesterday, really, but 8.87 is quickest of the weekend, 151 miles an hour for the little van.
Right, Ray Jackson. And Jed Guy.
Your number 1 qualifier, but he's been suffering from consistency issues, I think is the polite way of putting it, isn't it? Yeah. I.e. it's driving him nuts. I think that's the more straightforward version. With Shorty's Hot Rod, a huge 706 cubic inch X Pro Mod engine on board in that pop in the Kestrel lane. Ray Jackson with that beautiful green car.
Yeah, I remember when Jed first said about announced the engine that was going to go in the Shorty's Hot Rod. Everyone went, "You're going to do what?" Okay.
Right, he's posted the nitrous.
Flames out again. He's going to have to get it refired, or Ray Jackson's going to pass him. He does.
Still goes 9:51 at 144 on a far from perfect run.
Wow. Number 1 and number 2 qualifier both won their races with 9-second passes.
Well, Jed gets a bye run in round 2, so at least he's got like 7
So, Martin Payne and Ben Montgomery. What I really like about this, it's quite easy to tell the personal bests on these cars because they have sort of 10, 9, 8, 7-second club stickers, don't they? So we know Ben's is a 10-second car. Martin Payne, though, sorry.
very limited edition, 6-second club stickers. There's only 3 of them so far.
One of them's not even in the country anymore.
No. Very good day to you, John Willard, Doug, and Margaret, and the whole team down there in Australia.
Yeah, John made the mistake of giving the keys to his son, and then that's it. It's not your car anymore. Taylor as old as time.
Oh, yeah. Just spotted it, yeah. A couple of spots of rain. Ugh.
Really?
Yeah.
This weekend?
It's tiny. But,
yeah.
3 years ago. It was when John Willard was over here.
Was it that long?
Goodness me. Yeah, it literally is just a couple of spots. And that should blow over pretty quickly. Well, timing's worked out well, so you can go and watch the historic aero engines fire up, and you can also see the main stage start as well.
There are a couple of little splats on the radar, but nothing significant.
Yeah, no.
So yesterday I posted a video of Steve Heaven's awesome flaming burnout, and it seems that people on Instagram and Facebook don't understand why.
Yeah.
A load of the comments says, "What was the point of that?" Because it's cool, and that's how they used to actually heat the tyres.
Some of the photographers' images were just stunning from that fire burnout last night. Something that happens in seconds. I mean, literally 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah,
but the images were just phenomenal. Oh, that's a few more spots now, actually. So,
yeah, definitely something we did not anticipate this weekend.
We didn't.
But
there they go. Look.
Oh, here we go. On the live stream, there's a replay.
Paul, it's raining.
he's going in there.
So what they do is they douse some fuel over the tyres and around the back of the car, and then a trail. Oh, it's quite a short trail that time.
Yeah, James was feeling brave.
Yeah. And then you light it from the back. Make sure that the engine is running and is all good to go.
Set on fire, and that's it. Hit the throttle.
Hit the throttle. It's that moment when the flames lick the tyres.
Yeah.
That's the money shot. Very well done indeed. And many thanks indeed to Steve Heaven for putting your name forward. And it's been a few years since we'd seen one of those.
If you've ever read Don Garlett's biography, he explains what used to happen with the flaming burnouts. And what it was is before they used to prep the track, you do a burnout in what's called track bite, a glue. So what they figured out is if you roll through the burnout box and blip the throttle just right, you can make the glue catch the header and it lights. And then you do a flaming burnout. After a few incidents where entire burnout boxes and start lines caught fire by accident. Amazingly, he says that not many people got hurt. The tracks took over and went, look, can we just stop this? We'll prep the track. You just do a burnout in water, and we'll try and make everything a bit more safe.
I love that people sort of think, oh, that's AI. That's not possible. But no, it's real. Trust us, it's definitely real. Right, now's your perfect opportunity to head over to the our historic marquee. Have a look at what's going on in there. Check out the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame merch. Get hold of the 2026 20th Anniversary Edition T-shirt. And there's various other things. Right, hang on, there's another one here. Can we please give a mention to the cask... Whoa. All cask ales on Sunday at half price while stock lasts at the beer festival. Right, we'll see you later.
Yeah, we're over there.
That's it. Game over. Everybody to the beer festival. Beer is half price. That's all the cask ales. My goodness me. Oh, nobody's going to be able to leave tonight if that's the case. We're just like drunk as lords. Oh dear. If you stayed on site tonight, then well done. You might have to. Oh dear. But no, seriously, all cask ales are half price at the beer festival. Right, well, I'll tell you what, we'll stop waffling for a moment. And the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take you back soon. Just got a little bit of track prep to do to get rid of these pesky rain spots. And we'll be back shortly. Nitro FM, it's all yours.
In the dragster his dad built, what's got him into racing in the first place. What a great little car that is, as well as the pickup too. So he's going to drive round the back of the tower, slot neatly into place next to his son in his own slingshot, and then we'll be firing every car up from there on. Let's hope he can make the corner, most importantly. There he is. Well, he's done the tough bit. He's going to slot in place next to Harley. This is a proper great moment for the Coolsell family. As sad as it is, it's still absolutely amazing. Give him a round of applause, folks, as he lines up. Father and son next to each other again in Grandad's Dragster.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, fire them up. Let's get some noise going.
Well, the very briefest of rain delays, for which we're very grateful for. How weird. But good, obviously.
Talk, whilst we got Outlaw Anglia here, Jason Yates has just messaged me to say that Simon Barlow will be back at Greenlight Nationals.
Woohoo.
And a few upgrades.
That's where they've been then.
That's where they've been. Then there is a mission. They want to be joining that 6-second club.
So is that around for Outlaw Anglia they're going to be in the heads up?
No, I would think they're doing the Greenlight Pro.
Okay, that's the heads up class, isn't it?
Yeah.
Herb Andrews has just messaged me. Herb, I've got all the details, mate, so thank you ever so much indeed, but I'm pre-armed on that one. Thanks, Herb.
Oh, Ben does absolutely everything he could, but puts a cherry on the tree.
Nothing wrong with that racetrack. 8:56 at 156 miles an hour, just a tick off of what he ran in qualifying, I think. Okay, Andy Bloomfield. It's hard to tell though without looking at the underside of the car which one it is. Up against Lee Taylor. Just kidding, of course. However, I'm sure you've all seen the photographs. They are not big or clever. Well, they are actually really big and clever, aren't they?
And also, what a gorgeous, beautifully built car as well.
That's what I thought. So you're used to seeing these cars from the top and the outside all the time, but that is just, it's like a work of art underneath.
Beautiful.
It's really, really nice. Very much the same, I'm sure, as Lee Taylor's. However, he's got pretty much Pro Mod spec wheelie bars on the back. Won't be happening.
So your last pair, Danny Wilson awaits the winner of this one.
Oh, he nearly did it again, did Andy Bloomfield.
Lee Taylor 866, 151 and 1109 for Andy Bloomfield. That one went to the form book. Actually, I think every race went to the form book in Outlaw Anglia in that round of racing.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
So, two-seater.
In the other lane.
That's weird.
That is rare. That is very rare. James Monk is the passenger. He's from Milton Keynes. Quite simply, he always wanted to have a go. Fair enough, mate.
That the list of excuses you need to get the back of this thing is really, really small. Did you get any replies on your question yesterday?
Oh, what? How many? No, as I say, I just threw it out there.
Yeah.
But no, if anybody that's tuned in, let the run go through. 8:13, 164. Now, has anybody that started racing because of being a passenger in the two-seater? So, in other words, was the two-seater your first experience of going down a drag strip, and then you got started racing afterwards? That's what I want to find out. Let me know. Just message me, or Tom, or anybody. Just let us know. Be intrigued to find out. Right, on to the Willis Wars. Alan Rimmel and Chris Coburn. So dial-ins, 1385 for Alan. He is your number one qualifier. And 1265 for Chris.
Well, tree runs together. Oh, in fact, this is another qualifier for these.
Yes, it is, yeah.
So Chris is going to go through with an 1307 and a 1399 for Alan. I think we have one of every body style of Willis in the class. We've got the 33, we've got the 38, we've got the 40s. I wonder if Willie's Jeep would be legal for the class. I'm sure that's about to get answered. So Andy Crockett taking on the Hemi Headhunter. 13.0 takes 13.50. Two of the best appearing cars here this weekend. They just really are show spec. Andy Crockett in the Kestrel BLN looking for 13.0. Headhunter looking for 13.50. Goes 14.31 and 14.62 to round off Willis Wars. Wrong with the Wild Bunch. And that is the Econorail, also known as the Hammerman. For Andy Jackson. Side-mounted Essex V6. Supercharged Essex V6. And we have dial-ins for the Wild Bunch 2 today. They don't do eliminations, so the win lights don't matter as much. However, it's done on the aggregate difference for dial-in over, I think, 3 runs. So the Econorail looking for 11.57, 10.76 for Joey Charles. Tree's going to run first for Andy, and then for Joey, who's taking a wander around his lane. And Jack goes through 11.30. Whoa! Now that's the best I've seen that thing run in a long time. Brilliant to see them chipping away at the very, very unique combination. We had a list of notes. We still have a list of notes, and on it basically says there's no playbook you can look into to tune one of those things because no one else runs one. Joey Charles makes his way off the track after running a 22. Yeah, very wayward for him. Next pair is going to be Kevin Osborne with Texas Ranger taking on Rob Brown in Wrathchild. I think in the program it does actually mention this, that Wrathchild is the oldest running car here this weekend, built back in 1966. It's its 60th anniversary this weekend as well. Maybe not this weekend, but this year. The full history is documented by the team, so if you want to go check it out, go check them out in the pits. As we just go on hold for a second. I'm not entirely certain what the issue is. See a couple of spotters out there, a couple of squeegeeing sessions going on in both lanes. So, make sure you go around checking out the marquees and everything. And as Colin keeps saying, I'm not entirely certain actually how many T-shirts the teams have got left, but a lot of the teams have got merchandise that they are selling in lots of different sizes, and they do it so they can pump the money straight back into the race car. So if you want to go support the teams, definitely take a wander around into the pits and see what's left, because I imagine there's not that much left. And if you're watching over the live stream, you're about to get a treat, because Barney says he's got the Flaming Burnout to play as well. Barney, if you could show us that slow motion one again, that'd be brilliant. I'm aware that I'm going to be talking to people on the live stream, but those of you on the back and on the grandstands, pull out your phones.
Yeah, get your phones out.
It's on the phones. Have a look at this. Awesome slow motion video of Steve Heaven with the tight fit dragster. It just doesn't look real. But we know it's real because we saw it yesterday. How cool is that as he lights the tyres?
Some of the images that the photographers has got as well, it's just amazing.
Right, we're back with racing. Here comes Rob with the car I was talking about just a moment ago. Celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Whoa, Rob in drift spec.
Tell you what, I went... No, I'm not going to say I made the mistake, because it's always a joy talking to the Maras. But I got within range of the boys last night. Cole, you got to come and look at this. You got to come and look at this. Come and look at this. And they showed me this Hillborn stack that they got hold of. My word, beautiful.
It's not Hillborn.
Oh, sorry, you know what I mean.
Stacks.
The
Yeah,
stacks.
yeah. Because I made that mistake as well. I was like, oh, that's cool.
It's the history that's gone with those parts, and the bloke said when they went to buy it, he said, they don't. These boys don't know what they're looking at. He said, "Do you know anything about these things at all?" So he undid his jacket. He had a Hillborn t-shirt on. Oh dear, that was so funny.
Keith, you've dropped the timing board.
I'm sure we'll notice it.
He'll find it in a sec. I can only imagine that this Wrathchild thought...
He's not... he's totally oblivious.
Yeah, I can only imagine that
He's still looking... Oh, there it is.
Wrathchild thought he was going to have a nice, easy retirement. And then Rob and Pete got behind the wheel a bit and drove like a maniac. Well, 10:34 is the target number. Over 3/8 of a mile goes 10:41. I say that because he didn't exactly go straight down the track.
The launch almost followed the path of the burnout.
It did.
Interesting.
All right, here's Kevin Osborne with the Texas Ranger.
Very good to see this car out again.
Still just running the single lane. I'm not entirely certain what's...
It's just a hopefully all but brief clear up in the Kestrel lane. It won't be long at all, I don't think.
Well, folks, if you're not already in a viewing area, and there's a good number of you that are, but there's a good number of you that aren't. Coming up after Wild Bunch, it will be Supercharged Outlaws, to be followed by Dragstalgia Cannonball, and then the Oscars. So you need to get into a good viewing position soon.
And it will be the debut of the Hedge Hunter in the Oscars. Well, it's run before, but you know what I mean.
Just been renamed.
So, Kevin Osborne.
Well, it's 11.00, the number on the board. Goes through with a 10.57. Massive move in the right direction.
That's a sizable breakout.
Haley, I know you're running out there, but you see the burnout track that's under your feet in a minute? That was Rob earlier. Just letting you know.
I'm sure she was watching.
This is Pete with Rebel. 8:38 is the number on the board. Consistently in the 8.3s now.
Based on his first one, I've got Frederick last.
Yeah, we got Frederick last.
He does cracking burnout.
Yeah.
And also I did have Colin.
Yeah. Brian Whitfield's first burnout.
Yes.
Was.
Try not to give anything away.
Yep.
So, solo for Pete. 400 and some cubic inch small block.
Just dangles the front wheels beautifully.
Yeah, nice 119 split as well. It's going to be another 8.3. Oh, not quite. 8.49.
Yeah, there's a bit more of a head breeze today. I think that may knock a little bit off. Probably not that much. How much do you reckon it's worth in your racing experience?
It probably is about a 10.
About a 10,
actually.
yeah.
Well, it depends on the car. If you're racing a Gasser, it's probably a little bit more.
You reckon?
Well, you're driving a house, ain't you? Yeah.
It is quite a stiff breeze today, actually.
Yeah, the way it works is basically if it's heavy, doesn't really matter much. If it's heavy and unaerodynamic, it matters quite a lot.
Yeah.
If it's light, it matters a little bit. But if it's light and unaerodynamic, it doesn't really matter that much. It all depends down to what you drive, basically.
865 dial for James Griffin this time.
That's...
Lively.
Well, I was going to say tame. It's been
think?
down in the
Okay.
8.4s.
But again, that might be the
Yeah.
headwind thing as well. That's kind of where I was going with that. Okay, Ian Armitage 2 with the blown small block little slingshot over there, looking for 8.85.
I do love James's nitrous ramp. I keep saying about it because it's awesome. But then again, every time I mention it, you never see it.
So leaves very softly, but for how long?
About a foot.
That was about 20 foot.
Yeah, it was. It's two different launches. 867. Nicely done. As Ford gets Gasser wobble in the slingshot. And 874 for Ian Armitage on the 885. As you have Ford skip.
789.
Yeah, they've got a number they're trying to aim for.
Okay.
They've been having gearbox problems.
Made a lot of noise and not gone anywhere.
Yeah, so what they've done is overnight is swap the torque converter
Okay.
because they thought it was gearbox.
But Steve Matthews wanted it. Oh dear.
Yeah, so they thought it was the gearbox problem, but they checked the gearbox over, checked the oil and everything, and it's fine. It's not burnt or anything like that. So they thought, right, we'll do the torque converter instead now.
Well, if that... Is he running the 7s?
No. But he has done, I think it was like something ridiculous, like 176, 177 mile an hour.
Well, no, I've got the numbers here. Alan's best in the car is 8:27. Ford's is 8:30. The fastest it's been is 169.8
Oh, there you go.
Still pretty good.
with Ford.
Well, that might be about to get blown out of the water, or not.
Look, flame out the sky. No issues for Ford. Doing 152 at the 8th mile. What's going to be in the stride?
Oh,
731!
Oh my
178 miles an hour. He resets his personal best by a second.
By a century more like. Oh my God.
And Ford was driving that thing. It pushed him towards the centre line. He goes all the way through, clicks second, clicks third, did 152 at the 8th, does 178 at the quarter, 731.
Oh my goodness me.
Right, Dragstalgia cannibal for you next year then.
Oh.
Do you know what? That was pretty good.
Talk about full send. Oh my God. Right, Alan Schofield a bit like after the Lord Mayor's show, unfortunately.
Look for 934, goes 929.
Well, to be fair, he did a better job than Ford. He got closer to his darling.
That was one of those where the hell did that come from type runs.
Well, I think that was more like a that's what it should have been doing the whole time.
Yeah, you bet.
Gee whiz. Absolutely gobsmacked with that.
Yeah. And that's Al miming. He painted the car with a clock on the front. It's called Chasing Time.
Ford took a second off his PB.
And it was always a 7.
Don't break the tow car. You need to go and get him.
Right, James Ord, Emma Butcher on track at the minute. Well, that makes it the second quickest big block Ford in the country. Yeah,
For now.
Yeah.
You have to run a 6 at 200, but you know, it was later on today.
Right, James Old with a little Faust. And Emma Butcher with the fourth dimension. 12, 67, 12 flat target numbers.
Yeah, give that team in the back of the Ford Mondeo a round of applause as they go to pick up Ford.
It's always nice when people set PBs, but however, there are personal bests and there are like lifetime bests, and that's a lifetime best.
I'll tell you what, I think, well, you better calm him down.
No. These are the moments you work for. This is what you do it for. Now is what
I
you
don't
do
know how
it
many
for.
years Alan's been on this planet, but my God, he won't have another high like that ever.
It's never going to be that big of a shock ever again, is it?
No.
Oh, so proud for them.
They'd have had the similar reaction with a 7.9, but a 7.3
It's just mental.
knocking on the door of 180.
To think that we used to call Ford Skip when he was running the Tot Rod. Do you
Yeah,
remember that?
I do.
That was young Ford Skip. Look at him now. Oh dear. Anyway, we have other cars to
Well done,
commentate on.
Ford. You've managed to completely wear out my co-commentators for the rest of the day.
John Sharon, 8.40 the dial in for Never Say Never, the Model T. Straight to launch the normal. Where's the wiggle? Oh, it's looking good. 8.29, 157. That's another PB.
You're going to make a right mess of Claire's list, aren't you?
Oh, no.
The lovely Claire, who provides us with stats, info on every car, driver, personal bests, all kinds of just... It's amazing. Thank you, Claire, as always. But, yeah, Colin's crossing most of it out at the moment. Sorry.
That's what we love about it. Especially we go to the Wild Bunch Awards later and they said, who set PBs? And like most of the hands go up.
So, Terry Clifford and Andy Clifford. Father and son, I do believe, racing each other.
Yeah, with grandson on the start line as well. So, granddad looking for 10:36, dad looking for 8:34.
Kept it straight. I was going weave, but no.
Shame, because that was one of the better launches
It
as
was.
well.
10:39.
Well, you named it Snake Eyes. It's obviously you were going to do that. Yep, 9:24, 10:39. That was actually a really good run from Terry on the 10:37 dial-in. So Mick Sharp riding dirty. Oliver Young triggers broom. Mick looking for 890. Oliver looking for 1340. There goes Ollie. Here comes Mick.
Just got second in the nick of time.
Yeah, using all of first. 905.
Yeah, 905 and 14 flat.
Pete Whitfield. Dan Wilson. I think these two have just been match racing because they are the shortest dragsters probably ever. Because usually if it's this short, you'd call it an altered. Pete looking for 1070 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Dan Wilson looking for 962. Dan's going to get there first with a 957 and a 1098 for Pete.
So, Gavin Meanley with the Charlie Bang special alongside Dave Schumacher. It's been a bit weird. Everywhere I went on track this weekend, I bumped into Dave Schumacher. It's just one of those bizarre. I saw you up there a minute ago. It was quite bizarre, that.
Dave and all his clones.
Yeah. I'm sure there's only one Dave Schumacher, but I saw him at the time. I saw him when I walked back to the Dragstalgia market. He said, "Oh, hello, Dave." It was really bizarre.
Taking on Gavin in the Charlie Bang. Dave's looking for 985. 995. And a 1204.
So
Gavin.
just a quick question now, chaps. So are these races predetermined, or is just any? Obviously, everyone just.
No, they're just
pair
it's
up?
just as they come down.
Well, this is good because again, we've got two of the quickest cars in the class going against each other this time. Tim Roy and Harley. Has Harley raced anyone before?
Yes, back at the Nostalgias,
Okay,
but the answer is really no.
fair enough then.
Really, really cool moment yesterday for the Cassells. Harley in the Cracklefest in Ballbreaker. Mark and his dad's, what they used to call a junior dragster, getting push-started by what was his dad's truck, driven by his brother Louis.
That's really cool.
So
Jess has actually got the best backup girl dress on I've ever seen because it's got a black line straight down the middle. So you know what to aim for. You don't even need to worry about the hand gestures, you know. Just aim for the dress.
Yeah, Jess has totally immersed herself into the Ballbreaker team, that's for sure. It's the attitude, it's just like the whole persona of it, isn't it? So, Tim Roy, the Boston Straggler.
yeah,
Does look like he's got a couple of torpedo tubes on the top there, though, doesn't it? That's a great looking car.
yeah, going to be a solo for Harley. Looking for 815.
Was that a transbrake launch?
It was.
Appears to be.
It was also an 07 light.
So it's not broken then. 8:15 goes. 8:14 with a 160. Too quick, but another personal best.
Doesn't matter in this class.
So it's the closest to the dial-in, whether it's
Either
one
or.
side or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. That's actually, especially when you're not it's not heads-up racing. That's a very fair way of doing it.
It is. So the way the class works is you put a dial-in the morning. That's your dialing all day, and then it's the closest aggregate to dial-in as you go on
Through the day.
through the day. So it's a bit like a cannibal format, but you all set your own indexes. And Mark's just happy that he's not knocking on the door of the sevens like Mark is. Issues, unfortunately, then for T-Roy with the Boston Strangler. That's a real shame because that would have been an awesome matchup with the Jag V12 powered slingshot.
That engine is what long dragsters were made for, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Filled the whole car. So, Marie Mills. With the little purple orchard down there. Against Rob White with Happy Days. I'm glad that Marie's managed to rake Steph into backup duties, not Dave. But there
Yes.
we are.
I've just noticed as well, back of Marie's car, for sale. And that is good news.
Is it good?
It is good. Well, Rob taking up one
that
through the
was
tree. Yeah, if I think I know why, it's good news that car's for sale. 10.57 on 10.50 for Marie, and a 12.32 on the 11.27. And as the big bro Altered makes its way onto the start line with Kyle Southworth, the team wanted to say happy birthday for Alan Grimes. It's your birthday next week. And how cool is this? So it's going to be. I'm gonna out Alan a little bit here. It's going to be his 70th birthday. He's been with the team for 35 years. Half his life. He's been with the team.
Very cool.
So yeah, happy 70th birthday for the day. So Kyle taking on Terry Robbins.
Chloe having fun trying to get the shoot pin out. Got there in the end. Nicely matching outfits for the Southwest as well. One top, one bottom, so to speak. I think they've got the two different outfits and then made them
Yeah.
yeah
Flicked and changed.
like what they used to do, like what the Gazelles do with boots. That's quite a close looking race actually. 9:11 and 9:35 for Terry. Too quick for Carl, but I don't think he'll worry about that too. Sorry, no, it wasn't too quick. I beg your pardon. He was 9 flat, was his darling. So only just over a tenth of a second off. Right, we have a bit of track prep going on.
Well, that must mean Supercharged Outlaws up next.
Indeed it does.
Yes.
And then after Supercharged Outlaws, it's the...
Cannibal
Yeah,
and Oscars. Have you seen Brian this morning from the Oscars?
I'll give him a wave.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get too close in case he battered me.
Oh, you knew where that was going, didn't you? That was quite funny, though. I will give you that one. That's your commentary career highlight so far. That one. We'll give you that.
I've done a thing.
You did a thing, yeah.
Yeah, but no, they seemed in good spirits considering.
High spirits, even.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As they were taking scenic photographs at the top end.
Well, I'll tell you what, whilst they're doing the track prep, don't forget the Vintage Hub is open, the Beer Festival, half price beer from the casket today. How about that? You need to go in.
no, I don't.
2-for-1 offer.
Oh, wait.
I'll tell you what, I'll go for both of you. I'll
No.
take your tickets and then...
Yeah.
Well, you never know. It might improve the commentary, like to being bearable as opposed to horrendous.
So you know we were having this conversation back at the main event about things you just don't hear in commentary all over the world.
Yep.
You never hear them be rude about themselves quite as much as we are.
All rude as the racers.
Being English, mate, is what
Yeah,
it is. I think.
it is the English way. And sometimes you pick... I mean, even we get messages. Do you know... Does he know you?
Yeah. Are you allowed to say
Is he
that?
allowed to say that?
Yeah, we do get that.
Yeah, there is a thing called the bar, and we know, or the limit, call it. We know how to reach it. Very rarely we go over it unless we know them really, really well.
And then we find out pretty quickly if we have.
Let me do, yeah.
That's T.
Sorry,
Roy.
can I just add to that? Morning, Roy. He did message me yesterday. Said are you missing me? I said, yeah, I suppose so.
I love the one that, in fact, he got in the ump with me for calling him a national treasure. I thought that was
That
great.
was
Like, of all the
funniest
things I
one.
said, that's the one he didn't like. Anyway, that was the
Yeah,
polite
but that
bit.
was when you were on 100% form. I know you're very close to it all the time, but that was over 100% form. It just rolled off the tongue, and you had me in hysterics for that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
Roy, it just writes itself with Roy, doesn't it? You know,
Yeah.
I think that's the thing.
Well, we've got you a really tough pairing. This is talking about David Barton.
Yeah.
When he came over to Racing Pro ET with Copo, and oh no, we haven't. We got Roy. Please be gentle with him. He's a national treasure. Oh goodness me.
He'll be at the bottom of the tower in a minute.
Yeah, he's probably just like, right, I'm going and I'm going to sort him out.
Yeah. He's probably listening at home and he's on his way now.
Here, then it's great because
Yeah.
I've got a lot of time for him. He's done me so many favours over the years. I do love him, but it's just so much fun. He is so much fun.
There are some people that are better to wind up than others. If I could ever say that out loud, Roy's definitely one of
dear.
them.
Yeah, actually, on the live stream, getting back to some
Oh, that's
sort of
cool.
normalness. Yeah, that's the show and shine, actually. The judging starts at 12 o'clock, but we've got some fantastic vehicles parked over
So
there.
is that over in the Vintage Hub?
Yeah,
Is
with the
that-
vintage hub just over there. Sorry, you can't see where I'm pointing. But,
Yeah.
because I haven't got a camera. Oh dear, we're losing it up here. But no, the vintage hub, I've done it again. The vintage hub is over there.
Behind.
Yeah, sort of behind the spectator banking. That's where you need to head over. That's where you're watching the that sort of football-y thing last night. But having said that, the entertainment and the music and the vibe over there has been fantastic.
It's so cool. I drove there past that on the way in the other day, and it's just such a cool thing. I've got to mention this one while I remember it as well. So, of all the things anyone could have said, it's very stupid, right? It's not even remotely funny. I warn you now. But I was having a chat with a very good friend of mine the other night, and he just happened to mention. He just said, "Yeah, in Norway they've got these amazing bridges that go underwater," and I just looked at him and said, "That'll be a tunnel, mate." And he went, yeah, I know what he meant. It's that it's like the Öresund Bridge in the south of Sweden. It actually starts out as a bridge, thing goes into a tunnel and stuff like that. Anyway, that was awesome. So back to racing, Supercharged Outlaws. And we have the Nostalgia Cannonball round there, so this is going to be big. Trey Kroner is in number 1 position at the moment. Number 2 is currently Adam,
Yeah, but
with
it's
the firecracker.
a wounded
Oh no!
Adam. Speaking to Robbie Grabham in the pit, or say in the pits, in the bar last night.
That's the pitch.
That's
Just
the,
leave it
yeah,
at
that's
that.
the real
Leave
pitch,
it at
yeah,
that.
bar.
And yeah, Adam was on form, on career form, but the 6.5 yesterday may. I always say may because
You
people
never
get people get ideas at 11 o'clock at night and said, "No, we can fix this." May have put him out.
Pants.
Hello, Dave.
Morning team, how are we?
Oh, the guy who keeps saying he's bought a plastic knife to a gunfight.
But once again,
Plastic knife
I
does
think
well.
is it Robin Reed in third?
Robin Reed is third.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's still, as always.
Well, Robbie is in at number 5.
Yeah.
It's not done deal. We know that.
Who's form?
Right,
Probably
sorry.
Mark Flavel.
Number 1, as we know, Tree Croner. Number 2, Adam Clayton. Number 3, Robin Reed. Number 4 is Mark Flavel.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 5, Robbie Grabham. Number 6, Mick Checkett.
So Dave just said then there's 2/10 between Flav and Robbie.
Yeah.
There's 2/10 between Robbie and Mick. That's close.
Jim Tucker, Keith Freeman.
At the minute, Jim Tucker sits in the number 3 spot in the Supercharged Outlaws. Aggregate time of 16.97, just behind Ian Merriweather.
So explain how the Outlaws work.
So you know how the cannibal works?
I do.
Yeah, that.
Okay. So run after run after run.
Yep. So 3 runs, quickest 3 runs, or the 2 drivers with the quickest 3 runs race out. 1 race, win light decides the winner in the final.
Well, Keith Freeman has not had his normal clockwork weekend with El Loco. It's been sideways, it's spun the tyres, it's been all kinds of annoying. Jim Tucker, on the other hand, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
That's more like it. .847 for Jim Tucker and a 924, 144 for Keith. He has been in the 8s on numerous occasions. However, the headwind might sort of preclude a bit of that this weekend, or today at least. The weather did yesterday, as in hot.
Well, your next pairing is going to be the number 1 and number 2 at the minute. Ian Merriweather and Luke Watts.
I think there's only a couple more pairs actually for the Outlaws in this session by the looks of it.
Just an update on that run there from Jim Tucker. That was a PB on speed for him. His previous was 155. He's just gone 159. So well done.
Nice.
Knocking on the door, 160.
Maybe the extra breeze and extra gulp of air helped.
Well, coming into this round of racing, Ian Merriweather sits number 2, but he was only ahead of Jim Tucker by 0.03 of a second. So he has to run 8:47 or better.
So that beautiful little Banzai Orchard is for sale at the moment. Currently, anyway. Very short wheelbase Orchard. The way they were they started out. 57 Chevys didn't start out like that, but they should have done.
Yeah, Luke is currently in the lead. He's got half a second on the field as it stands.
Well, no times for Ian Merriweather.
No, there will be, but it's the rear wheel start. He jumped exactly. Oh, 804, knocking on the door of the 7s for Luke. 163 miles an hour. 876 for Ian. That was definitely a rear wheel start. He hopped through stage.
Yes, that was an 809 for Luke.
Oh, sorry. It looks very much like a 4, but it is a 9.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm going to need some clarification on Ian's run there because I'm not entirely certain what a red light does to your time. I think it's something like adds half a second to it.
Well, a rear wheel start might sort of have a bit of fun with it too.
It will. But Megan's down there, and she's my connection when it comes to rules for the Supercharged Outlaws.
So, Kane Badium with a very, very nicely turned out Mustang in the Kestrel against the one and only Mr. Paul Dale. How Paul manages to fit into a car that big, goodness knows. I'm sure Ron's watching at home, thinking don't run in the 7s. Nice looking runs in both lanes. Paul goes 861, 157. Kane with a 9 flat.
That is his PB. Nicely done.
144, knocking on the door of the 8s. Congratulations.
He's had 3 runs, Kane, and all of them have been PB so far. 937, 917, then 9 flat.
That's it. By Hot Rod Drags, he'll be in the 5s then.
Well,
Let's see if we get him into the 8s today first.
you never know. So it is Nostalgia Cannibal. If you're not in a viewing area now, is a very, very good time to be there or thereabouts, please.
It's a shame we didn't see Taste of Evil in that session. Oh, curses.
Well, he stopped on the line yesterday, I think, didn't he? So the out of the hat pairings for the Dragstalgia Cannibal are totally. That's sort of Friday's news, I think, now, isn't it? Really, it's all gone sideways, but that's not always a bad
We
thing.
still love it.
Yeah, we do, absolutely. Well, looking like the first pair. This is only a guess as well. Trey Kroner, the Nitro Funny Car from Sweden. I had a very privilege, really, to meet Eric Wallander last night. I had a chat with him on the way down, which is another reason I was late for something, as usual. You know how it works. The Trey Kroner car, the recreation, it is actually an NHRA Nostalgia Funny Car legal funny car, which is exactly the same as Apache. Well, actually, all of them were for a long period of time. Until we started going with bigger pumps and bigger mags and everything else as well. And the car is a faithful recreation of the original Trey Kroner, which won the biggest ever funny car field possibly that will ever happen in Europe. 22 cars qualifying for a 16-car field. It was epic. One of those weekends as well. So I was 8, and as an impressionable 8-year-old, seeing that many funny cars, especially ones I'd never seen before. There was loads of funny cars from Sweden I'd never seen before. And the reason they were all here was because Don Pradame and Raymond Beadle were here.
That's right.
And they all came because they said, like, this is our chance to have a go and race against these guys.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's why. That's what it was. But it was Harlan Thompson driving there. Ironically, driving, like, the Swedish national car, it was an American. But there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so Superstars Outlaw front, I've done my homework.
Go on then.
At the front at the minute is Luke Watts, followed by Jim Tucker. After that, it is, depending on the weirdness of Ian Merriweather, could be him. Or...
Sorry, that's a great phrase. Depending on the weirdness of Ian Merriweather. Yeah, get yourself in trouble with that. Go on. Carry on.
or it'd be Paul Dale,
Mm-hmm.
followed by Kane Bodium, and then Keith Freeman. So at the minute, your A final will be Luke Watts, Jim Tucker.
So they've only got one more round today. Is that right?
I think they have one more run,
Yep.
but they've had 3 now. They've had their 3
Q runs.
Q runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next sound you hear will not be us. It will be the sound of the funny car. Hopefully, I think they've been given the signal to fire up. Should be alongside, potentially, Robbie Grabham, the man who is always there or thereabouts at the end of any of our Dragstalgia Cannibals. There you can see him if you're watching on the live stream.
Well, he was in the A final. No, he wasn't. He was in the B final against Adam Clayton back at the Nostalgia Nationals. And he did everything he needed to. He ran a 7.00. He cut an awesome reaction time. Got the Nitro car.
Did what Nitro cars do.
Yeah.
When they run well. So, bottom line here, if Alec Wallander runs a 6, pretty much anything, he will be 1/2 of the final round. If the car goes all the way down the racetrack, he'll be there. If he has any sort of misstep, it may go the other way.
No, that's what the Altered is supposed to do in the burnout, not the funny car.
Well, maybe he was bored, you know, just start soaring at the wheel a little bit. So Trey Kroner so far has run 6.5 and a 6.6. It's the only Nitro car to have got down the track 2 runs in a row. That's actually accurate, isn't it? It is the only Nitro car to have got down the track 2 runs in a row.
Adam did. Just not in form.
Yeah, but not all the way, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
all the way
yeah.
A to B. Adam's first run wasn't the full run. The second one was a really good run.
And Robin.
Apologies. Yes, Robin. So Robbie Grabham's looking for another low 7, possibly a 7-0, maybe even stick with the 6s, you never know. Eric Wallander, if it goes what he did before, around about 6.5, he will be in the final round.
Yeah, he's got 6/10 on the field as it stands. Well, if it's a race, Robbie Grabban drilled him on the tree, but the horsepower of the Nitro Heavy comes flying past and goes 6.69. That's his place in the final.
Yeah, 215 miles an hour and 7.08, 191 for Robbie. That does indeed book Eric's place in the final round. The car was lazy off the line, 121, but it's not about that. It's about getting to the other end, putting a number on the board, and doing what he just did, which is booking his place in the final round. Who will be there in the other lane? We'll have to wait and see. It might be a redo of that run. You never know.
Well, I have a think one off of the next pair is going to have something to say about that. Robin Reed poking the dragster halfway around the corner.
Yeah, the Triple R Racing Machine. That car has been in existence for 40 odd years now, which is quite amazing. If you think about it, a 6-second 2.5 litre Daimler 40 years ago, actually he wasn't quite that quick then, but he wasn't far off, was really something.
Well, they used to tour Europe. There was a crowd of them. They used to go around.
That's right. Well, that was the European competition. It was
yeah.
European Comcar Series, which used to go around various tracks. That's what Wayne Saunders used to run in. Give the teams a big round of applause, please. That's Dave Grabham. That's what they needed to do. 3 very good, consistent runs. The A final will be those horny gentlemen from Sweden down there, the Tre Krona gang. They obviously want a little bit more from it, and like Eric said to me yesterday, that he said they're really, they pride themselves on not having any issues and just getting down the track consistently, which they've done. It's just the oil. Touch wood, yeah. Well, no, he's there.
He's there now, yeah, but he needs to do it one more time.
Yeah, he does indeed. Just who will be, like we said, who will be in the other lane? So you're getting a good on the live feed. You're getting a good look at the back end of Robin Reed's 199.5 mile an hour Daimler Dragster. He's got 2 of them. Actually.
It's almost a shame it's on Nitro, because that'd be an awesome comp eliminator combination, wouldn't it? Was it something like 2.6 litres?
Incredibly competitive. So looking in the staging lanes, that's Mark Luton, Bob Hawkins. Can see Mark Flavel down there too. Toby Janssen with the Nitro Punk. That's Adam Gledo with Motorcycle. Adam is, I was going to say when it came round, but Adam was messaging me to say they think they found what the issue, well, they hope they found what the issue is, because it's driving them nuts at the moment, or has been driving them nuts for a long period of time now. It's absolutely loaded up to run everything it's supposed to run, but for almost every time, burnouts are good. Almost every time it goes to line, the engine just does not behave. It just blows through the clutch. They think they found what the issue is. They hope they found what the issue is. We're going to find out in a few minutes' time when Adam stands on the gas for the first time on this lovely Sunday. There we go. There's the sun as well. It's still there. So it'll be last couple of sweeps by the tractor. So we hope everyone that's been here the whole weekend. I got here late Thursday night. A lot of you have been here for, obviously, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Dragstalgia is always a great gathering. It's always really good fun. And I think, like we all set it up here, our moments, or best moments of the weekend were like personal things. It wasn't necessarily runs or people going out there and, doing amazing stuff, which they always do.
And have.
They never fail to deliver. But it's just things. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, a little parish notice. We've got a red Caravelle in one-day parking. The alarm keeps going off. And if it keeps going off at the rate that it is, you're going to end up with a very flat battery and you won't be able to leave the place. So I've got two suggestions. Either A, get back to the van, try and sort it out, or B, just go to the beer festival because you won't be able to go home because you'll be having some half-price beer for the rest of the day. And look at the stage, we've got live music on, in the Vintage Hub at the moment. That looks proper, doesn't it? So yeah, if you are an owner of a red Caravelle in one-day parking, so the alarm is consistently going off, so let's head back over there if you can and get that looked at.
So, traction back in place. Word given to fire up the next pair. I think the next pair might even be Robin and Adam.
Yeah, possibly the quietest Nitro Hemi and the loudest. Robin's is only quiet because of its displacement. It's incredibly tiny. And Adams is just really loud. All you need to know for this matchup, if Robin Reed runs anything that starts with a 6, he's going to bump Robbie Grabham out of the A final.
Well, burnouts like normal from both of them. Slightly higher revving for Robin in the Little Daimler. When we say Little Daimler, 2.5 litre, it's something like 152 cubic inches. It is mini. It's probably 2 cylinders of a regular, about that, fuel car or something like that. The team have just been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Robin's been doing this forever, I think. Up against Adam Leno. That's Chris Shoots. Shooting the really cool looking Hillborn on top of that incredible Donovan Nitro Hemi. So Adam reckoned the issue was ignition. They've done a few things to try and sort it out. Let's see if they've sorted it out. If Robin Reed runs a 6, like you said, Robbie Grabham will definitely not be in the A final, but Robin might be.
It's a better launch for Adam, but Robin Reed is long gone in the distance all the way to a 6.82, 194 miles an hour. He's in there provisionally.
He is for now, but much better for Adam, the whole team. Robin was 102 to 60 foot, 430 at 158 to the 8th mile. Adam, 138, still a little bit on the lazy side off the starting line, but it went a lot better that time around. So Robin Reed has got 1 foot in the final round. It depends what happens in the rest of this session. What a way to celebrate your Hall of Fame induction, fellas.
Oh, goodness.
And young
me,
lady,
yeah.
obviously, Ella. Round of applause for both teams. Once again, I know Adam wants to say a huge thanks for the team for all the incredibly hard work that they've done. Hopefully that was a big step in the right direction. And Robin Reed's team as well. If basically the bottom line is if Adam Clayton is not in line, it's Robin and Trey Corona in the final round of the Cannonball. From our calculations,
Yeah.
that's not official.
Well, the 3 runs added together for Robin is 20.65. Trey Croner, 19.85. They've cemented their spot. Oh, wow.
Well, the other thing as well, that last run from Trey Corona was a 6.6. That really good run. That was a beautiful run for Robin. One of
Yeah.
his best runs for a long mile with the little car in the 680s.
It goes to show it's not over.
Yeah, absolutely not over. Wouldn't it be something if the car with the smallest engine in the class took it? And again, what a way to celebrate your Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah, one of the most historic cars ever. I'm getting lost for words this weekend because it has just been phenomenal all the way through. And if you want a little link, actually, if you want phenomenal memories of the event, Blackett Photography Studios open. Paula popped up to say hi. Ian Blackett is out there taking the images as always, and he did have a little dance this morning. I did see it. Anyway. Blackett Photography Studios open. It's next to the pairing lanes in his usual spot. Pop over there and go and grab your images, be it printed media or digital media. There's various packages available, and it's not open just to racers. It's open to everybody, and just select your favourite cars, and I'm sure Paula can find the images for you, and especially from the fire burnouts last night,
which were.
Fire burnout, I should say. Yeah, definitely worth.
No, the images will be really good.
Yeah.
Just a couple of quick hellos. Jenny and Matt, I'm sure up there on the banking at 1,000 foot. Hope you had a very pleasant evening last night. It's wonderful to see you guys again. Thank you very much for coming. Hope to see you again in September. Also, the Collier family watching at home. Jerry and Sharon. Maybe even the kids too. So, thank you for the kind words, Jerry. It's I almost thought I got a text from the wrong person then. You know, when you said something nice, I thought, Jesus. And then there was a short joke on the end, and I thought, no, that's him.
Back to normal.
That's Jerry. Yep. Thank you, mate. Anyway, have a great afternoon off.
Bob Hawkins. Mark Flavel up next. Bob making moves, big moves, with his new combination.
Oh, this is why I said it's provisional, because I might have screwed up. Mark Flavel. So Robin has run 6.9, 6.9, 6.8. Mark Flavel has run...
Well, the
Mark
aggregates...
Flavel's going to have to run a 6.60...
Oh, okay.
To go ahead
To
of
get
Robin.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Fair enough then. So one run was a little bit off then,
Yeah.
was it? I think the first one was a 6, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mark Flav went, well, it's 6.94 and a 7.03.
Well, it's not
Yeah,
that
but
far
Robin
off.
has done 6.90 and 6.93 and then went 6.82.
That'll be it.
So, yeah, he's going to need a lot. Yeah.
However, he's still in the running for the B
yeah,
final.
without a shadow of a doubt. He needs to go 7.27 or quicker to go ahead, or to stay ahead of Robbie Graham.
Right. Well, last year we thought we knew what the final round was, but unfortunately Tim Garlick had engine damage, and it was Dougie.
Yeah.
Ended up in the final round with a slingshot against the mighty Venom. So, Bob Hawkins and Mark Flavel, your next pair on track. Mark's sitting there waiting patiently in stage. Here comes Bob.
Quick pedal from Mark.
Still over by the wall. Not now. 7 flat, 193. A nice looking run for Bob too. 7.29, 183 miles an hour. Clean dry, that's what you want. Yeah, Mark slightly deep stage, which knocked a little bit off the ET, and a pedal out there probably scrubbed a little bit off too. But he was going to have to run a personal best to get there anyway. However, as you've just said, Colin, he does bump Robbie down to 4th.
Yeah, so
for
yeah,
the
Mark
moment.
Flavel's number 3.
Yeah, well, this is all about whether Adam Clayton is in the lanes or not. We don't know whether he is or not.
Well, he's not appeared yet.
I can't see from that shot. No? Okay.
No.
It'd just be a crying shame if he wasn't down, but it is what it is, race cars.
Yeah, not enough information at the minute.
Well, also, someone who may be cruelly robbed as well is the man with the AA fuel altered, the Nitro Punk, down underneath the tower. Toba with the an amazing first run yesterday, went 6.3, his first ever 6.3 with a body on or body off or altered body on, whatever it might be. And that was his personal best, but they did all 8 pistons. They changed everything, but he said they had just a complete mess sorting it all out, and they missed the call by 5 minutes. They even said the Santa Pod staff hung on for them just to see if they could get it ready. They just weren't ready in time for that second session yesterday. Otherwise, it could well be an all-Swedish final. We love this car. This is absolutely bad for the bone, this machine.
Taking on Mark Luton.
Yeah, Mark. So Mark Luton's not been all that far off either. His quickest run, I think, of the weekend was a 7:01.
Yep.
I don't know what the second one was. though.
7:49.
Oh, okay. That's kind of where it went a bit sideways, because otherwise he'd be in with a shout of being, in the top few as well. If anyone's interested as well, I spoke to Toby yesterday, and he said there's a good chance there's going to be 4, possibly even 5 Nostalgia Nitro Funny Girls at Mansell Park in a month's time. One of my favourite events of all time, Mansell. It always is a great place to go. And the Nitro Revival, it's now the Maguire's Drag Festival. It used to be a revival race, and now it's just a great drag race. So even though Tamer won't be around in the final, he got given the slowest time, which is the rules, from the run yesterday, or the second run yesterday. He went 6:38. That car is a lot angrier than 6:38, if you know what I mean.
It's not often that the Chariots of Fire machine.
Oh, unbelievably.
Oh,
You're kidding.
I was going to say it's not
Weather?
Yeah. I was going to say it's not often that the Chariots of Fire machine and Mark Luton isn't the loudest thing on track, but I couldn't even hear it over the Nitro Punk.
Oh yeah, there is a few spots in the air. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's like, where's that come from? Sort of thing, really. Anyway, they'll be allowed to go back, cool down, refuel, whatever they need to do, and they'll be back out here in a couple of moments. Talking to Tobias yesterday with the fuel altered, he's such a nice guy, and he said to me, "Do you like the car?" And I went, "Yeah."
The Ministry of Silly Questions.
Yeah, exactly. It's a double A fuel altered, mate. It's absolutely stonking. Well, as a driver, that is supremely annoying, but you know why it happens. You know, safety is the most
There's
important
a few
thing.
more spots now, actually.
Yeah, they appear at the top end before they appear down here, but no one is moving this side, mainly because there's a nice big bit of blue sky right above us.
Yeah, adrenaline seems to take over quite a bit from a sensible head. That's the reason why you have crew and crew chiefs and stuff.
Yep.
Because after the burnout, the minute you click that thing to forward, you get the call forward and then get told to shut off. There is no excuse you'll be told that makes you want to actually turn it off.
No, you're not turning it off.
So that's not the display, is it?
No, that's a bloke on a unicycle, mate. I think. Well, actually, no, that's not a unicycle, is it? 'Cause it's got a wheel on the back.
Penny farthing. Is
Two
the word.
chaps over there with, like a penny farthing. Two chaps over there with suitable attire for Dragstalgia, I think is the best way of putting it.
Oh, that's great. We've got to stop doing that. We're talking about things that you can't see on the live stream.
Yeah, I think that's... we should know by now, shouldn't we? Hey, this will not be long. Very quick story about what you just said about not wanting to turn things off. I can't remember the name of the driver. It will come to me eventually. It might even be Craig Briglove. Running, trying to set the land speed record. And they have a saying for it in the States. It's called Go Fever, which means you just want to go. And you're going no matter what, when you get in the car and you're strapped in and ready to go. Anyway, just before he tried to put in a run for the land speed record, hopefully over 600 miles an hour or thereabouts, they get a wind speed reading. And anything above a certain amount, like I think it was like 5 miles an hour side wind or something like that. Well, the wind was something like 15, but he managed to insert a decimal point in the middle of it and thought, oh, that'll be fine. Went for it and executed the world's fastest U-turn at 600 miles an hour when he caught a crosswind and came back the same way.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. But it really is. There's a reason you've got loads of crew.
Yeah.
And there's also a really good reason why
Keep you
crew
safe.
chiefs. Crew chiefs exist. A lot of the time, you'll see the car do something spectacular. The driver will be the most excited man on the planet, and the crew chief goes, "Yeah, But it wasn't. That isn't what it was supposed to do.
There's a lot of it as well with with being in one where you've been waiting for so long, you've been strapped in for ages, and you just want it over. You just want to let that adrenaline. I know Andy Raw explains it really, really well. There was one time he couldn't run, and he just had to like let the crew let him out of the car because he just needed to get out because he'd been in there so long, just to let all that energy out. Hopefully we do have the Nitro Bug around there. We do have Venom. We do have Raptor as well down. I had a chat with Lee last night too, Lee Bates, who drives Raptor, and he said it's either going to go or it's not, basically. So it's having the lot tipped in. We're going to find out what happens.
It's either lights out or all out.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Got Paul Harris as well in the lineup. I mean, again, Paul is the one that normally puts in deadly consistent runs, and that first run yesterday was uncharacteristic to say the least, and from Tony Betts as well. It's just not been the Nitro Cars weekend apart from one of them. So I don't know whether we're going to try this pair again. Mark Luton, I think, is ready to go, but the fuel auto takes a little bit more resetting. Or cooling down and calming down.
Although I've only seen a small amount of barring over on the Nitro Punk. And I've not seen any fuel go back in it. Methanol is slightly easier. You can fire a car up on methanol. You cannot start a car on nitro.
Yeah, I think what they're going to do, they're just pushing Mark out the back to just give enough space to let the next pair come round. Who that is, we don't know. Low ET at the moment is still currently the only 5-second run. Tony Betts 5.91. However, the weather and the air conditions and everything are far superior to what they were yesterday morning. They're much, much cooler, much crisper air, which means more horsepower and hopefully quicker and faster. But we'll see very shortly.
So just some organisation going on back behind the tower, trying to figure out where to put things and basically everyone getting out of each other's way. The Tractor Fire car and the Nitro Punk car are going to need a little moment to cool down before they are able to run. So I think the next pair is going to be Venom.
And possibly Frederick. It really depends who's... Mick Checkett's over there as well. I can see Emma with a big hat on, as well as everybody else on the team.
There was actually a really cool photo taken yesterday, Daryl, that you may not have noticed, but it was you speaking to Emma.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But obviously Emma...
Rumbled.
Emma was wearing the United States dress.
Yep.
And you were wearing the Union Jack t-shirt.
There you go.
Almost like it was planned.
It was something like that, really.
Well, that's Venom that you can hear, and it will be against Frederick. Frederick was snake bitten yesterday, mind the pun. Not entirely certain what the issue was, but they weren't able to make the run against the Raptor. Two of just the most gorgeous nostalgia vehicles in Europe. Venom looking as good as ever. It's the first time I've ever laid my eyes on the Psychotic Express this weekend.
Right, I'm still waiting for Frederick Larson with the Psychotic Express to spring to life. We know what it can run. Sod's Law kind of dictates it's going to be now, i.e. 24 hours a bit later than it needed to be, but it is what it is. You've got to show up every single time. Tony Bench showed up on the first run yesterday with 591, but then spun and smoked the tyres on yesterday's attempt. The only thing that surprised me a little, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Tony about it, was he didn't get back on it again. I really thought he'd roll back into the throttle and give it a go, but he didn't do it.
He sort of did at the top end. I'm not entirely certain if he was just trying to regain his bearings and everything, because it really, really was rattling the tyres. And I suppose you know better than anyone how much that could affect you.
Hurts like an absolute... Yeah. Well, if this goes to fourth, the blown alcohol altered from Sweden is going to give Tony a serious run for his money. Anyway, good luck to both of them. Let's hope they both make it. Butterflies wide open to the finish line and pull the tunes. Sweden against England one more time.
Frederick getting extremely close to the dead line, bring it back to his lane. Tony's going to cross it to a 5.77. He does it again.
247 miles an hour in the other lane in the meantime. Frederick Larsson setting what I do believe is a personal best, 6.14 at 200. That's what I was waiting for him to do yesterday. I told you, they'll do it now. Like, I don't want to say 24 hours too late, but you know how it works. That altered is one serious machine. Tony was 0.99 to 60 foot, 3.80 to the 8th mile, out the back door, 577 at 247 miles an hour. Frederick was trying to run him down. He was 102 to 60 foot, 397 to the 8th mile, 6.14. His quickest run by miles of the weekend. That's what I said. That was what I was sort of predicting for the weekend was going to happen, i.e. Tony do that and Frederick do that, but there we go. Give both teams a massive round of applause, please, obviously. The Psychotic Express team, once again, that's what we were waiting for him to do. Also, to everybody in the back of the Venom pickup, that's what's supposed to happen, isn't it, folks? That's exactly what's supposed to happen. There we go. Well, Lowy T of the weekend goes to the Venom team once again. There's a very noticeable difference in team size between the two, isn't there, really? Like half of England in one, two blokes in the other.
Well, when Tony ran his first 5.7 second pass, there was a mist of, yeah, but he won't do it again. It did.
Please give Frederick's team a round of applause as well as they go up to get him. I think that is his quickest run ever. So well done, sir. Not by much. He'd been 6.15 before, went 6.14 with a 7 on that one, but pulled it out the bag. Again, the only real shame is that wasn't yesterday morning, but you know, it would have been a whole different story. But it is what it is. You've got to show up from day one, haven't you? You've got to show up from the first run. So Mick Checkett fired and running with the small block altered. I bet Toby's sitting in the fuel alters, sitting there going, I wouldn't mind doing that.
That looks like fun.
That looks fun.
Well, there's a lot of work going on with the Raptor car. I can only imagine they're trying to get that fired to go against Mick.
I think was the plan.
No, they're being held. It's going to be a solo for Mick Checkett. Never mind.
No,
I think it's running.
No, it's running. They're just holding Mick just to make sure that Lee can make it round the corner. Here we go.
Yeah, I think just as they were given the notice to stop trying to fire it, you can try again in a second. The thing lit. Well, Mick gets to have a go against another nitro fuel altered. How cool is that?
more fuel coming out of the headers than there is going through the engine. Couple of really cool stories in here. So first of all, Mick Checkett out there, the absolutely wonderful Checkett family. They're some of the nicest people on the planet. That's his wife Emma backing him up. The kids, I'm sure, are watching on. Both Letty and Chev will be somewhere nearby, cheering Dad on. He's had a great weekend with this little car. Also, yesterday I was talking to Emma about what you just mentioned was quickest blown small block methanol car in the UK. Now, front engine car is North Wealdon, but he's not far off.
No,
he's not that far off. Also, chatting to Lee Bates last night. He was indeed living in Perth in Western Australia. He did indeed get his licence in a Nostalgia fuel dragster. 4 runs, he was in the 6.0s at 240. 4. And he'd never driven anything before. That's badass, mate. That's really good. So let's see if Raptor can do what we know it can do. Mick's going to be right there with him if it does.
No spin, no shake, nothing but a huge puff of smoke. Just tags the wall. Mick Checkett's going to go all the way through with a 7:14. New personal best for Mick Checkett. Something let go big style.
Just about 3:30. Lee was on a really, really good looking run. It was 1:05 to 60, but about 3:30, you could see something not let go, but something come off the side of the car actually. And it sent him over towards the wall, very similar to what happened to Adam the other day.
Yeah, the good thing for Adam was he was in the other lane. Lee did an awesome job of making that not a massive accident. He did just tag the wall with the rear left wheel.
Just brushed it, I think. Yeah, there's some fluid on the track. It might be fuel because I think it's just about evaporated. Farmer Marshall hasn't moved in the tractor, which is unusual. But Lee stopped up the end safe and okay. So where does that put Mr. Checkett in the order?
So I can give you the rundown as things stand at the moment. Right, ahead of the field, Trey Croner, 19.85 with the 3 runs added together. Robin Reed in the number 2 spot, 3 runs added together, 20.65. Mark Flavel, number 3, 20.97. Robbie Grabham, 21.24 in at number 4. Mick Checkett, number 5.
Yay, Mick.
21.53. Number 6, 22.27, Tony Betts. Shame he had that 10-second pass. Bob Hawkins, 22.69.
Yeah, Tony Betts took a right lump out of that elapsed time on the last one,
but
didn't he?
as I say, we're still waiting to see Adam Clayton. That's
no, I've had a message. He's on the grandstand.
That's not what we wanted to hear.
Yeah, Adam,
No.
if you were watching that run by Lee, that's what yours looked like the other day, but worse, mate. Seriously. It really was. It was an awful lot livelier than that. What a great shame. What a real shame. I was hoping secretly hoping for a fuel altered versus funny car final round. But as it stands at the moment, and it's looking more and more likely, we are going to have 3 Crowns versus 3 Lions, but it's going to be a Daimler versus a Nitro Hemi.
It is. Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, so check the replay once again. Ladies and gentlemen on the grandstand of the banking. If you pull your phones out, you'll see what we're talking about. He nearly kept it off the wall, but they tend to... they don't just make the one move, they'll make 2 or 3, and the second one just bounces it off the wall. Did an awesome job of keeping his composure and keeping it sunny side up as it made a huge turn.
Yeah, car's on the move now.
Yeah, I think whatever it was, it does appear that was just fuel or something like that, because it's not taking a huge amount of cleaning up, and if it was oil, then it would have followed him all the way down the rest of the track.
Right.
Something, obviously, and it was very visible. It was on the left side of the engine as well. Like we just mentioned, similar to what happened to Adam the other day, but Adam's was livelier than that. Okay. So looking behind the tower, guess what we've got? Another fuel altered. Toby Jansson from Sweden with the Nitro Punk The whole team really, really happy to be back here. The sign of one of their best ever days at the races. Or returning to one of their best days, where they had one of their best days at the races. He won the Nostalgia Cannonball a number of years ago now by doing exactly what I just said. Going rounds, making runs. I'm just trying to grab the message. Give me 2 seconds as well. He wants to say huge thanks as well to his team, Ronti Johansson, Matt Carlson, Marcus Faum, who I spoke to on the starting line again, Rich Harker, and of course his lovely lady Helen Jonsson, who's standing down there as well with the team. The tractor's going back on station. They're about to fire the next pair, and we're on with it again. So yeah, for Mantorp, for that event at Mantorp at the end of next month, he's putting the funny car body back on, and they're running, hopefully a 4-car Nostalgia funny car field that weekend. It'll be fun. Get them to signals far up. I don't know if you've ever done that, Thomas, but I've sat there before and watched other people run before me, and I tended, after watching it the first couple of times, I tended to actually not watch.
Just shut your eyes.
Yeah, but only because if anything Larry happened, I'd rather not know what was about. I'd rather not have it in the back of my mind what was about to happen, possibly to me, if you know what I mean. One time, I had really, really horrendous tire shakes when it knocked part of my wisdom tooth out, right? And Peter Beck said to me afterwards, he said, I watched that and I really wish I hadn't watched it.
Right, attempt number 2, Michael. Nice short burn out for him. That's Toba. Less short burn up for him.
Not again. Yeah, the end to that story was, he said he also, when he did the burnout, because he was running after me, when he did the burnout and he went past the shake marks, he looked at them and he thought, oh, I really hope I don't do that. So the Nitro Punk with 8 fresh slumps in each chamber. Everybody's moving back over the wall. Looks like it's going to happen. If you notice as well, on the Nitro Punk t-shirts, it's got 3 crowns on those as well. They're everywhere. So Mark Luton, hopefully going to be back in the 6s. What could the fuel auto do? Hopefully stay in its lane. Well, Mark Luton's giving him a run. Toba goes through with a 6:42. But in the other lane, 6:89 at 199 miles an hour for Mark Luton. The quickest run I think that car has ever made. Well done, folks. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, I was just waiting for the power of the fuel car to pull away, and it didn't happen.
No, but I can only imagine that's probably the slowest PB Mark has ever set. Quickest run he's ever made in the car, and he would have just been watching Toba drive away.
Well, he was just trying to keep up. Probably pushing the pedal a little harder, you know. But that's 2 really strong, good runs for the Nitro Punk fuel altered.
There was a flash of something going through the finish line, though. You know, lots of smoke all of a sudden.
I think it's right when he ran a few years ago here at Dragstalgia, when he won, when he had the funny car body on it, it was slightly different engine combination. But it did the same thing. It just tended to run out of legs. The speed didn't really match the ET, if that makes any sense. It just sort of ran out of puff a bit at the top end, kind of like Paul Harris's does. Paul Harris's runs 6.3s, 6.4s, but only around about 200-ish miles an hour. Give the teams a big round of applause, please. Well done to both of them. Well done to Mark Luton's gang. And also, a huge congratulations to the Nitro Punk team.
I fear we may have a clean-up to do in the shutdown as Chris runs for the shoe. You'll see why it's called a shoe in a second. As he's going to get driven up the track.
Because it goes about as fast as one. It's possibly got to be it's like the Zamboni machines they have on the, on the ice. Probably one of the most embarrassing vehicles to drive, I think, probably, really. I was going to say something else, but, it's
said just
not.
as he goes in front of the crowd.
Just right out there. So, yeah, feel sorry for that bloke anyway. But we do have a clean-up to do. Unfortunately, we can only apologise. So, we shouldn't be too long because it's in the shutdown area too. It's not going to be all that long. But what we'll have to do, unfortunately, for a couple of moments, if we can hand to Nitro. Before we go.
Right, I've worked it all out as best as I possibly can. And this is your top 8 because I don't think it's going to change now. It can't change because we know Adam Clayton. Andy Rohr is still to run, but he's run a 7 and a 9, and he's not going to do a 4-second run.
Okay, you can have a go.
Right, so in reverse order, number 8, Bob Hawkins, 22.69. And so in theory, he will go against number 7 if we do all of them.
That way?
Yeah. That'll be Tony Betts with 22.27. Number 6, Mick Checkett, 21.53.
Nice one, Mick.
Against Mark Luton, 21.39. Mark moved up to number 5.
That's a great... 2 slingshots in the UK as well.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Robbie Grabham has ended up number 4, 21.24. Mark Flavel, 20.97, number 3. And then Robin Reed, 20.65 with the Daimler Dragster for Triple R number 2. And as we know, the Trey Kroner funny car, 19.85 was your number 1.
And that is exactly the way the first ever Cannonball funny car race went, i.e. nothing to plan.
Yeah. Now then, as I say, those are... I haven't added the incrementals in, I've just taken the first 2 digits. So it could be 19.8612 added together, but I've just taken the first digits just so that you could see basically where they all were. So for full details, they will be available on Eurotrackster.com. But the order is correct. That's the most important thing.
That absolutely is, mate. That's really good. It's so good as well. I've just had a thought too. If you said that one of 2 Hall of Fame member inductees this weekend was going to be in the final round with a shout of winning.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Which one would you have picked?
The 5.7 second funny
That's the
car.
one. You'd have picked Tony Betts, not Robin, but it's not all about that, is it? It's all about doing what Robin's been doing. The interesting thing, too, is that the Trey Kroner funny car that time round went 6.6. Robin's been in the 660s as well, and it's getting quicker.
Yeah.
It's getting quicker. So this is going to be one of... Robin's been racing a long time. He's done a lot of things. He actually raced in Top Fuel for a while. He did win the European finals. I think it was in 2000, something like that, in one of Canute's cars. That was pretty outstanding. But I was going to say, with his own stuff, with his own car, this has got to be something that's... it's got to be really high up there, getting to the final. With a 20-car field. That's really something.
Right, let's do... Well, we haven't really checked in with social media at all, actually. A couple of birthdays to read out. Craig Wright. Many, many happy returns indeed to you, Craig. Probably tuned in from somewhere. So wish you all the best, Craig. Harry Peters, one of our younger racers. Happy birthday to him. Vinnie Trey. Runs with the Outlaw Outcasts of all things. Jacqueline Bartlett, we mentioned her earlier. Babs Saunders. Lovely Babs as well. Her birthday today, so many happy returns today. He won't be listening in, but Jan Eriksson, ex-Pro Mod European champion, it's his birthday today.
Excellent.
I think calling him a European champion isn't doing him any justice.
Yeah. Glenn Borg, it's his birthday today. And Turbo himself, Ian Turboville. his birthday today. A birthday coming up tomorrow, so I just wanted to get this one read out because the message came in. Linda Cook from Lincrafts has just messaged in. And could we please say, many happy returns to Robin. It's his birthday tomorrow. He's been coming to the pod for the last 50 years or so. Ooh. And also, there's a little bit of nostalgia history. Lynn and Robin bought Al's hauler.
Right.
And they're putting it, trying to get it all lovely, and it's, well, I don't want to change it too much but they just want to get it back on the road and have fun with it. So yeah, they got Al's hauler, another famous vehicle from back in the day. So Lynn, consider that one done. Good to hear from you, and many happy returns indeed to Robin for tomorrow.
Well, there is quite a clean-up going on in the shutdown.
Gives you an opportunity to go to the Nostalgia Marquee, go and get your British Drag Racing Hall of Fame 20th anniversary T-shirt.
It does. That's a good thing about nitro cars. They give you a warning when they're going to run because everyone on site can hear them anyway.
Yeah. And when it goes quiet, then you think, that's a shame. What can we do? You either go over to the Vintage Hub, get a half-price beer from the casket sale they've got over there. Dance class is going on of other things as well. And also, hang on a sec, what's the time? 12:16. Judging is now taking place for the show and shine over there. You saw those beautiful vehicles you saw on the live stream earlier on. Judging for the show and shine is taking place. Also, a group that I haven't mentioned, I think about once yesterday, but a big part of Nostalgia Racing is, yes, drag racing, but it's also the hot rod scene as well. And a big shout out to the NSRA. They have their own area here. A lot of them come up to enjoy themselves, and they just give the place a real vibe as well. So a big shout out to the NSRA. Thank you for your continued involvement. Thank you for your support of Santa Pod Raceway. Also, thank you for your support for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Of course, they are members. The NSRA were inducted as a member of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and the NSRA, just a good bunch of people. I'm a member. Unfortunately, I never get any time to go to any of the events because I'm always here. But if I want to put some money into something, just join and be part of the members. You get the newsletters and you get their fabulous magazine as well. So it is worth checking out. So they have a couple of support vans here. You can find out all the details, or just Google NSRA and you'll find out all the information. So a big shout out to them. Whilst I think of it, we keep talking about T-shirts. Don't forget the official Dragstalgia T-shirts, along with your hoodies as well, available from the pod shops on site. You know where they are because you've all been there before, because you'll have bought suntan lotion if you got to bring it with you over the last few days. You'll have bought your event program for £3. And you would have bought stuff from there from before. But in case you haven't, we've got the main one opposite half track in the pits, secondary unit here in the catering area, and the third one up past the Vintage Hub next to the Med Centre. So get hold of all your Santa Pod merchandise, including the superb 60th anniversary FIA range. And I really do like these ones this year. So much so that although we get allocated one as a part of our uniform, I would have bought another one because I really like them. Hence, that's why I've been wearing one each day. So I've had a clean one.
That does make perfect sense.
It does, yeah.
So clean-up going on at the top end is a very small amount of the racing surface which needs attention, which is what the track is doing right now. The rest of it is all the way down the shutdown area. Unfortunately, in the Fuel Orchards lane, the Fuel Orchards have not had a pleasant weekend this week. This year at Dragstalgia. Jake, thank you very much indeed for the picture. I'm sure that's the one you sent to Thomas as well. When I say thank you for the picture, I don't want to see that though. That's horrible. Basically, a bag of gravel in the bottom of the pan. It's not nice, is it? It's never good.
Just spotted Simon Hayward's car in the lanes. Thanks ever so much indeed to the live feed. Now, we think he's on the licensing procedure this weekend because we did that half pass with the shoots out. So if we're correct, it could be a full pull this time.
All going well?
Yeah. I mean, the car is sounding sweet as a nut. He's burning out beautifully across the stripe. Simon knows what he's doing behind the wheel. He's getting, what's the word, very comfortable in the car.
That's right.
It's working well for him.
I think it's all funny cars all the time now.
Yeah, you got Ricky going down there. You got Paul Harris.
And you're all still sat behind the tower.
He's not moved, and he hasn't got out of the car either.
Yeah, well, at least they're not roasting inside the cars. I mean, it's a pretty chilly 25 degrees today. Everybody's putting their coats on now because it was 13 degrees warmer 2 days ago.
So I now understand why, like, Americans or Australians come over here and then they wear a jumper when it's like this weather. We run around in shorts and t-shirts.
Yeah.
And they don't, but it's because it's way cooler for them. And last night was so much more comfortable.
Oh, goodness me, yeah.
It was pretty good too. It was pretty good.
Yeah, this is good, like, racing.
Yes.
2021, I think, is ideal, but 25 is bearable. But it's nice for the crowd if it's not too sunny, which I think everybody's probably in their comfort zone today. But we were not in our comfort zone on Friday even. I mean, look at us. We haven't even switched the box on up there today.
You're joking?
No.
Oh, okay. Didn't even notice.
No, there we go. Yeah, I mean, on Thursday it was struggling. It was blowing out hot air. Bit like us.
Bit like us, yeah.
Yeah.
So, just so that you know what's going on, so we're not going to be padding for that much longer.
No.
If you look towards the finish line, you can see, if you're watching on the live stream, you can see the amazing, amazing Hedge Hunter fuel altered. Sorry, High Spirits fuel altered. I know, I'm going to just, yeah. Brian won't like me for saying it. Anyway, so getting back to the top end anyway. So the sweeper, all the dust that you see coming out the top of the sweeper, you don't have to prepare the surface in the shutdown area. You just have to take the oil off it because it's the braking area. So the sweeper will go further and further down the shutdown area. It will creep down there, but the further it goes, the closer we get to racing. The fact that Andy Raw is still strapped in the car and everyone else is ready to go will tell you what you need to know, which is it's not going to be much longer. Thank goodness.
Actually, just one of our regular tunees sent us a message. Actually, Rob Elsom, he's at work again, or he'd be here, and he's really liking some of the cars here this weekend. He says he's got some very nice alters here, some nice funny cars here as well, Rob. And maybe, Rob, maybe get yourself an altered. I know we're running the big show car now, but no, good to hear from you, mate, and we'll look forward to catching up with you. I believe at Bug Jam, actually. No, he's typing away. He can't be that busy. he's on his own coffee break. But yeah, looking in the pairing lanes. Yeah, there we go. Rob says, I've got just the thing for one of those bodies. I bet you have, mate. Okay, looking at the lanes, as I say, we've still got the rest of the Nostalgia Cannibal. As the lads have said, we do have the Oscars, and all of our bikes are in the lanes as well. But I tell you what, we won't pad anymore. I'm sure you'd rather listen to some music instead of us three waffling away. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves, and we will be back soon with more fun here at Dragstalgia.
The good thing about a buy run is the second you take the green light, you take the win. Well, actually, you could take a red light as long as you take the tree. Yeah.
As long as the tree runs.
Yeah.
So 10:30 gets the green, off he goes. As does Billy.
Yeah, we can't green out. We actually can't go out this.
That nose is way out in front and not going to be caught as long as he doesn't break out. Which he doesn't. Very nicely judged. 12.68 and a 12.60. way off pace, over a second off actually.
And I don't know why. So 10:30 is the dial-in. 10:45 is the run.
Look at those weather.
Well, first cherry of the day goes to Richard Granger. So Craig Elliott takes the win.
Now don't run 11.16. He doesn't. He breaks out as well. Bad on both ends.
Yeah.
Winner in the other lane with
Craig has already gone through. Let's see if Rebecca can do it.
Well, Nick's already alongside.
Anthony nosing out in front at the moment, as long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't. Well, 33 on a 17. However, it was the reaction time difference that did make. I was going to say, there wasn't a lot of joining in with the cheering there. So.
That went like a lead balloon, didn't it?
Well, Glenn's going to try and run him down. That brings Javel still out front, very close to the finish line. In takes it. Well, he was over the stripe first, and the guy in the other lane broke out, and he made it.
Jake Cawthorne dialing 10 flat. What? What's he putting in?
Nitrous.
I was going to say, either transmission fluid or brake fluid, I don't know, something let go. So, Beavis Allen on a solo into round number 2, dials 11.50, runs 11.87. Lovely wheels up launch there for Chris, does 9.84. Goes 9.85. Very nice indeed. Green light drag race, that's what we wanted. They're both wide awake. Let's have a look at the stripe then. This is where it's going to be sorted out. Look at that, nothing between here. The one thing a little bit is John Sleeth who takes it. They both run 9.92. Look at the finish line, Cam. Yeah, John Sleeth had a...
Yeah, extremely unassuming is what we mean. That's actually one of the best launches I've seen from Spencer as well. No wheel spin, actually picked the front wheels up.
But he's not catching.
No, he's not.
He's not catching. He'll be out in round 1, James Ellis. So Dan will get the green first.
He hopes.
Oh, he doesn't, he gets the red.
That was your fault.
No, it wasn't. Can't blame me for that one. So, cherry on the tree, unfortunately for Dan, goes 10.31, and it's Dave.
Yeah, weekend to forget for Dan, I think, that one.
Yeah.
Because I can only imagine it would have happened in Pro ET.
So, two of the big drag racing families in the UK. Who's going to take the stride? It's Brian.
Double breakout.
Double breakout.
See?
Goodness me. We'll tell you why in a minute.
Yeah.
Harley's playing out in front, keeping his nose out there. And double breakout. Look. I think he's already been a good weekend. No matter what.
Absolutely.
Matching reaction times almost.
Well, if you remember, Jack had an issue yesterday. No issues at all on this one. Ty's going to get to the stripe first, and he's going to take the win. 11.43 on 11.37. Beats 10.86. Ian Kingston, then. How do you think?
Paul Smile should have been against Alan Matthews. No, Alan, unfortunately. So Paul Smile will take it all the way through to a 10.13. Going to get the tree first. And he's off and running. Steve Matthews got away. Whoa! He's been listening to us.
Yeah, he swapped the talk converter.
Well, David is miles out in front and runs a second and a half. Too quick. Time on a Sunday morning. Another one airing out the front wheels.
He actually clicked second gear with the front wheels in the air.
10.10 on the night, a 0.6 and a double eye light as well.
Oh, Adam goes red. It's going to be Pete Nash moving on.
Well, too quick. It doesn't matter for Pete Nash. Trying to flicker it into stage. Oh! It goes red as a result. Actually, they both went red. But it was John Gibson who did it first. Oh, and breaks out for good measure as well. Yeah, he was flickering the bulb trying to shallow stage. That's a name.
Oh.
It's going to be... Simon Glenn really got away with one there. He was... Nick Hewitson. Well, Nick Hewitson will get the win. Sean was a 0-2 red. Still goes 11.32. It's great to see that car out here after all the years' work. Unfortunately, Sean is going to be loading up with his daughter.
Whoa, Colin needs to not cross the centre line as well.
He's just checking it out. 9.51, 133 there for Colin. Alex goes 12.74.
Big hole shot for Gary Hill. If he can hang on. Wayne's coming, but not in time.
9.57 beats to 9.63. Gary Hill into round number 2.
Dodger with a much quicker It'll be another 9.30. It'll definitely be a win line. The 9.22. But you've got to do it on race day.
Barry's car is obviously loaded up, tried to twist itself in half off the start line, but Rob Brindle off and running the 2 at 8.62, 149, and the win light.
Yeah, not as quick as usual, however. Yeah, Albert, long gone. This one's going to go to the form book. 8.79, only 131. Clicked it early by the looks of that. And
double step for Dave Hoskins. Flames out again. He's going to have to get it refired, otherwise Ray Jackson's going to pass him. He does.
still goes 9.51 at 144 on a far from perfect run.
Well, they just really are show spec. Andy Crockett in the Kestrel BLN looking for 13.0. Headhunter looking for 13.50, goes 14. Tree's going to run first for Andy.
Well, the car you heard was Paul Harris coming around with the Chi-Town Hustler Dodge Omni.
Yeah, Dodge Omnis were my favourite bodies at the time.
And of course the Seawood family heavily involved with this car, all here.
Well, he's got the track to himself.
Well, for the second event in a row, Andy Raw in the water box. What's painful about that as well, specifically, is that they waited all that time with Andy sat in the car and it didn't happen. What a great shame. They had high hopes for this weekend after what they did a month ago at the main event. So it will be Paul Harris on his own. Paul put in low ET on Friday with a 6.60 and then blazed the tyres on his only run yesterday, unfortunately. Something in the mid to low sixes would go down really well. Throttle stop?
No, that got removed.
Okay.
It's probably just the cable that they...
Throttle.
The
Yeah.
throttle cable has either detached itself.
Yeah, even when the throttle stop is left on, you have some throttle.
Sub-throttle, yeah.
Good point.
That was none.
You try and mash it and it doesn't move. But yeah, that was a throttle disconnect, unfortunately, for Paul Harris that time. Hopefully we see all the one good thing about the way this format works is hopefully we get to see him again later on today, because they all come round and put in one last run. And like you said, Colin, A, B, C, D and A, B, C, D final, I think. Massive commiserations to Andy Raw and the whole of the Nitro Bug team. I'm not sure what it was, but whatever it was, when they went to spin it over, it just didn't happen. It probably something electrical. Hopefully Jamie will ping me a message a bit later to let me know. He did that very kindly the other day when they couldn't fire the car the last time, almost in exactly the same place. So we've still got Simon Hayward left to go. He will be on his own because it's a licensing run. And also Ricky Gowan with the Cannonball car. Thank you very much indeed to Lee Childs for getting in touch with a little bit of info about that. Yeah, give the team a round of applause, please. Come on, it takes a lot of effort to get that many people in the pickup. Sorry, to run a funny car. It takes just as much work to do that as it does to run sixes, which is sometimes the really unfortunate thing. Hopefully they get one more stab at it later on today. Same goes for Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug.
Okay, got more engines fired up. What engine?
Yep, that's Ricky Gowan.
So yeah, this is the original Cannonball chassis. Unfortunately, the original body was lost in a fire, not a funny car fire, just a fire. But the body itself is, believe it or not, the original Trey Kroner body as well.
Really? I didn't realise that.
I'm surprised Eric and the team haven't tried to have it back.
Yep. Well, the thing is that the Trey Kroner that's here is a recreation. So that car's been built. But yeah, I get what you mean. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
The thing is with old funny car bodies, though, they do tend to be really heavy.
Yeah.
Because they were made out of different stuff. They were fiberglass and they were... they're very hard wearing. Actually, a lot of them weren't. Do you remember seeing pictures of folded up funny car bodies through the lights through the 80s and stuff like that? That used to happen all the time. So hopefully the Nitro Bug team will make it back for one last run this weekend later on today. Look at that. Even getting a strip show. How cool is that?
So Ricky and the team chipping away down into the 10s yesterday.
5 miles an hour. A little bit more meaningful on the launch. And going in the right direction. Okay, we have Simon Hayward with the Hound Dog Nitro funny car.
Yeah, he's still running.
Then we have the Oscars as well, not too far away. Not too far away. We also have the flight display as well.
Yeah, lunch break starts at 5 to 1, and then, as Daryl said, 1 o'clock. It's the Great War Display Team. So that's due at 1 o'clock. That schedule will not move because it's planes coming in.
Exactly. Planes run to schedule,
Yeah.
unless you're going on holiday, and then they're always 2 hours late.
That's right. And then it'll be over to the Nostalgia Marquee for the announcement for the Peter Crane Spirit of 76 Award and presentation.
Yep, got that bit nailed.
Completely.
So I'm not sure with modern licensing requirements whether he has to go all the way through twice and run a certain elapsed time, or whether one will do. But he's definitely made a perfect run to half track now and pulled the chute through the finish line, or just after, which is what you need to do. So this could be on for a full pull for Simon Hayward for the first time ever, provided all goes to plan. Most importantly, get to the other end safely. That's what licensing is all about.
Just a quick check under the body.
Yeah, Dave looks and says, yeah, that looks cool. I like that. That's what he's doing. So, good luck to Simon Hayward.
Every social media personnel down there on the start line as well. Get a picture, video. In case he does something awesome. Like run it all the way through to the 8th mile, 451, 139 miles an hour, and shoots at the stripe.
8:29, getting quicker.
Yeah, nice.
Shoots, there we go.
There they are.
Oh, very pretty too, actually.
113 to 60 foot, 451, 139 at the 8th. 8:29, 103 at the stripe. Well done, Simon.
Okay, if you're not near a viewing, well, if you're not in a viewing area, you should be, obviously. But we have the Oscars coming up next. Entertainment tenfold so far this weekend already. The first run yesterday, Nick went 7.10. Give Simon's team a round of applause, please. That young man is getting more and more confident in that Nitro funny car and going further and further down the track. That's the plan. Yeah, so the first run, Nick went 7.10, set a new ET record for the Oscars. The guy in the other lane, Brian Whitfield, got on and off the throttle, went in the mid-7s. Then the second run, we're not sure what happened. We really don't know. But when they pulled off at the top end, for some reason, Brian ended up in a hedge, I think is probably the way to put it.
Yeah.
Is that the best description? Oh, it's not. It wasn't even a hedge, was it? There was just some bushes down there.
Under a tree.
Supposed to turn round the corner, and he didn't make the turn, I don't think. They both ran like 8-second runs, so they should have been woed up in plenty of time before they got there.
Yeah, near a tree by a river, there was an Alted parked.
That's the one. The good news is the car wasn't damaged, or if it was, they've got it fixed. Because it's round the back of the tower, ready to go again.
Just waiting for the Hound Dog machine to
Be retrieved.
be retrieved. So it's one of those odd scenarios where you can't really help it because there's a strong headwind, and to complete the licensing pass, you have to run it to the 8th mile, lift, and then pull the chute as you go through the finish line. But with a strong headwind, you're not going to make it.
well, we have seen likes of like Martin Hill actually being blown backwards because the chutes have pulled him back. So yeah, that's the reason for it. So hooked up to the quad. Just a very quick shout out. Martin Lawrence got in touch. Martin, a very good day to you. Adam Standish, his mate. It's his 40th birthday today. They've had a phenomenal. They've been here since the start of the weekend. Had a fantastic weekend, as has everybody here. And so, Adam Standish, happier 40th birthday. Talking of birthdays, birthday presents are normally the things that people do in the two-seater dragster. That's lined up in the lanes to go as well. That'll be following the Oscars. But bearing in mind, in about 10 minutes' time, we will be going on the lunch break because at 1 o'clock we have the air display. That, of course, is the Great War Display Team. That is supported by Nitro FM, and there's also going to be a commentator coming up as well for that. And then straight after that, at 1:15, head over to the Nostalgia Marquee, and we will be doing the announcement of the Peter Crane Spirit of 76 Award. And Peter Crane will be there with myself, and we will be announcing this year's recipient and making the presentation. So that'll be at 1:15. Well, Simon's car has cleared the top end, as it is Oscar time.
Nick Davis and Brian Whitfield.
So Brian Whitfield, the hedge fund manager. Oh, it's all kind of crazy, isn't it? Mind you, he didn't go into the wheat field. Thank goodness for that.
So basically, the best cars that AI ever created,
Yes.
aren't they?
The reason you say that is because they look like, well, they don't look real, they look computer generated. There was an awesome picture of Nick Davis, which I think is in the programme, with no quarter, and nobody believed it was real.
Brian had to get the last stab in to go a bit further. On the burnout, of course.
So 7-1 is the record for the class.
Oh, look! He's got a branch!
He's got a tree! That's awesome.
He's got a twig. We'll call him Twiggy from now on. Brian Twiggy Whitfield. Just call him Twig. And chucked out the car as well.
That is a very special branch, that is.
Yeah.
Goodness me, we can milk this forever.
There you go then, it's Brian, he's the branch manager.
Yeah. So, Twiggy and Nick. It's no longer about big burnouts, it's now about twigs. So, supercharged big block Chevy for Brian Whitfield in high spirits. Nick with no quarter with a supercharged Hemi. That's the centre line, Brian. Oh, those are the blocks. Six! Whoa. 690, 218 miles an hour. The track record, the ET record, absolutely obliterated like the blocks in the other lane. I think they're quite happy about that.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, 6.90, 218 miles an hour though. 218 in that short, stubby little car. Watch that again on the replay. That was not hanging about. Nick No Fear Davis. Yeah, 218 in that. I do apologise. Right at that moment, we both stopped each other. But
No,
you
we
know,
did, yeah.
It's all right. Yeah, but Brian Whitfield doing altered stuff, chucking the tree out and taking the blocks out all at the same time. But the first 6-second run ever for the Oscars and also the fastest speed ever, approaching 220 miles an hour. Give them a huge standing ovation, please. What a show they put on through the whole weekend. Bushes, blocks, 200-mile-an-hour runs, and now in the sixes as well.
Can you imagine? We've only got 2 Oscars so far. Can you imagine when the rest of them start joining in?
Oh. Yeah, the blocks. We just take all the blocks out of the way. We'll go back to the old days. We'll just have the finish line blocks. We won't bother with the rest of them.
Oh, man. Dragstalgia, the event that just keeps on delivering. And it's delivered in spades this year.
Or twigs.
Yeah, you name it. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Oh. Okay, we are approaching the lunch break because we've got the air display coming in 10 minutes, unless you know anything different. You haven't been told, no?
What's that, sorry?
No, I just
in
wondered
10
if you
minutes.
had an
No,
update.
it's happening in 10 minutes. So there we go. We're just about to get going with the old school soccers. I've had a message from Sean Biddicombe, the ice cream van, and himself for missing his first ever Dragstalgia. Just before the old school stockers, he just wanted to say good luck to all of the teams, and also how Alan Ward it must be dehydrated without him there to supply him with regular cups of tea. So hopes to be fit and well back soon. So Sean, thank you very much indeed for the message, and I hope you heard that, and I hope all the old school stockers heard that as well in the lineup. So yeah, we've got 9 minutes of racing time left before we have to go for lunch. Is that official now?
Yeah, that's now official, and thank goodness it matched what I had.
Of course it did. So yeah, your Nostalgia Cannonball final. Eric Wallander with Trey Kroner against Robin Reed with the Daimler. The third and fourth place runoff or B final, Mark Flavel will be taking on Robbie Grabham. Then the C final, Mark Luton and Mick Checkett. The D final, Tony Betts and Bob Hawkins. And what I notice about all of that is there's only like 2 big nitro cars in that lot. All the rest of it, pretty much, is blown alky cars. The small block as well with Mick Checkett.
Yeah.
Up there at number 6, absolutely outdoing himself. And also the smallest block car ever, Robin Reed's car, all the way up there at number 2. So we do hope we get to see some more of them as well. Toby Jansen with the Fuel Auto, Frederick Larson with the Psychotic Express, Adam Gledo. We won't see Adam Clayton again, sadly. Maybe even Andy Raw, Lee Bates, you never know. We didn't see Dougie Hill in that session either, did we?
No.
Or Wendy Baker. Huge commiserations too to Christian Zulauf and the whole team from Switzerland, who made a couple of runs on Friday, and one of them ended up skyward. Okay. Old school soccers. Elimination round number 1. So just to let everybody know, we're going to run the jet car and the NS8 bikes after the lunch break. So that'll be your announcement to get back to the stands when the jet runs.
Right, so this is eliminations then for the old school stockers. Kevin Varley taking on Claire Rule.
I was going to say, as long as nothing funny happens, Claire Rule should have this. But Kevin Vardy from the number 11 spot is going to go all the way through and take the win.
Qualified with a 15-second run. Wins with a 14.29 against the number 2 qualifier, who's in the mid-8.
All right, next up then, Dean Stevens and Chris Spry.
Dean's been on form again this weekend.
Yeah, 9:05. All being well, should go in the 8s.
Yeah, 3-cylinder Kawasaki's. Dean qualified with a 9:05. Chris with a 10:46. Well, Chris's bike did his best to throw him off. Dean having his own problems in his lane, still goes through the 9:82.
Yeah, that's an 8-second bike, just not quite on it this weekend, but still moving on.
So Alan Ward.
Should be against Daniela Esposti from Italy, but I can see nobody underneath us. I see some of the Moon Eyes team down there,
Yeah.
but not the bike. So looks like he broke it yesterday. Freebie for Alan Ward into round number 2. Qualified number 8 with a 9:45. 9:83. Win light's the most important thing. Okay, Steve Howe against Rod Spry. Your numbers.
6 and 7. Whoa.
Steve Howe was number 7.
Yeah.
How on earth did that happen?
He's only actually ever made one run.
Okay, that'll be why.
He did make a cracking full pass, but didn't get a time.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, he rolled back out of stage.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is normally the number 1 machine, hence the number on his back.
Yeah. I mean, this has been what, 8-3 a few weeks back.
Yeah. But like everything, you've got to do it now. And the guy in the other lane's going to be in the mid to low 9s, so he's got to be on it. He's also got to get staged.
Yeah.
Oh, he's heading for the centre line. Can he hold it off? It looks like he does. What a great side-by-side race and save from Steve Howe. Goes 8:70 at 145. How did he keep that off the centre line? Well, they both appear to be really ready. But the reaction times weren't really. But anyway, great race. Good job keeping it in his lane.
Yeah, there's certain times where you're really happy with the rider of choice on the machine, and yeah, Steve proving his worth on that one. All right, next pair, Pete McGuinness, Richard Peachy.
Richard Peachy running away. And 9:09, Richard Peachy takes that one from a 10:58. Ah, right, okay. No Kev Melling, number 1 qualifier.
Oh, yeah.
Hasn't made it down. So the 2-seater dragster, and then Daryl's gone down to the start line, so we're going to get ready for the aerial display that's coming up. So this is Liam Woodcock from Scunthorpe, 40th birthday present. Time for a ride in the 2-seater dragster.
That's right, you can have another one in 20 years' time when you turn 60.
Yeah, that's right. Right, so after this, Darren will be down on the start line. We've got the air display coming up, and then at 1:15, everybody over to the Nostalgia Marquee that can for the Spirit of 76 Award. So as the 2-seater goes through with an 8:19, 163, and I believe Darryl will be down on the start line there or thereabouts. But as I say, in about 15 minutes' time, after the display, we will have our Spirit of 76 Award taking place in the Nostalgia Marquee. Come and join us for that. But first, it will be Darryl. And he's down there.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Okay, we do have a special treat for all you folks. We are officially on lunch break. However, the entertainment does not stop. Down here on the start line with a young man called Charlie. Is that right? I got his name right, which is always a good start. And we're about to see a tremendous display from the Great War display team. Not Great Wall, that's a make of car in China. Sorry about that. But I'll hand over to Charlie, and he will fill you in. The planes are on the way, and they'll be here very soon. So, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. That's quite the introduction to live up to, I'll be honest. I don't know about tremendous, but I'll do my best not to make a complete mess of myself. So, hopefully, in the next sort of 5 minutes, the Great Wall team should be coming to the area above your grandstands. The team's usually cleared to display down to 50 feet. However, you might have noticed we haven't quite got the weather we've been having this week. It's a little bit blustery. These aircraft are not built for heavy weather. So we'll be moving them up a bit. We won't throw them around quite as much, but we'll still do our best to give you the best display possible. I suppose I should give you a little bit of background about the team beforehand. We were formed back in the 1970s. Obviously, I wasn't alive at that point, but we've been flying since then, doing our best to bring the First World War to the masses. It's the aim of the team to make sure that the First World War isn't forgotten, especially in the age where Spitfires, Hurricanes and Mustangs are so very popular and taking up so much of the air show scene. We don't cost quite as much as Spitfires and Mustangs, which is always good. And I think you'll see in a few minutes we can put on just as good of a show. I am still waiting for them to appear, because one of the features of these aircraft is they are incredibly slow. Ah, they're on the radio. Excellent. Professionals, I promise. So we practice for many hours, but we're at a new venue here today. We've never displayed at Santapod before. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. It's all very exciting, isn't it? The other problem with this wind and the speed, if you do 100 miles an hour on the ground, you are doing 100 miles per hour. If you do 100 miles per hour in the air and the wind is going 50 miles an hour in your face, you're actually going at only 50 miles per hour. So I was expecting them to race around, and I've got no idea where they've gone, to be honest. Someone's pointing, that sounds good. Here we are. I can see them now. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you look to the back of the grandstand, you might see a little flight of 3 aircraft. This is our British formation. Imagine they're out on the hunt over the front in 1916, looking for enemy aircraft to take out. I say looking, they're not doing a fantastic job because they haven't noticed the formation sneaking up behind them. In the First World War, the person who saw you first typically took you out. Because if you couldn't see them, you couldn't shoot them. They've seen them now, but much too late to avoid any conflict. The British are going to try and dive away. They're going to use all the speed they have, but ultimately, we can tell now it's not going to be enough. It's going to form into that classic First World War dogfight. So, diving in for your amusement to bring you combat over the Western Front, the Great War Display Team. Now, to begin with, in the First World War, combat didn't really exist. Aircraft were used to take photos of the enemy lines and to see where troops could be moved to spot what the enemy were doing. But quite rapidly it was decided that something had to be done about that. Initial weapons were, shall we say, ineffective. Pistols were used, rifles were used, there were even tests with hand grenades at points. But ultimately, once we figured out how to shoot forwards without shooting off our own propeller, we fit machine guns to them, and that changed the game. And you can see here just what I mean. Our SE5 smoking away is moving quite a lot slower, moving into wind, than our Newport. Now you're going to hear me refer to these pilots as boys quite a lot, and that's not out of disrespect. The average age of a pilot in the First World War was 21, and the youngest were 16. And my mum wouldn't let me have a motorbike when I was 16. These were given a pair of machine guns and told to go and fight. Of course, aviation had only been, well, it had only existed for a few years at this point. Aircraft were very much in their infancy. The engines produce less than your average family car these days, often only 90 horsepower. So, to lift all that into the air, we had to make aircraft as light as possible. And the lightest equipment they had at the time was wood covered in fabric. Actually, the only difference to your grandmother's armchair and these aircraft is that these aircraft are waterproof. And if I'm honest, if I've got machine guns shooting at me, I'm not going to be taking cover behind grandma's armchair. I want something a bit sturdier. But this was what was available, and pilots had to make do. Many of them were incredibly successful in air combat. Names like Mannock, Voss, Bishop, and Guynemer, racking up huge scores of kills, and the most famous of them all, flying a blood-red triplane like you see it here today, von Richthofen with 80 kills. Now, you might be wondering the connection with First World War aviation and drag racing. And it might come as a surprise, many of these pilots came from motor racing backgrounds. They'd given car racing a try in the early 1910s, and they decided that wasn't high octane enough for them. To make everything a bit more exciting, with aircraft only just having come into existence, there were no tactics on flying and fighting. What was the best way to get your enemy down? Was it, like you see here, turning tightly, pulling the stick back into your stomach to try and get a bead on the aircraft? Was it, as we've already shown you, to go head on, to trust that your aim was better than the guys in front, and pray you missed him if you did shoot him down? Or was it better to dive in from above, to never be seen in the first place, to sneak up, get guns on the aircraft and take him out before he had any chance to react? To be perfectly honest with you though, air combat was actually the lesser of the risks these pilots faced. 60% of pilots were killed in training back home. With lack of instructors, lack of any aircraft to train with, many instructors would come home from the front lines with PTSD. And just to get out of flying, they'd shove their student in the aircraft and say, go for it. And just to make matters worse, protective equipment, which is also commonplace nowadays, the fire suits, the parachutes you see in your dragsters now, those didn't exist at the time. Well, I suppose I should tell a small lie. Parachutes existed. However, it was decided by the British government that if you put a pilot in an aircraft with a parachute and put him in combat, you ran the risk of him jumping out with the aircraft still fully functional. So while the Germans were issued with parachutes in 1918, the British never received them. So if you were shot down, if you had failure in one of your wings, if your aircraft caught fire in a highly flammable wooden fabric aircraft, you had two choices. You could ride it out, or you could jump. And it's many of these reasons I think it's important we try to remember the First World War. While your Spitfires, your Hurricanes might be more glamorous, this is where it begins. These are the guys who taught the Spitfires, the Hurricane pilots. Many of them taught the Second World War pilots on bombers, such as the B-17s that flew here at Santapod. And just to make one final Santapod connection, these guys were in many ways the first of the hot rodders. You can see our red Fokker, painted scarlet to be spotted easily. This would have been part of a flying circus, covered in aircraft with brightly coloured paint. Many pilots would tinker with their aircraft to get the best possible performance. In fact, specifically a Mr. James McCudden put high compression pistons into his aircraft, adjusted the wings so that he could get better high altitude performance, and in the most metal example of the war, fitted his aircraft with a spinner that came off an aircraft he had just shot down for extra streamlining. These lads learned as they went. They did the best with what they had, which was so often very little, and without any of the protection that we would have nowadays that we'd so take for granted. Our pilots here today have thousands of hours of combined experience. They train hard for this. Though it looks perhaps slow and unwieldy, this takes an incredible amount of precision to pull off. Back in the day, pilots would be lucky if they came in with 10 hours flying, and if they'd ever flown the aircraft they were issued. So, as the team form up for their final pass, please give them a big round of applause. Give them a wave, they can see you, even if some of them are miserable and won't wave back. But spare a thought for those in the Great War. Spare a moment for those who flew, who fought, and who fell in the Great War of 1914 to 1918. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So that's team leader Matthew Boddington, followed by John Gamage in the two leading SE5s, John Gilbert in his silver Newport, and then our lead pilot, Will Greenwood, Richard Very, and Pete Bond in the Fokker triplanes behind. Thank you very much for having us. We're next at IWN Duxford next week if anyone wants to drop by and see us again. And hopefully we've succeeded in entertaining you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for the whole team. We really hope everybody enjoyed that. I'm going to hand over now to my good buddy, Mr. Colin Theobald, who is over in the marquee to take it on from here. We'll be back racing in about 15 minutes, folks, so don't go anywhere. Over to you, Cole.
Okay, thanks so much indeed, Daryl.
Try to survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop. Come on. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Just yet, as we are officially on our way. So, whilst you're walking past, come and join us. Doing a presentation in the Nostalgia Marquee. The Spirit of 76 Award. Well, I think there's a good few people milling by, so we start things off by basically having a chat with Peter. Peter, once again, welcome back to Santa Raceway, your spiritual home, keep coming back every year, you keep looking for another drive, you keep wanting to go back in the podium in the top field. Peter, 50 years ago, I know we talked about it just for a throwaway comment yesterday, but seriously, 50 years ago you ran that first bike.
I never thought I'd make it. Really, I don't know where the time's gone. I'm just grateful to be here. We're lucky to the word. It's been a great day so far. I'm really having a great time. I hope everybody else is as well.
I'll tell you what, we are having the most amazing time. It's been one of the hottest Dragstalgias on record, been one of the hottest events on record. But your memories, you've been sort of, in and out of drag racing, you pay regular visits, but let's not forget, it's quite a drag fun car as well. You've seen a lot of changes and you've done a lot of things over the years.
That's very true, yeah. I mean, I started Firefly with the 3 observer runs, the Stormbringer, then I helped DLT in the Needle, and then we went to Hustler, and then we went to the Cleaners. That was the end of it. so, no, I enjoyed every minute. The rhythm you're saying about it's exactly the same as it was in 76. You know, maybe a couple of people was different, but it was really hot, much longer than it's been so far. So, yeah, really, absolutely.
Okay, well I think it's time we should make a presentation. Now last year, if you remember, the two of us were stood here with this same microphone in one, and the young lady, Bev Bradbury, did not have a Scooby-Doo that she won the award. And she was like, oh. And do you know what? I've got a sneaky suspicion that this year's recipient might not know that. So I think we better let everybody know who the recipient is.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the recipient of the Pete Crane Spirit of 76 Award is, raise the roof please, Mr. Keith Bartlett! He didn't know! Oh, we got him! We got him! Can you believe that? He didn't know! Now then, I've got Keith, this is in your own programme. You're supposed to have editorial control over it. You didn't know.
I don't check programs anymore now.
Thank goodness for that. Keith, I've got to, because these words are combined with editorial and of course from Peter as well. So this year celebrates its 60th anniversary, and for half of that time Keith Bartlett has been the man in charge. He's influenced and involved, however, stretches back further. Saxophone spectator in the 1960s, Keith raised a sports military in the 1970s, before building a fun car with his parts balance under the original slick tricked banner name. His wider impact on sport took off in 1991 with the formation of the European Top Gear Association and the FIA European Drag Racing Championship launched in 1996. The same year, he led a syndicate which purchased the Saxophone Raceway and, as Chief Executive of Track Mobility, has remained the organisation's owner and leader to this day. Under his governance, the Saxophone operation has capacity to grow exponentially, making an area of prominence for 300 race teams, with more space to come, and a concrete track installed in 2018 provides world-class racing service. Customers typically improve your operation. Dragstalgia in Portuguese embrace historic drag racing, supported by Santa Claus Coasting, Dragstalgia Nationals, Hot Rod Drags, Low Pioneer Nationals. There's a growing collection of hot historic cars, heavy high-rise, roaring ramp, motivation, Auto Cars, Swamp Match 21. Wild Herbs Rat Track, Rich Managers, we have a Randy Brad's Tommy and Alters, Hot Racer and Dragstalgia. Santa Claus footprint extends beyond the track. Side might be best described as an open-air entertainment venue with a drag strip at its heart. Major drag races are accompanied by an array of family entertainment, whilst music plays a key role in many of the festival-style attractions that bolster its annual calendar of 64 days. Indeed, cultural mix played a key role in Santa Claus' successful application of more than 5
currently engaged in a project to develop genuinely global drag racing systems. It is for these reasons that the Department, the governor here, Sandra Raceway, is the recipient of this year's Peak Train Award to contributions to nostalgia drag racing. Please, raise the room. Please, the key partner. Please, if you would do the honour to present the shield to key partner. And what we'll do, we'll do a proper photo opportunity in front of the banner over there. But the best part of that is he didn't know. Keith, what do you want?
Well, two funny stories. Number one, I right since my age, reading glasses. And when I went to skip through the programme at the weekend, I had the wrong glasses on. And I saw my picture and I thought, oh, it's just one of my introductions. I didn't even take it in. But there is a second funny, I mean that's even the man, because that's how stupid I am. But there is another funny story which people appreciate. If we go back to 1976, and we go back to the Easter event where the Dom guys and Pete raced each other, and it was probably the biggest crowd Sandra ever seen for that day, that event. And not long after Peter and Don had run, and the crowd were absolutely ecstatic, thousands of cheers. I was racing in a class called Street Modified. It was a bracket class, and I came out, I can't remember, it might have been the second round of the quarter-final, and I came out not long after Peter run. Typical fuel car, highlight, they bring out the low cars, and I was drawn against a Ford Transit van, the old Ford Popular van. It was a butcher's van called Brown the Butchers, and I think, I might be wrong, I think the commentator was Brian Taylor at the time, and he made a big deal. He said, look at this butcher's van, they're going to make a delivery, they're going to make a run, come to the end of the track and make a delivery. And let's see what happens. And it was like that with the butcher's van. So he dialed, I don't know, 20-something seconds, 25 seconds, I dialed 11 and a half. It felt as if he was at the end of the track before I left, and I beat him. He had 10,000 people cheering, I had 10,000 people booming. They all wanted the butcher's van to win. But yeah, it's been a long, I mean, I'm now a stupidly a couple there, and I'm really honoured, it's fantastic. But there's a big team effort here, and the Six brand I'm really proud of. We started in the 70s, and now Suzanne's heading it up, driving a fuel car, my kids are driving, and you know, when you read out everything you put on there that I do, it doesn't feel like it. It's not a job, it's just a lot of fun. And I'm humbled by everything I get. I'm very gobby, I'll talk all day long, but if I win anything, I don't know what to do, so I've done quite well to say this. And yeah, thank you. And this guy, you know, was another one of the people I really looked up to. And ironically, we have a house in Bromley in South East London, in Shortlands, and that's where Santa Pod was based in the 70s. Pete even had a little speed shop there, and Santa Pod was in the road next to where my road was I lived. When Slickfix got their funny car, they all came and spying on it, parked outside the house, so it seems a long way ago. But listen, thank you very much. Come there, and you always support me. This is great, I'm very honoured, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to today. Peter Craig, 76, the Spirit 76 Award. That is your memento trophy to keep forever. You've got that one for a year. Peter and Keith, if you'd like to go over to the backdrop, please, and let's get some photographs. It gives you guys a great opportunity to get a picture of this as well. And then, before we do that, actually, I didn't realise you had some special words to read out. So, Peter, let's just go over here first, actually. So we can do it actually in front of the... So if I can give that to you, Keith. Thanks very much indeed. Peter, take some word. I'd like to congratulate Keith, as he's done a fantastic job of dramatically improving Santa Pod over the years. And if it wasn't for him, Dragstalgia would not have happened. Many thanks as well to Bev Bradbury, Stu, Brian Taylor, and all of the many other people, including those behind the scenes who have made this the brilliant success it has become. Well done all. It's also the 50th anniversary of the Easter 76 meeting where I beat the reigning world champion, Don Garles. He was here for Santa Pod's 10th anniversary as he had sold Swamp Rat 21 to Santa Pod. I was the fastest qualifier and up against Garles first round. And thanks to my team's hard work, I ran the first 5-second run outside North America. Garles lost.
We were cheering the 597, we weren't cheering the end of this race. But what a way to finish. Let's just wrap this up, my folks, by saying a big thank you to both of these gentlemen. Peter Crane, history setting 50 years ago with 597. And Santa Pod Raceway, under Keith's ownership, stewardship and guidance. This track's been here 60 years. Keith has been involved with this place for more than 30 now. Without these two guys, without these two guys here, some of the history would just not be available to us. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Round of applause once again, please, folks. And with that, I'm going to hand back over to Nitro FM and with our Farmaco from racing once again. Thanks very much indeed.
Yes, okay.
And we're back, and it's the NSA, which could only mean somewhere lurking around the premises will be a Keith Lee. I'm sure Daryl will find him eventually.
Okay, we're back to action, moving on with the NSA bikes. And two double engine machines. Ray Law in the Slictrix lane. Twin 500 supercharged Triumphs. Up against Colin Fallows on Super Cyclops with the Twin 500 Nortons. This was classic 70s racing. Looks like Ray's going to get him at the top end. And 11-second run for Ray. And Colin Sloan with a 15, having a problem there. And looks like Tony Lewis has got problems in the Slictrix lane, unfortunately, with his turbocharged Westlake Triumph. So Dave Carr, I think, going to be on a solo on the twin-cylinder Yamaha. A lot of the old bikes ran with these very small fuel tanks at the front, obviously trying to keep the weight down. Everything you didn't need was thrown off the bike. Very much the old sit up and beg style of bike. So cleanly through the quarter, 13.36 at 93 as Tony refires up. See the upturned headlight on this machine, just trying to get a bit of downforce at the top end. You can see there, Tony's still a bit wary of this clutch on the bike. It really can be very fierce off the line. And talking about fierce, Justin Newell's out there with little David. That very noisy twin-engine Honda. So Justin Newell up against Martin Wilmot. 500 blown triumph for this bike. Has been way down and towards the low nines. And unfortunately he's got some, not sure if that's fuel coming out of Justin's bike. And having to shut off. You can hear the difference in sound of that machine. Running quite a lot of nitro in that Triumph motor. Going through in 12.1. As Tim Howell comes out on his supercharged BSA this time. Been out earlier this week on his street machine. But this one supercharged 650cc's. Up against Chris Emmons. Quite an extensive rebuild recently, and it certainly sounded clean. 13.20. So Neil Baskerville going to be on a solo. 750 blown Triumph this time. And we move on to one of the stars of drag bike racing over the years. John Hobbs, not riding this time. That honour comes to Graham Sykes. Graham going for the rolling burnout this time. And as you might imagine, Graham is rather enjoying himself on this bike. Meanwhile, the other Graham Martin, sitting quietly down there on Olympus, John Hobbs' other machine. So Graham will be looking to launch a bit harder this time. .0, first time out at 140 miles an hour. Leaning the bike a little bit, but that looks like a nice one. And what a run there from Graham Sykes. 9.1 seconds. Fabulous second run on that machine. It might be nothing like his 5:45 on the rocket bike, but I can assure you he will have enjoyed that one. Absolutely brilliant run there from Graham. He found the bike was hooking a bit to the right on his first run, but he wasn't using a lot of power, but under load that machine comes to life. Absolutely fabulous to see the Hobbit here again. So Matt Owen on the Triumph in the slick tricks lane, only 350cc's that one. Up against the other team bike with Terry Darton on board having a few problems. But I think we're going back to four wheels, and I don't want to be anywhere near the tail end of Spider-Man when Julian launches, or when he does the Afterburner show. I got a bit close once, and I'm not going to be that stupid again, even though Annie thinks I will. Cheers, Darryl. Back to you, mate.
Thank you very much, Keith. Entertaining, as always. That was really good to see Graham Sykes on the Hobbit that time round. I think Thomas is back up there in the tower. If you can take over for a sec, mate, that'd be great.
No, you carry on.
No, I'm not standing here.
That's Darryl down there, stood right next to the jet of Julian Webb with the Spider-Man. He was due to run slightly earlier. However, we had to hold him back slightly so we could have the air display, which was very, very cool indeed. But for the first time today, Julian Webb brings his drag jet car out to play. Yes, I have to determine which jet car he's bringing because he has more than one of them. And once again, I shall take this moment to say hello to everyone watching on the live stream. Please message in wherever it is you're watching from.
Yeah, Julian was really on form yesterday. Well down into the 5, nudging 270 miles an hour.
Well, we have our high 5-second jet car. We also have a high 5-second fuel funny car. I think we should do it. Spider-Man versus Venom, what do you reckon?
Oh, I'm gonna go with the funny car, but we'll see. It's gonna be close. Current ET record's 577. He's been 586. The weather's better today, though.
It is, and a strong headwind actually helps the jet cars.
Sails all the way through to 582. Does improve, 268 miles an hour. We'll give him top speed. Not bad at all. That thing, well, back half's like a jet car, really, to be honest with you. 1.88 in the back half. Okay, give the team a round of applause, please, everybody. We're set, ready to go with Nostalgia Superstock Eliminations round number 2. I'm sure Colin is on his way.
I know he's late to do his homework.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to have me scribbling all over it in a minute. That'll get him running. I'll be forced, I'll be forced to do his homework for him. That's not going to go down well, is it? Right, let's have a quick look. It's that one, isn't it? It's that huge ladder, the Nostalgia Superstock ladder. So, John, if you that's all right. If you plug yourself in on the end there, sir. Thomas will help you through.
Saying that, I've already broken the headset. I've lost the little thing again.
Oh, well done. That's all right. It only happens on a daily basis. So, we have a very special and unfortunate guest up in the tower with us. The first time I've ever met him, and I must admit I'd rather the car was out on the track than up here. John Davidson, sir, it's good to see you in one piece, most importantly.
Well, thank you very much. Yes,
that's all right. The car looks, sorry for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit bent, but, hey, we can get there, we'll straighten.
You think so, yeah? I certainly hope so. Chris Charles should have been against Pete Wharton. No Pete Wharton in the other lane. Okay, Colin, I'm writing on your homework. If you can hear this, I am sorry. Colin keeps perfect track of everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he doesn't let anyone else touch it. But he's not here. And otherwise, if I don't do it for him,
well, I am, mate. If you want to know that his cars, just ask me.
No trouble. Rob Terrell and Royden Mitchell out there will be your next pair. Dial-ins for these two: 1068 and 10.30. Reaction times, there's a little bit in it. It's going to go to Rob. He breaks out by the least. He took a big margin at the stripe, so it will be Rob Terrell. What you can actually see up here, John, as well, if you check out the screen, you can see in real time all the run stats. So what we normally do is we spend a lot of our time, we actually spend quite a lot of our time looking at the screen.
Right.
Especially the reaction time ones. We don't say them out loud because people are racing. But the next pair is going to be Harvey Turner. Now, Harvey had, a 00 reaction time.
Wow.
Yeah, 006.
He's a good racer, Harvey.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. Up against another great racer. I mean, John Sleeth has got a number of cars, hasn't he?
This is going to be interesting. It's going to be so close. You wouldn't want to live on the difference with these two, I tell you.
They are both incredibly good at their art. That was our fault, you see.
Oh.
There we go. Again, John, if you look at that in real time, you can see how much Harley Turner red lit, unfortunately.
Yeah, red lit, broke out.
Yeah, not bad on both ends, as we'd say.
Yeah.
Okay, Jake Cawthorne and Dave Bilodeau. Now, Dave Bilodeau, again, another guy who's been doing this for some time now. He's got a fairly good stash of cars as well, hasn't he?
He certainly has, yeah. He's done a lot of work on my car. He's probably doing a bit more soon, actually.
Oh, yours. Is he going to be helping with the rebuild, maybe?
Possibly. You know, I've got to sit down in the week and
work it all out,
what we're going to do.
Okay.
But the car's too important to let go. You know, a lot of history with it.
Well, green light drag race. Dave Bilodeau's coming on the top end. He's going to be easing off. And that is a textbook win. Jake Cawthorne broke out trying to stay with him. It didn't happen. It will be. There's too many names on this. It's ridiculous. I can't find a single pair. Right? They are. Can you find that pair for me?
Dave. So I'm looking for the name.
There
Dave.
you go.
Ah, there it is.
There it is. Okay.
Right, Colin.
Thank
Now
you.
I'm scribbling on your.
You're scribbling, so yeah, Colin's going to be sprinting in a minute. So Glenn Dunford and Craig Elliott, again, two really, really good competitors. 11 flat is the dial-in the slick tricks lane for the Plymouth. Plays a 10.34. There you go. That's the way to do it. Find it before they actually run. That's what I was trying to do. Much healthier reaction times for both of them.
That was also a much better launch from Flynn. He's going to be careful he doesn't break out if he's going that quick.
Check that out for a race. 100th off his dial in a 0.7. Moving on into round two. Ty Strevitt, Nick Martin. So, John, how long have you that car? The car that you've had is it really is beautiful. How long have you had it for? Is it?
It was beautiful. I've had it 11 years.
Okay. And where did you come across it? Because we'd love to know where all these cars come from, because they're so unique.
Well, it actually came from. It originated in Arizona. It was what they call a race on Sunday and sell on Monday car.
Okay.
The real deal.
Yeah.
And Lyle Heck, I'll keep it with the Soper and Heck livery.
Nick Martin and Ty Strevitt going at it. Another really close one. Ty's not in front. Nick Martin takes the win. A 27 on a 25. Such a good race.
Yeah.
So, sorry, you were saying you keep it in the original livery,
I keep it in the original Soper and Heck livery because Lyle Heck from Cottonwood in Arizona, he raced it in Division 7, NHRA Division 7. Between 82 and 2006. The car's raced all over all those old defunct tracks now that have
fantastic.
Never,
what a story.
Exist, yeah.
And obviously the paintwork it's immaculate. It actually looks like a restoration, and it's not a restoration then.
No, well, it's been painted once about 35 years ago by Rick.
And that was it, was it?
No, I think Brian Whitfield did a bit of work on the roof.
Okay.
When Roger had it, I actually got it through Roger Butterworth.
It's an amazing car. Brian Huxley, Beavis Allen, your next pair. He made it. So Brian Huxley away into the distance. Here comes Beavis. Will it be in time? The answer is yes, it will. Beavis Allen knocks out Brian Huxley. Brian broke out by 0.02 of a second again. He was quicker on the tree. There we go, Colin. Back to you.
It's like I've never been away.
I was making a right hash of it, so I gave it to Thomas to make a worse mess.
That's good.
If that's all right with you. Anyway, sorry. So, but you kept the car in the original livery, everything else as well, and it really was. Was it same engine, everything else?
No, it's had a new engine since I've had it.
Okay.
It was a 589 wedge, big strong motor there.
Yeah.
and I was running it with a full exhausted bumper. I think the best I did were a 1030 with it a little while ago. But once again, Dave Bilodeau, thanks to Dave, he did all the work on it that 5 years ago for me, the mechanical work. Yeah, but it's a very, very good car, or it was.
It will be again, won't it? Neil Francis, Ian King, your next man. Wow, Ian breaks out. He got there, he took too much of the stripe. He had a big margin at the finish line, but just went too quick. So, Colin, fresh back from your expedition, off to surprise the governor?
Yeah, he did not have a clue.
Yep.
Didn't read his own programme.
That was evident.
It was brilliant. And John, thank you for taking the invite to come up and see us, mate. Really appreciate it.
No worries, mate. Any
really
time,
appreciate it.
Any time. Fellow racer.
Yeah.
What, him? Sorry.
Yeah, well,
sorry, okay. Oh, dear. Jason. Wrong forward and turned the red light on. Andy Butterworth will be moving on no matter what. 1060 takes the win in the slip tricks lane. Yeah, just a bit of a miscue on the starting line. Okay, Jared Heathcote and Paul Smale. So was that your, John, was that your kind of dream car? Is that why you ended up with it? Or
I've had American cars all my life. That actually is number 46.
You have?
Yes.
So one for every year of your life then, is that about right?
I'm sorry?
Ish? One for every year of adult life almost, that is?
More or less, yeah, you could say that if you wanted to.
Well, Jared and Paul going for this one. Jared's out in front. Double breakout though. Jared by a 10th. Paul Smale by less. Paul takes it.
Yeah, just in case you don't know what we refer to, unfortunately John had an incident or a coming together with a wall in the left-hand lane a couple of 100 foot out, and the car is sadly looking a little bit sorry for itself, hopefully to be restored to its former glory at some point.
At some point.
At some point, maybe. Okay, so Chris Goodale, should have been against Connor Hall, but no Connor in the other lane. Oh, wow.
Oh, perfect ET. 984 with a 0 on a 984 Darling.
That's how you do it.
That's it, yeah, exactly.
Okay, John Wilson and James Ellis. Another very stock-looking car. What we keep saying, John, as well, when we're up here, is that it just is like, it's like a racing, it's like a car show, but a racing car show, isn't it? It's terrific.
It's wonderful. That's what these cars were made for back in the 60s. You know, that's what that's the market they were aimed at. You know, aspiring drag racers. The young fellas used to buy them, and I actually used to write the timing slips out here in 1968 and 69. You know, when these cars were brand new, and the GIs used to come, the American Air Force fellas. You know,
that's amazing. When they were brand new.
When they were brand new.
When they were brand new. And you were brand new as well.
When I was brand new as well, yeah.
Right, James Ellis takes that one 11-11 to lose at 11:46.
So was that how you got involved with the drag racing scene back then, was it? Or you already had and liked American cars? Is that where it came from?
I loved American cars since I was about 3 years old, but I first started coming to Sandapon in June 1966, and I lived nearby in Rushton, so we never missed a meeting for about 10 years, and I ended up crewing on Roy Phelps's cars, you know, Stardust and all these, and indeed the Swamp Rat 21, which is in the marquee over there. Worked on that.
And then you thought, that looks fun, I'll go and do that myself as well at some point. Yeah.
When the money comes in.
Yeah, money comes today, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. Phil Hobson, Gary Lane. Can Phil Hobson take him out? The answer is nope, not today. Double breakout again. It was Gary Lake with the lesser of the two. Very well judged indeed.
Right, that is a wrap for round two.
That was quick.
Superstock. It was quick.
Goodness me. We're on to Gasser Circus. John, thank you so much for coming up. Please don't come again. We want to see you out there, not in here.
It's been
to
an
meet
absolute
you. Thank you for
pleasure.
coming.
Thanks ever so much.
That's all right. No, we really
I
appreciate
knew
it.
John would be good value on the headset. Shame I missed the start of it.
Oh,
but-
good man. Could be new. I did actually a bit of commentary in 1970 when I was about 15, but that's another story. Cheers, chaps. And thanks to everybody.
you
Thanks
very
to everybody that's been lovely to me. And
Magic.
Catch you all.
Thanks, John. Thank you ever so much.
Simon Press, Ray Irish going at it. Replacing Manfrey. Simon looks like he's out in front, and it is going to be Commander Si with a perfect run. 11.22 with an 8 on an 11.22 and a 0.3 light. Goodness me. That is outstanding. Well done, sir. In the other lane, Ray wasn't even hanging about. He was 0.6 on the tree.
Thanks, John. Thank you so much indeed, mate. Keep in touch.
So, Ray Turner, Steve Matthews up next. Now, what converters he got in it this time? It's pick your converter time, isn't
Yeah,
it?
somewhere in between
Would be
the two
good.
you've got would be perfect. The old one.
It's the cash converter. My goodness me.
Oh, look at that. Goes dead on as well. 2 dead-on runs in a row for Steve Matthews. Awesome stuff. What a first couple of pairs in Gasser Circus.
All right, on the back window of Jason Pickett's Cherry Bomb. It's happy birthday, Pete. And it's 10.10 as the dialing. Going alongside Billy Jones with Grumpy Grizz, 10.37.
Well, there wasn't much of a gap when they left. And Jason Pickett running down. Cherry Bomb moving on.
Yeah, those 6 light and a 13 on a 10. That was going to be tough to get around.
Yeah, took the strike by 0.12. Actually, quite big comparatively
Yeah.
margin at the end.
Right, Gary Nash, Patrick Hobbs. Gary Nash, perfect ET on his buy run earlier, don't forget. He went 10.4006 on that 10.40. He sticks with the same dialing, and he's going to go through again, as it is a cherry on the tree for Patrick Hobbs.
It was actually a red light for both of them. Gary went 0.2 red, but he did it second.
10.57 plays 11.15, but Gary Armstrong. Emily Latham-Taylor taking on Nick Hewison. 10.53 for Emily, 10.29 for Nick. Just 2 fabulous classes in there. Nostalgia Superstock and Gasser Circus, they're all on it, aren't they?
Well, this is the biggest trophy for a lot of them all year to win. On-time reaction times. Place the Grand Prix goes to Nick Hewison. Strangely, they were both on time on the line, but I beg your pardon, it was a breakout. Emily Latham-Taylor
by less than 100. Oh,
she
dear,
took
oh dear.
2 tenths on the stripe. 2 tenths.
Nick Hewison marches on. Right, last pair. Peter Nash, Simon Glenn. So matchups, round 3. Gary Nash has got Jason Pickett. Commander Si has got Steve Matthews. Nick Hewitson has got the winner of this pair.
That was polite.
Yeah,
From both
so
of them,
10.99 for Simon, 11.05 for Peter. And the win light goes to Simon Glenn. 11.48 against 11.32. Neither running where they should be, to be fair. Not a lot between them at the stripe, though. Less than a car length. But it's Simon Glenn that takes the win. That was frantic.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
That was some seriously close racing as well. So, Outlaw Anglia Race, I think, are next.
Yep. I had just had, obviously when we did the Spirit of 76 award, I just managed to take a little bit of a detour.
Like you do.
And I had to go and see our 2 Oscars.
Yeah.
So, first of all, popped in to see Nick Davis, and I can't really repeat all the words he said. Because it's not really for broadcast, but at the end of the day, he's still second gear launching, by the way, and it's when it really picked up and went.
Yeah.
And he said that was a ride and a half. He absolutely loved it. He said 6 years in the making that run was, and it just ticked every single box. And he was so proud that they got the first 6, especially for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And young Scott, it was just euphoric. No issues at all. Back in the pitch, servicing it, ready for another run. So good. And they are all deliriously happy without a shadow of a doubt. Absolutely superb.
His first 200-mile-an-hour run by some margin as well, as in that car at least, obviously.
Goodness me.
By nearly 20 miles an hour.
But it was the 6.
Yeah.
Because Bri got the 200 and Nick has got the 6. So, honours shared sort of thing. And of course I had the moment up there when I actually returned a t-shirt to one I bought that was too big. I've never done that before. So yeah, that was good. Then I popped round the corner to see the wily old chap next door, Brian
Twiggy.
Whitfield, the Twiglet. And he said I had to do something. And he came out with that, and it was just pure entertainment. They're working on the car. They're not 100% sure if they can make another run, but we will see. The fear is it could be something slightly jigged with the steering box, because although the car tracks straight, the steering wheel's not straight.
Yeah.
So something's happened, and they're trying to go through the car at the moment. But if they can, they will come back down. No damage from the blocks at all, and he's apologised for wiping them out. I said no, it was worth it for the entertainment. But no, it's so good to go and see people that are just absolutely loving what they're doing at the moment. And as we say, there's only 2 of them in the class at the moment, and they provide that much entertainment. What's it going to be like when the others start joining in? Oh,
It's going to be very good. Did he say what happened yesterday?
yes, he did.
Go on.
Okay.
Are you allowed to say so?
No, I can. I can't remember it word for word, but basically, at the end of the day, it's driver error. Right. Okay. So, and Brian is big enough, man enough to admit that's what happened. So he's going down the shutdown area. Something went awry. Something came loose. I don't know what it was, and he's like, oh, they need to sort that out. And he's sort of like
looking down
to see what it was. Then he looked up and he goes, I'm running out, or words to that effect, I'm running out of real estate to slow down. So he took the corner. He was only about 15 mile an hour, but he didn't have the steering lock to get round the corner, and just sort of went a little bit agricultural on us into the bushes.
So he probably
didn't
needed
go far. He didn't break anything at all. But of course, your insult was tame compared to the stuff that he's had to put up with.
Oh,
in the
really?
pits. Yeah. I said you've got to go and slaughter Thomas because he's called you Brian Whitfield, stuff like that. But he says, oh no, I've had it all. Don't worry, mate. That's why I had to bring the branch down. Two different stories from 2 different pits from 2 blokes that are just having the time of their lives. And both of them will openly admit they've never had so much fun at the drag strip than those two cars. Like, they just love them to bits. And Nick especially today, it was just, he's had plenty of quick cars. He's been 5 in a Pro Mod. He's been a 5 in Havoc. And to run that 6, he said, and in a short wheelbase car like that, he said that was everything I ever wanted. Just so special. And guys, just thank you for the entertainment, because it just took it up another level. Made it so special.
What I was going to say was what you just said there, which was Nick has been, I mean, he had a monstrous Pro Modified with the big nitrous engine in.
Yeah.
The Cutlass way back when. And that wasn't even as quick as that stubby little, tiny little Field Altered, you know. I still can't get over the original, one of the pictures when they got the car out of the workshop after the winter. And one of the crew laid down, I think it might have been Callum, his son, but they laid down next to the car and they could touch, you know.
Yeah.
They were basically, the length of the car was a person, that's all. And also Eva's Junior Dragster, I think, parked next to it. And the Junior Dragster was longer. And he's just been 218 miles an hour. Yeah, that. No ideas for Junior Dragster races, by the way.
Yeah. Well, to continue the story just a little bit there, and obviously Eva is like the next generation coming through. All being well, they will be at the Summer Nationals, fingers crossed. And Nick will run the car just to make sure, because he's protecting his little girl like any dad would. But I think the sooner that Eva gets in the car and starts driving the wheels off it and showing everybody that she's a Davis as well, I think it's going to be great.
I'm just wondering what Callum's going to do one day.
Oh, he'll find something. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll find something. But no, it's just so good. As a sidebar to that, the team have got T-shirts for sale. Obviously, the No Quarter Given T-shirts, but they've also got the Rat Trap T-shirts, and that's going to help fund Eva's racing with the Rat Trap T-shirts, and the No Quarter Given T-shirts help fund the other ones. So no, it's just all really good. So I feel like I'm a T-shirt salesman today, like plugging them left, right, and centre. But go and see the teams. Give them support. Go and see all of our traders, because if they don't sell a lot of stuff, they're going to come back. So please go and support everybody, and go over to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame merchandise stall inside the Nostalgia Marquee. Go and have a look at all the great stuff in there, and get hold of the 20th anniversary T-shirt. So that is the top one to get this year. So with your support, the sport continues. The Hall of Fame continues, the races continue to put on a show, because they don't make a fortune anywhere else, and they don't make a lot of money out of T-shirt sales, but every little helps.
Of course,
just go and support them.
Even if it covers the bill for the fuel for one run or something, anything like that.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
It all does help. This is possibly the most blue-collar motorsport going.
Oh,
as in
good, yeah.
you can race no matter whatever you want, in whatever class. You can start with bracket racing, you can start with your street car. You can start from.
And we all know the deepest pockets don't always win races.
That's right.
You know, budget racers can be very canny and do extremely well. But
All about racecraft as well.
It is, yeah.
That's the
100%.
thing. On that subject, check out who's coming round. Numbers 1 and 2 in points in Outlaw Anglia. This is a pair?
Yeah, rematch of the final of the Nostalgias.
Albert Carter taking on Nigel Green. Albert got trouble.
That didn't sound as strong as it has done.
It wasn't really a burnout. I don't know if he's going to get sent back again or not. Probably not by the looks of it. I noticed the nice bit of barn door engineering on the front just to close off the vent where it's sucking the air in through, or has been sucking the air through. So Nigel Green's been in the 7.3s. Albert's been in the... Sorry, that would be nice. 9.3s. Albert's been in the 8.3s. Second in drag racing is as good as an hour. However, none of that matters because it's about the win light. But that burnout from Albert was a bit ginger. Maybe it doesn't need heat. Maybe they don't want.
Yeah, I think the track's warm enough, and I think the tyres are probably warm enough as well.
This car was actually built as a street car as well. That's still quite unbelievable. Yeah, no problem at all. He was off the line first as well. That's going to be the end of Nigel Green's day. Good try from Nigel Green at 9:35, but just didn't quite have enough to get there first over the Hemi Pop in the other lane. Okay, Gary Hill, Colin Miller. Colin posted a photograph earlier of the wrap on the car looking a bit second-hand.
Yeah, with the caption, too much nitrous.
I think it might be the bullhorns that do that, but, you know, anyway, it's all good. Be interested to see whether he goes for it on this one or not, actually.
Well, it depends how many stages of nitrous he purges, I suppose.
I have a feeling it's going to be all of them.
Well, this is pretty much the best weather they've had all weekend. But don't count out Gary Hill in the other lane. He's been in the mid-9s if Colin makes any mistakes.
Nope, no purge.
Still shook the tyres though, went 1.11 to 60. Yeah, there wasn't a purge. He still goes 8:47 at 1:54 with a long pedal. This is going to be a really super close race. Danny Wilson, round about 8.6, taking on Lee Taylor, who has been, guess what, around about 8.6, there or thereabouts. I beg your pardon, sorry, Lee Taylor went 8.50. Danny Wilson in the round before went 8.60. This is a complete pick'em race.
So, Jason doing the final checks inside the car. Okay, Danny's in. Two very different ways of running mid-8s in a Ford Pop. Although the engine combinations are pretty similar. Lee Taylor nearly threw it all away by going on the blue, but he missed it by just that much.
I think Danny Wilson was thinking about something else when the light came on. He goes 8.76 at 1:55, would not have been a match for the 8 minutes. So Martin Payne and I can't call him Phil Middleton or Philip Middleton.
Nobody know who you're talking about if you call him by his real name.
Especially Philip. It's like Mick Chickett. Like
Michael.
No one calls him Michael apart from the race entry and his wife.
That's because it's his wife who entered him.
That's because what, sorry?
It's because his wife entered him.
That
It was Emma who did it, yeah. So, Martin Payne and
Ginner. The one and only Ginner. Right, so yeah, Martin Payne and Ginner going out here. Another incredibly close matchup. Actually, both of these in the mid-8s. Although Ginner qualified with a 9.10, he was back into the 8s in round number 1 or 2. I've lost count now.
round 1.
This is round 2. Ginner with 100th on the line. He's going to need more than that against Martin Payne. That's super close to the top end. Only a car length in it. Ginner puts in his best run of the weekend, but he was still beaten by a 10th by Martin Payne with a great Barbarian. Okay, another. So everyone's in the mid-8s apart from Colin and Jed. I don't think we're going to see, even though Jed made it through, we're not going to see him in this round. Who is he supposed to be against?
He's on bye run.
Yeah, he's not going to be here for the bye run. I think, yeah, that's it. So whoever he was due to face in the next round,
Lee Taylor,
will get a bye run. Is that to the semis?
Yeah.
Barnaby Levy, Rob Brindle. For a place against
Albert Carter.
Oh.
Well, Barner's been down to the low 9s. Looking to dip his toes into the 8s. He's going to need every inch of an 8-second run here.
Well, he's got a couple of tenths on the tree, but Rob Brindle's already gone by. .845, best run of the weekend, I think, for Barno. 9.09, 143 miles an hour. Once again, thank you for making the trip. Much appreciated. So if Albert Carter awaits, that's going to be one hell of a matchup between him and Rob Brindle.
Right, a two-seater dragster. And this time, it's not a 60th birthday, it's a 79th birthday. Wow. Steve Dudley from Essex. Many happy returns. Well, we don't know when the birthday was, but 79 and having to go in the back of the two-seater.
Yeah, because we had that a few years ago where a lot of them were birthdays and benchmark birthdays as well. But due to that weird COVID thing, they were all like 4 or 5 years older, yeah.
Yeah, this should have been a 70. No, it shouldn't. I'm only joking. I wonder who's the oldest person that's been for a ride. There we go. We know the quickest. I wonder who's the oldest person that's been for a ride in a two-seater.
.809, 164. Steve Dudley.
Okay, Willis Wars for the next session of the day.
So, their next run of the weekend, another one of these classes that I don't think do eliminations, as they're on with their next qualifier.
Alan Rimmel and Chris Coburn. Alan is the closest to his darling, actually, 13.98 this time round. Chris Coburn, 12.90. Chris going to get there first with a 12.68. That's a big old breakout. Not so big on the breakout there. 13.97 with an 8.9. Alan Rimmel, very, very close indeed to that 13.98. This is Guy Davenport. Target number him, 14.70.
Yeah, it should have been alongside the Headhunter, but issues there, unfortunately, once again.
So whilst that car goes up the track, don't forget in about 5 minutes' time, the final historic aero engines start-up will be taking place. That's 2:30. Just near the Vintage Hub. If you head over that direction, see these big old aero engines on stands, then you know you're in the right place. So their last start-up for the weekend is at 2:30. So Mark Bishop and Ray Vegas. Sounding a lot better than they did earlier. What a glorious day. You can't believe it's like, I don't know, 12, 13 degrees cooler than it has been, and it's still very nice out there.
Strong headwind now, though. That wind's definitely picked up.
Tell you what, I think that's, in a funny sort of way, it's a blessing in disguise compared to what we have been contending with. I can't believe we had a couple of spots of rain earlier. That's a really bizarre one. So, Mark Bishop, the Grey Vegas 41 Coupe. Beautiful looking car. A lot of love, effort, time, and money gone into this.
Yep, dialed the personal best, I think, is a 900.
First off through there, 1507 to 1600. I think people need to appreciate is you can't start these things up at home. And I know where Mark lives. I don't think he keeps it at the house. I think it's at Kim's house. But, you know, they're terraced houses in Northampton. It's like, oh, no way. Unless you've got very understanding or deaf neighbours. Right, we move on to the Wild Bunch. I believe it's their second run of the day.
It is. So Pete Wilfield and Joey Childs. Joey looking for 1076, Pete looking for 1070. 1086, 1039. Massive breakout there for Pete.
So that's Paul Tarry with triggers through. And the Hammerman.
Such a distinctive sound. Well, Andy left on the wrong tree. He's going to go down there looking for 1157. Ollie Young looking for 1340, and he goes 1149. Nice. And a 1432 for Triggers Broom.
All right, just looking over into the lanes, you can see, is that the Boston Straggler coming forward? No,
It is. He's running, but they're not entirely certain who's coming next. Well, it will be Snake Eyes with Andy Clifford and Terry Clifford with the Ratcatcher. Father and son matchup, both wearing fuel masks in their slingshots, just looking awesome. So Andy looking for 834. Decided to use all of the Slick-Tricks lanes in the last pass. Against Terry. Terry's looking for 1036. So father, son and grandson all down there on the start line. Thing. And he's going to get there first. Goes bang on his dial in. 8:34 with a 3.
That is a nice run. He went 8:32 earlier, 8:34 on that one. Wow. All right, Alan Schofield, James Griffin. Got the Scud altered and Kiss My Gas.
Yep, the Scud altered is for sale.
So rolling forward to the beams. Double breakout, but 9.18 on a 34. That was a bit bigger. But James Griffin, 8.63 with an 8 on an 8.65. Nicely done. That's more like it. That's more like it.
Captain Digit is what he's called apparently.
No, can you dig it?
Oh. Well, as Wayne Colliver's crew down there, as Wayne Colliver's in the Funky Digit. Against T-Roy with the Boston Strangler number 2. He's showing everyone the dial-in now.
Yeah.
Issues again for T-Roy. Wayne out there looking for a 9.27 goes 9.43. Oh, lots of smoke in the shutdown as well for Wayne Colliver.
Yeah, that's gone.
Offering to the racing gods. He has managed to pull over to one side in the shutdown.
Yeah, he's actually, as you say, he's pulled over. It's a little bit more to the right and has stopped there. Climbing out of the car.
Yep, he's out of the car, ladies and gentlemen. You can see him.
He's the big wave.
On the live stream there as well.
Okay, might be down for a couple of seconds. Actually, fact, that gives me a perfect opportunity. In actual fact, I'm going to hang fire on that because I can't see the car. No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait on that one. So we got one car stranded just before, well, about 200 foot out. I've got the other one in the shutdown area. So we're going to be down for a few moments whilst we clear these two cars away, and then we'll continue with the Wild Bunch here at Dragstalgia. But in the meantime, Nitro FM, if you could take over the airwaves, we'll be back with you soon.
go to Rob. He breaks out by the least. He took a big margin at the stripe, so it will be Rob Terrell. What you can actually see up here, John, as well. That was our fault, you see.
Oh.
There we go. Again, John, if you look at that in real time, you can see how much Harley Turner red lit, unfortunately.
Yeah, red lit.
All out what we're going to do.
Okay.
But the car's too important to let go. You know, a lot of history with it.
Well, green light drag race. Dave Villeneuve's coming on at the top end. He's going to be easing off. And that is a textbook win. Jake Cawthorne broke out trying to stay. I'll go and do that myself as well at some point. Yeah.
When the money comes in.
Yeah, money comes in late, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Phil Hobson, Gary Lane. Gary was another one for Phil Hobson take him out? The answer is nope, not today. Double breakout again. It was Gary Lake with the lesser of the two. Very well judged indeed.
Right, that is a wrap for round 2.
That was quick.
To me and,
Magic.
you know, catch all.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
Simon Press, Ray Ives going at it. Replacing round 3. Simon looks like he's out in front, and it is going to be Commander Sai with a perfect run. 11.22 with an 8 on an 11.22 and a 0 would be good.
You've got would be perfect. The old one.
It's the cash converter. My goodness me.
Oh, look at that. Goes dead on as well.
2 dead-on runs in a row. Well, there wasn't much of a gap when they left. Cam Jason Pickett running down. Cherry Bomb move. On-time reaction zones. Place of round 3 goes to Nick Hewison. That was polite.
Yeah,
from both
so
of them.
10.99 for Simon, 11.05 for Peter. And the win light goes to Simon Glenn. 11.48 against 11.32. Neither running where they should be, to be fair. Not a lot between them at the stripe, though. Less than a car length.
Still shook the tyres, though, and went 1.11 to 60. Yeah, there wasn't a
So the engine combinations are pretty similar. Lee Taylor nearly threw it all away by going on the blue, but he missed it by just that much.
I think Danny Wilson was thinking about something else when the light came on. He goes 8.76 at 1:55. Would not have been.
Yeah, he's going to need every inch of an 8-second run here.
Well, he's got a couple of tenths on the tree, but Rob Brindle's already gone by. A45, best quickest. I wonder who's the oldest person that's been for a ride in a 2-seater.
.809, 164. Steve. Chris going to get there first with a 12.68. That's a big old breakout. Not so big on the breakout then.
Yep, dialed the personal best, I think, is a 9.00.
First off through there, 15.07.
applause, please. That's Mark Coulsell in the dragster his dad built, what got him into racing in the first place. What a great little car that is, as well as the pickup too. So he's going to drive round the back of the tower, slot neatly into place next to his son in his own slingshot, and then we'll be firing every car up from there on. Let's hope he can make the corner, most importantly. There he is. Well, he's done the tough bit. He's going to slot in place next to Harley. This is a proper great moment for the Coulsell family. As sad as it is, it's still absolutely amazing. Give him a round of applause, folks, as he lines up. Father and son next to each other again in Grandad's dragster.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, fire them up. Let's get some noise going. I'm stood down here with Tony Billington. Tony, my goodness me, that car cackles beautifully now.
It does, it really does. We've got it just about right now. We've done a few things to it since the last time we used it, and it's about just on tune now, so we're really happy with it.
And you're putting fire in the pipes as well.
No, it's a special formula, and we can't tell you what it is.
No, that'll do. I know you're the man that makes this stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for everybody that's done the fire-ups. And, of course, yesterday's dreams with the Billington family. Well done. Now then, folks, we need you to clear the track. And obviously, you're going to exit to the top end. Keep to the left-hand side. And then once the track is clear, we have got a fire burnout for you. Now, obviously, we can't do that until the track is clear. So get your quick team photographs, and then let's clear the track, please. Thanks very much.
And we're back. So, fingers crossed, whatever it was that went up in smoke for Wayne Colliver is not going to be too costly. Lots and lots and lots of smoke. Wayne's absolutely fine, jumped out the car, gave us a wave. Just need to give the car a once-over. But we're back with the Wild Bunch. This is Rob White and Ian Armitage. Ian looking for 885, Rob looking for 1127. They set their dial-ins this morning, they cannot change those. And it's all about who runs closest to their dial-in over 3 runs. Ian, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer than that. There we go. Issues for Rob White by the looks of things, but Ian goes through 968 and a 13.3 for Happy Days. Kyle Southworth once again saying happy birthday to Alan Grimes for your birthday in the week. Been with the team 35 years. Up against Kev Osborne with the Texas Ranger. Chipping away at the number all weekend, getting more and more comfortable behind the wheel. Kyle is looking for a 900 in the Big Bro Model T. And Kevin Osborne with the Texas Ranger. Topolino looking for 11.00. I think he broke out earlier, if I'm right in saying. That was much more like it for the Texas Ranger. It's going to break out, goes 10.23, awesome. And a 9.02 for Kyle. 200s off his dial-in. About 8/10 off the dial-in for Kev, but he won't mind a bit. Dave Schumacher, the crewman. And James Auld, Little Faust. Dave looking for 985. James 1267. Dave with some smaller slicks on the rear wheels of the crewman. It's crazy how much different it looks now with the smaller rear tyres on. Oh, a bit of a hop, skip and a jump. James is going to get there first with a 1265. Good number on the dial-in, and a 996 for Dave Schumacher. John Sharrod. Gavin Mealy. John Sharrod was all over the place yesterday morning. Kept his foot planted, went down into the 8s, and he stayed there all weekend. 840 is the number he's looking for. 1170 for the Charlie Bang. It's quite funny, really, because we see a lot of these cars come out of the waterworks, and they're all built to be period correct, so they all come out on pie crust tyres, and then eventually they go, I wonder what it'll run if I put slicks on it. And then they never come back out with a pie crust on again. And I think there's two of them now. Andy Roy did it, and Charlie Bang did it, where they switched over to the slicks, and then put the front end about 6 feet in the air.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference. It changes the handling characteristics of the cars quite dramatically. .49 there for John Sherrod. Unbelievably, that's his slowest run of his runs in session, and yet that is still a PB before the event. Weird. We went 8:43, 8:29, and then 8:49.
Right, Rob and Pete Brown. And what's funny is, so we can tell them apart because they run different colour helmets. Pete wears blue, Rob wears red, but on our timing screen, they're the wrong way around. But it doesn't matter, we know where they are. Pete looking for 8:38, Rob looking for 10:34. The good thing about meetings like this is the car enters, not the driver. So these two, basically what it means is you can swap drivers through the weekend and give everyone a go. Rob in Rathchild is off in the distance, but Pete's going to get to the finish line first anyway, with an 8:36 on the 8:38 and a 10:37 on 10:34 for Rob.
Right, hold on to everything. Here he is again.
Joe, I had an inkling it was, and last run for Ford, the 7.3, just letting it just put it out there again. That wasn't full throttle until half track, which could work in their favour because you are easing things into it. It's a lot softer on all the components, but Matt and Skippy are confident it can take the full bore. So it's taking the hit with Ford behind the wheel. 7-second Ford. Talking about the drive around the car. Take it on Marie Mills, looking for 10.58. She went 001 off her dialing earlier. Well, it took the stamp. Ford with a bit of a feather as it has a quick fishtail across the line. Another 7.33, backs it up from earlier. Right. You'll see that in the Cannonball next year.
Right, very poignant run this one actually. This run is especially for Chris Gray. His interest in drag racing started back in the 1960s when he attended the early Dragfest at Blackbush Airport. Fast forward to the mid-80s, Chris's spectating days were over, and he and Mo Blackburn teamed up to form the Gray and Blackburn drag racing team, running a Ford Mustang. After a couple of years, Jigsaw 2, a rear-engine dragster, replaced the Mustang. This was raced for a few years, taking some wins and runners-up along the way. Into the early 90s, Chris, Mo and crewman Bob Regis campaigned a self-built Model T Altered, which was not particularly successful. Fast forward again to Escape from Reality was born out of Hauser race cars. Getting into 2018, Chris's health unfortunately began to fail, and with Bob also having a heart attack, it seemed like it was the right time to take a break after 30 plus years. As the crew chief and co-owner of all the cars, doing nothing race-wise never suited him. We'll be out for Dragstalgia, he said. This was the target he always aimed for. Sadly, Chris passed away early this year, not from the cancer that had fought him, but he was taken by pneumonia. And there you see, as the car goes into the shutdown area, you're going for a ride with this new owner, Mick Sharp, now called Dirty. Godspeed, Chris, our brother from another mother. And that was a very special run indeed, as we say, a fond farewell to Chris Gray.
Okay then. Very, very nice. And I think that may be the first time I've ever seen Scattering Bashes go correctly on the first pass.
This weekend, anyway.
Yeah, this weekend, yep. Okay, next pair then. Philippa Turton, Harley Coolsell. Great to see the camo back out for the ball breaker team.
Oh, yeah.
Mark and Steve in camo.
That means I can get back to giving Linson crap about not wearing them. Which always went down well.
This is the first time Mark and Steve have both been wearing camo with the car on the line.
Because Mark's normally in the car.
You're usually one of the other ones in the car. Up against Philippa Turton. That's Marky T out front. Rory Hart on the team this weekend as well. As well,
he did the Cracklefest last night in Philippa Turton's car, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Also,
Crackle, sorry.
Morgan, who's on the team, he's usually one of our timing guys. So, Philippa looking for 10.20, Harley looking for 8.15. He went 8.14 earlier. Which usually means that ball breaker's either going to go 8.80 something or a 7. Because it will never do the same thing twice. Well, not when you want it to anyway. Nice 08 reaction time for Harley.
Is that trans break again?
It was. 8.09 for Harley Coolsell. 161 mile an hour. There we go. There's two 8.0 second Coolsells now.
Nostalgia Superstock. Round number 3.
That was quick.
So, like he needed any help, Gary Lake is on a predetermined bye run with the vet, the roulette vet.
There you go. I told you ball breaker wouldn't do it again.
$12.68 the dial, $12.70 the run, light. Yeah, everything right. Next up then, Chris Goodale, Dave Bildu. Great mates off the track. Rivals for the next 9.79 to 9.84 seconds. 500ths difference on the tree. Good down 989, he got there first. Oh no, Dave Billidu got there first but broke out by a big amount, 976. So it's Chris Goodale that marches on. Well, Elvis already left the building and unfortunately Dave has joined him. Chris Shell, Craig Elliott, your next pair. The winner of this will get Chris Goodale. 10.21 for Chris Shell, 11 flat for Craig Elliott. And that is going to be Chris Shell that takes the win. Unfortunately, Craig goes red by 0.7.
Unfortunately, wastes a really good 11.08. However, the guy in the other lane was dead on. 10.21 ran a 10.21. John Sleeth, James Ellis.
Oh, this is a double one, this, because whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis.
A 2 for 1.
Yep. 10.98 against a 9.89. Well, so far, John Sleeth has taken care of Jack Bishop and Harvey Turner. Oh, wheel spin off the line.
Good reaction there, and the car didn't move. Is he going to get there? It looks like he will. Will he break out? No, he doesn't. That will go down as a whole shot win because he was 0.3 on the tree and the margin at the stripe was 0.1. 2 tenths in the bag. Off the line.
This is a good matchup. Boz taking on Robster's Revenge. Rob Terrell and Andy Bossenworth. 10.29 plays 10.54. Boz will be going first.
A glorious afternoon this has turned out to be. A bit cooler weather, but scatter cloud is just gorgeous. It's a big rain, nothing on the tree. Oh, look at that, 100th of a second off for Andy Bossenworth. Takes the win because Rob Terrell broke out. Okay, Nick Martin, Beavis Allen.
Nick looking for 11.25, Beavis 11.82. Nick is the latest winner in the class.
Yeah, no, he is hauling points in like mad because obviously this is going to help to the Lifestyle Championship. Going to make a big difference if he can keep going round. Beavis Allen, welcome back to the class. Good to see you here. I don't believe that. I know. Wow.
I thought, oh, that was good, and then it was, oh, so was that. Well, Beavis is going to get there first, does he?
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Look at this.
Oh, my.
Oh,
get a picture of that
quick. For this, quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is what drag racing is all about.
I think you guys got a reflection. Do that again, quickly.
Yeah,
you've got a reflection, mate.
No idea of what's just gone on. So, Beavis Allen goes 001 on the tree. Nick Martin goes 001 on the tree. The win margin, get this, 0.0000. Nothing.
They both went 001. They both went 200s off their dial. We got to get the win margin. My goodness,
there isn't one. Well, there must be one.
Right, this is Neil Francis and Paul Smale.
That's got to be the closest race we've ever seen.
Done. Yes. Neil Francis gets there first, but breaks out, hands the win back to a slow Paul Smale, who runs 10.18 on the 10.08. And that's us done for Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, there's got to be some more digits on the end of that which determine who won.
We're going to get it.
Yeah.
We are going to get those digits.
We have never ever seen a win margin of quadruple zero.
Quad zero. They're now letting us, timing crew, we're going to let us know what the other digits are. But both of them were 001 off the line. That was the
As well.
Yeah.
It was just a hell of a race. One, you know, whichever way it worked out.
Well, I watched Beavis launch and thought that was good, and then watched Nick launch and went, so was that. And then me and Colin, both in unison, goes, oh, well, I don't believe that.
That was nuts.
So we have our pairing set for Cannonball final rounds. We've got, I think, the final runs for Supercharged Outlaws in the lanes right now. The finals for the Nostalgia Cannonball are on their way down in about 5 minutes, so it's just told. So the two for the money, if you will, are 1 versus 2, which is obviously Eric Wallander with Trey Croner against Robin Reed. 3 and 4, Mark Flavel against Robbie Grabham. But the other runs, so whoever comes down, Mark Luton, Tony Betts, Bob Hawkins, Frederick Larson, Andy Real, Paul Harris. Now, the other thing is as well, these aren't necessarily the cars in order. They're the ones left running. That's the other thing. They're the ones that are still here and still running too. So it's been a really, really good show, and we're not far away from capping off and finding out who is going to be the winner of our Dragstalgia Cannonball this summer. Well, it's only 3:10. Goodness me.
I just want to see, if you can hear me down there in TV world, can we see a replay of that race, please, between Nick Martin and Beavis Allen? I just want to see what nothing looks like at the finish line.
We want to look at the finish line cam. That's what we really need to see. Finish line, if it's there, if it's available to us, Beavis Allen and Nick Martin in Nostalgia Superstock.
As the win margin has been revealed.
Oh, my word.
What's that win margin? What is that?
0.00053.
500 thousandths of a second?
We can't even begin to... Here's the man to ask.
Here we go. Coming up on the...
no, this is...
no, that's the...
Another matchup.
Not that pair. It's the one after, I think.
Thank you for finding it so quickly, Alex. But, yeah, I think it's the pair afterwards. It's the finish line cam. It's not that one. It's the one afterwards. Sorry, old chap.
Yeah, it's the pair after that.
Yeah, I think that is 500 thousandths of a second.
That's the gap. Not a lot.
The win margin. My goodness
There isn't one. Well, there must be one.
Right, this is Neil Francis and Paul Smale.
That's got to be the closest race we've ever seen.
So at the finish line,
Done.
distance yes. Neil Francis gets of an inch.
Wow. 0.09 of an inch.
0.09 of an inch.
Okay, so in modern terms, what's that in millimetres?
I'm just converting it.
A Rizzler.
That's really nothing.
2.2 millimetres.
Wow. That is incredible. 2.2 millimetres between them, and they both had 001 lights. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
You always go on about the best loser of a race. The kind of racer or the kind of race where if the loser had have gone against anyone else, they would have won.
Yeah.
It just so happened that the person in the other lane was better.
I mean, they're only 200s off dial. Okay, we've seen closer numbers, but it was the reaction times for both of them. And, as you say, to get a race like that was brilliant. Oof. Right, supercharged out here. No change of tack, actually. This event keeps on delivering. This year, the 60th anniversary of Santapod and the Dragstalgia edition this year has just been phenomenal. We've had record temperatures. We've had records set in the Oscars. We've had PBs all over the place. We've had memories that are going to last us a lifetime. It's just been absolutely jaw-droppingly brilliant. Loved it. And it's not over yet. It is not over yet.
So we're just waiting for the Supercharged Outlaws, who are around the back of the tower. Following them, I believe, will be the finals of the Nostalgia Cannonball. Just doing a couple of trips with the tractor.
Other things that have happened today. I know we've talked about so much, but I've got to doff my cap to Ford Skip this weekend. I know they've got a combination, but my goodness me, to back up that 7.3 with another one, it's just jaw-dropping.
With a pedal as well.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
Well, I keep thinking that this is one of the definitely one of the Dragstalgias for the history books.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Not only because of the anniversary, but because everyone seems to have shown up this weekend. And I was just writing a list then of all the moments that I can remember that's happened this weekend.
Yeah.
And I've got Brian Whitfield with the Twig, followed by Nick Davis 690.
Yeah.
Jed Guy doing the Ghost Rider run.
Yeah.
Colin Miller in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
The wheelie from the Outlaw Anglian was just something to behold. Tony Betts 577, Frederick Larson 614, Nick Davis 690, Ford with the 7.3.
No, wrong. Oh, sorry. The thing is that they're all so close. It's trying to find the right one. That was a good one, actually. Chris Goodale and Dave Billadew. Dave Billadew took the stripe. Those of you on the live feed, Dave Billadew took the stripe, but he broke out. Went too quick. So Chris Goodale took the win there with the Russo's Rat. But this is experienced racers going for it at the top end. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, and other moments as well. You've got us talking about telling Steve Matthews to put the old torque converter back in it before he then launched it to the moon again.
Just crazy. Let's not forget Christian Zulaf on Friday.
Yeah.
Sort of making his wheelie bar out of turning it into an origami project. Just folded completely.
Yeah, Adam Clayton on Friday as well with that driving job.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's just been incredible.
One that seems to have gone under the radar a little bit was Paul Harris with the Chi-Town Hustler. That driving job.
Yeah. Just came back from after, 3 seasons out? 2 or 3 seasons out. Boom, 660, off the trailer, straight in.
Off the trailer. And then the second pass, blazing the tyres through 60 foot. The car turned hard left on him, and he managed to keep it off the wall.
Yeah. Incredible memories of just an incredible event. A celebration of drag racing over the years. Highlights all over the place. And, there's so much more. Off-track stuff. I mean, today, it was brilliant. We just did the Peter Crane Award, as you know. And, James Forster had to drag Keith Bartlett on. We needed to go in there now. We're going to watch the Peter Crane Award. And then we announced the winner as Keith Bartlett. Keith didn't even know. And well, I saw my picture in the programme. I didn't bother reading the text because I'm in it all the time. Oh, it was brilliant. Oh, it was so good. And to catch Keith out like that was fantastic. But well deserved. I know he's the governor here, but without Keith and his team, and he'll admit this, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking to each other. We wouldn't be commentating. We probably wouldn't have drag racing at the level that we have now. And not only that, it's the support of the nostalgia of it all as well. Keith collects cars, the support of like the Hot Rod Drags and Nostalgia Nationals, Dragstalgia, you name it. It's just all part of it.
And it takes an awful lot of organising as
Oh
well.
my God, does it?
With it's not just a case of calling up racers from other countries and saying, "Would you like to come along?" Yes, please. Okay, we'll see you there. There's way more behind the scenes work to go on, especially
you just wouldn't know.
Especially since the UK left the EU, shall we say, there is a tremendous amount more paperwork to get cars and teams in and out of the country than there previously was. And there's endless
Can I just
work.
have a very quick moan?
Moan?
A moan,
Okay.
yeah. And basically, it's all the people that on the internet say, "Oh, that place makes millions. It spends millions." It's as simple as that. There's not a lot of profit at the end of the day. And the reinvestment in this facility, the money it spends just on medical cover, just on insurance, you name it, this place swallows money like you wouldn't believe. They've got 40 full-time staff, 200 part-time staff. And that's just to keep the place running.
Exactly.
And goodness knows what the fuel and energy bills are. The amount of generators on site. And this is a big facility to keep open. And the taxes as well. Don't even start me on taxes. Not the cabs to Wellingborough, but the taxes that you have to pay. I'm glad I don't try and run this place.
Yeah, there's endless behind the scenes costs. Endless. There is also, to produce events like this, there is a full-time staff that run this place, obviously, and it has to be viable.
Yeah.
And it has to remain viable, to remain going and to remain alive, to be able to do what we want, which is come here and have fun in the summer.
Yeah, exactly that.
So we have Supercharged Outlaws.
This is the final. Luke Watts, Jim Tucker.
Can Luke nudge it into the sevens? He was nearly there on the last run, even though I got the digit wrong.
Yeah, his PB is 8:01. So he's going to take a 7 to get a new PB. And Jim Tucker, the Hellfire Heavy, he's going as quick as he's ever been, but he's also going faster than he's ever been. He's knocking on the door of 160 mile an hour. Yeah, 159.04. His PB is 8:41. As I say, it's 8:01. What will you give to get that 7?
Supercharged and nitrous. Nice. Perhaps the nitrous is just there to tip him over the edge. Well, if he does, Jim Tucker's going to have to be on career form. He's been down in the 8.4s this weekend almost every single time. This for the big trophy, this for the top step. This is our first final of Dragstalgia 2026. And Luke Watt drills him on the tree. He's under power.
Great looking race. 8:06 and 8:36. That's a new PB for Jim Tucker. And it's his first time over 160 miles an hour as well. It was a losing effort because Luke Watts went 8:06 at 164. But well done, Jim.
Well, Luke on the tree, 0-2 off the line and an 8:06, so close to that magic 7-second run.
And I've never seen a team more disappointed to win an event. They won, but they didn't win with a 7, so they were hoping for a little bit more. This is Keith Freeman. We'll be alongside Ian Merriweather if Ian can get it started.
Yeah, looks like they've done it. Yeah. So Keith Freeman wheeled El Loco. So shorter burnout there for Ian.
So last couple of cars, or couple of pairs of cars actually, for the Supercharged Outlaws, and we have our drag standard Cannonball runoff races coming up right behind them.
Whilst we've got Supercharged Outlaws here, can I just say a big hi and welcome back to the pod, although he's not in the hot seat. Gary Parks is here.
Oh, cool.
So really, really good to notice that you're here, Gary. Sorry I haven't seen you. It would be lovely to catch up. But Gary, just so good to see you back here, mate. And we'll try and catch up at some point.
So 2 mostly 8-second cars, I think.
Well, Ian had it loaded all the way up. It's a shame he's not going to get a time because he went before the tree run, but that thing was awesome. A good 9:32 for Keith. Right, photographers out there, please tell me someone got a picture of that. Yep.
Yep.
That was wheels up to 60 foot. Let's check the replay. That thing was way up in the air at 60
Wow.
foot.
Just a shame he didn't wait for the green light, because that would have been good to see what he could do.
I do like the fact that Mark Fairhurst actually got brake lights on his car. Yeah.
Well, you said it's going to be a street car. That's why.
Well, so this is technically the B final, but just for K, because he should have been against Paul Dale, but Paul Dale's not going to be able to make this run. So, as soon as Kane makes the pass through the finish line, he solidifies himself number 3.
Well, he's knocking on the door of the 8s. Could this be the one? Hopefully all goes well as well for Mark Fairhurst.
Yeah, Fairhurst is on track next to Kane just to not take up any more track time.
Makes sense.
So, niggly problems for Mark.
Well, double step for Kane on the line. Don't think this will be an 8, but it's still a good looking run. Line 12, 146. And finally for Mark Fairhurst, 11:52 at 1:21. He gets to pull the chute on his street car. Yes, I said that. What an amazing looking car as well. That really, really is. I think there's a video that his lad put up of trying to get the damn thing in the trailer because it's so wide with the headers the way that they are, even with the tyres. Thank you, Rush Elliott. You got a video of that as well. Nice one. I presume you mean Ian Merriweather flying through the air.
That was awesome. I can only imagine he was hitting the throttle to put it on the 2-step, put on the trans brake, and there was no trans brake there. I also think he may have a poorly wheelie bar, because that is a lot higher than it's been before.
I just see Tony Betts with Venom go underneath the camera, so he's entering the pairing lanes right at the top.
Yeah, they're just getting everybody ready to go. So who's he supposed to be running against? Have a look. So it should be Andy Rohr against Paul Harris. I've seen Paul Harris, but not Andy Rohr.
No,
yet.
Andy Rohr's there.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Oh, rock and roll. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Bob Hawkins and Frederick Larson, they're actually ready to go right now. Mark Luton should be against Tony Betts. Mark Flavel and Robbie Grabham. And Eric and Robin.
Thanks to Kenzie for the pictures of that. He's got some cracking pictures. So Ian, when you watch this back, go see Kenzie. He's got some brilliant pictures. And one thing I've just noticed is he's about 50 foot out. The front wheels are higher than the back wheels, which is a weird thing to say. But the butterflies are wide open.
As they should be.
Yeah, never lifted.
He's going to be so glad he hasn't sold it yet just for that one photograph, I think. Really. That's what you need on your wall.
Interesting one, this. You know, we were going deliriously silly about that super close race earlier on. Spencer's messaged me. 2022 main event, semi-finals of comp. Dan Williams beat Spencer Tram, right, by 0.00019.
That's closer.
Whoa.
That's closer, or 1 millimetre. 1.004 millimetres. There we go. Let's have a closer one.
Yeah, let's do it. There's still a gap there.
Yeah, there's wiggle room.
Yeah. I think my closest race by distance was 3 millimetres.
Yeah.
But that was 0003 or 0001 at the stripe.
It's cutthroat world out there. It really is. I remember when Nigel Green, when he had the Beetle, did a perfect ET, and that was 5 zeros.
Ooh.
I can't remember how long ago. Nigel will know. He'll or Steve Hudson tell me when it was and correct me on the numbers. But it was ridiculous, that one was. And then they kept moaning at me, said, "Oh, he didn't try hard enough." But that's what you do. That's what you do. Right. Oh my goodness me, my iPad's overheating now. There's so much going on. Colin Miller's been in touch. Colin's always in touch, which is really good. Can you possibly do a wee favour and give a shout out to Sheila Climby on her birthday today? Good Scottish pal sitting on the banking enjoying the races. Right, let's see if we can spot her then. Sheila Climby, where are you? Are you up there at all? Yeah, there they are. Many happy returns. All the way from Scotland. And that is from Colin Miller. Right. Question from Steve Evett. What was the quickest ET for the two-seater? Can you remember that one?
Yes, I can remember. That is why I'm pulling it up on my phone.
Yep.
Paul Brown reckons it's 7:58 at 176 miles an hour.
Wow.
But apparently it kept braking, so they had to slow it down a little bit.
No, the reason that Steve Evett asked that, he went 7:76 at 172 when he went for a ride in the car a few years ago. But no, really, it went that quick?
Yeah, 7:58 with Steve Warner driving, and it's been 7:69 with Paul Brown driving.
Wow, that is just incredible. Linda Cook, no, I've already done that one. I've done that one. I will PM that one as a response. So that was Darren. I will get back to you on that one. Engines running.
We have. Quick shout out as well to Dion, Gemma and Alfie on the VIP. You've got the prime view now to watch the final for the Nostalgia Cannibal.
Never count those two out, those of you looking on the live screen. Robbie Grabban just getting his race boots on in Freddy's Revenge. And, of course, Mark Flavel. They are racing for third place.
Oh, so that's the B final, is it?
That's the B final.
2 methanol cars.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, work is going on at the minute behind the tower, but everyone's walking around, so I can't quite tell who's
coming round first.
Yeah. It will be Frederick Larson with the awesome Topolino making his last run of the weekend, taking on Bob Hawkins.
Yeah, well, Bob's tow truck is moving out the way, and here comes Bob. New combination now for Bob, not running nitro anymore. I mean, he was a low dosage of nitro, but it was certainly in the tank. But no, he switched over. A new combination for him, and he reckons he can get more power out of it. More power means faster runs eventually.
Anything you can do, I can do further. Frederick Larson went 6:14.
He's almost gone to half track with that burnout.
It's pretty impressive.
That is an awesome shot on the live stream as well, I just saw then. Yeah, Frederick Larson, 6:14 earlier on today. He got so close to the centre line. There is a limit to how far you can push a car. And the good thing about this racetrack is the way that the boys prep it. It is prepped the full width. We've seen cars run 5-second passes with wheels on the centre line, just something unheard of anywhere else.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot of stuff I watch online, is a lot of stuff from the States especially, where they really do only prep the groove. Get out of the groove and you are in big trouble. But Frederick Larson nearly tried the traction in both lanes earlier, kept it pinned and went 6.14 at 222, which I think slightly, only slightly eclipses his personal best of 6:15.
Yeah. Cracking runs from Bob all weekend as well, chipping away with the new combination, down into the 7.2s for him in the last run. The car has been mid-6s, I think 6.6 something, or high 6.5s is his personal best on nitro. And he doesn't want to be going any slower than that with his new combination. Massive tyre shake for Frederick Larson.
A little bit too hopped up, unfortunately.
Or bits flying around for Bob Hawkins. It looks like blower belt is what's flying off Bob Hawkins' machine.
Might be able to pick that up on the replay actually as get that loaded up.
Yeah, it sounded really, really lazy as he clicked it into second gear. And the good news as well, the track crew are going around picking things up. So
there we go. Here comes the replay.
Yeah, you can't see much
looking at
from
Bob.
well, there's nothing.
Couldn't tell from that.
Yeah, no smoke. There was no drama, but just lots and lots of black stuff as Frederick Larson parks it quite nicely after the gantry.
Well, Frederick Larson does have a victory of some sort because he finishes the weekend as the quickest altered. We had 4 fuel altereds, and it was the methanol car that was the quickest of all of them. The only thing that's a bit unfortunate, it's a shame it wasn't sort of 3 or 4 runs in a row because he'd be sitting around here waiting to run the final. But thank you very much indeed for coming over, everybody on the Psychotic Express team. I do hope it was worth the trip. Please come back again and bring friends, as we always say. So Frederick is pulled up just past the finish line. Track crew are doing their thing, and we are lining up. Andy Roar underneath the tower. Let's hope this goes a lot more to plan than, well, just about every other time, really. His first run yesterday, it was absolutely marching. It really was. You can notice the body's been modified. That's a drag racer term for it's had a bit chopped out a bit because the because the rear tyres were growing on the way down and starting to rub on the body, which is what was happening. But that's because he'd never been that far before. He'd never been that fast before.
I remember a conversation we were having, Daryl, about battery technology.
Yeah.
It's a really, really strange conversation to just randomly bring up. But back in the day, it used to be a truck full of batteries to start one of these things.
The starter box was ridiculous. It was like took 2 or 3 people to lift it, and now you've got one dinky little handheld battery pack. That's it. It's amazing, and it's enough. It's enough oomph, if you will, or voltage probably is the technical phrase, to spin over a nitro Hemi and get it started. So Frederick is hooked up and moving to the quad. So Andy Roar and Paul Harris will be your next pair. I think Mark Luton and Tony Betts around there too, and then obviously we've got our 2 races at the end for first, second, third and fourth.
Do we know what happened to Andy? Why he had to go back to the pits? Did we find out on that? But
no, I was going to say Jamie did actually very kindly message me last time. What it was something in the just in the electric box just went dead, and they fixed it in 5 minutes of going back to the pits. That was last time, not today. But I suspect it was something similar. If the car won't spin over or whatever, it's normally electrical related.
Right, track is clear as the altered goes through the scrutineering exit.
So, real good luck to Andy Roar. That run back at the main event in the 580s, and he kept his foot in it all the way through. Somewhere over 220 odd miles an hour, I think it was. You'd normally expect a bigger speed, but for that sort of ET anyway. But I was chatting to Jamie about it, and he said it's to do with the gearing in the rear end. That sort of runs out of legs a little bit.
That's Wendy Baker heading off home. Shame we didn't get to see the car put in just one more run.
Yeah, good to see Paul Harrison back down here as well, considering he made his trip up the track, maybe not in the same fashion that he'd like, or the same amount of throttle that he'd like.
Yeah. That was probably one of those things. They just got back. They got back, looked at it, and went, "Oh yeah, connect that. There we go.
Yeah, done.
Solved." Okay. They're getting a thumbs up.
Well, that's much more like it. side-by-side, nostalgia funny cars. Could even be for the first time this weekend. Donk's trying his best to get the body latched on the nitro bug. That's it, he's got it now. Frantically working under the body.
It's a good job he's a big lad. He put all of his weight on it and it behaved.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
It's very noticeable as well from this viewpoint. Completely different stances of the cars. The Omni is really wide at the back with a big wide wing. The Bug isn't. That was the other thing I was going to say about when Andy ran that 5.8 back at the main event. It's incredibly brave to go that fast with a body style that no one's ever tried before, because you don't know whether it's going to stay stuck. But obviously they worked it out right. I remember when this car came here and was on show at this event, probably 10 years ago, maybe, something like that, as a work in progress, and now here it is, 5-second race car.
Yeah, I think when the idea was conceived as a Volkswagen Beetle funny car, it was only designed for a naturally aspirated big block or something like that. Things escalated quite quickly.
Yeah, there's a full-on funny car chassis underneath there. Jamie just making the last-minute adjustments on the hat. And it'll be Andy Raw and Paul Harris lining up. Jamie will be in his own car in a month's time, back at Mantorp again. See what Andy can do here. The last pair of side-by-side nitro funny cars of the weekend. Paul Harris with a great... Oh, whoa! 598 at 222 miles an hour for Paul Harris. His first ever 5-second run.
Where in the world did that come from?
Well, that was storming all the way down, 101 to 60-foot, 8th mile, 387 at 194. Goodness me.
Wow.
That car has been a quickest of 6.30 up to that point. That was outstanding. We have another 5-second funny car here in the UK, and it belongs to Paul Harris. And it's the Chi-Town Hustler. They're all
my word.
high-fiving, glad-handing down there as well. That was outstanding.
Go on, Colin. What were the short numbers on that?
Oh, dear.
Great. I just went like 101.
Yeah.
387 at the 8th mile at 194. Yeah. It still sort of ran out of steam a bit at the top end, but still went 598 at 222. While we were busy watching that, Andy Raw was looking at the wall. Andy Raw... Wow, the car they both launched about the same, but Andy chatted the tyres about a couple of 100 foot out. The car took a left, and that.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the
right.
whole Seaward family down there enjoying life as it is. Yeah, tell you what, that was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Is that what's going to be now known as the Seaward effect?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Yes, I thought it might be.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Give him a huge round of applause. Outstanding run for Paul Harris. Been away for a couple of years now and comes back with a 5-second run. Also, please give it up for the Nitro Bug team, trying really, really hard.
It's been one of those frustrating weekends, and I'll tell you what, Andy drove the wheels off. He was hanging on to that as much as he possibly could, and it got a little bit twitchy to the point where all of us in the tower were going, "Ugh!" But he kept it going, didn't touch anything, and they lived to fight another day. This event just keeps delivering. We're running out of... I don't think I've got any space left in the emotions to get any more in. But we know there's more to come. We've still got the final of the Dragstalgia Cannonball to come. We've still got Tony Betts to run yet. I mean, he's been 5.7s already. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
The thing is, mate, as well, is that it's only June and we've had 2 more members of the 5-second Nostalgia Funny Car Club just alone this year, which is exceptional.
Just magic.
Yeah. Tim Garlick's probably watching at home with his bottom lip out going, I wish I was there. We do too,
dear,
obviously,
oh dear. just to keep a follow-on from Funny Cars just for a second, Chris Ira's been in touch. A quick message to all the fans that came by and wished us well with the Time Warp car. Sadly, they damaged the sprag in the gearbox on the launch. Despite having spares, they weren't compatible enough to make a new box. So well done to all the Cannibal teams for the awesome show. See you at the next meeting. And say a big thank you to the fans. Chris, consider that one done. But my goodness me. My goodness me.
Something you wondered about. Dennis Brittle's birthday today. And of course that car was only built.
Paul Harris, 598. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Still can't get my head around that one. Okay. Next car's fired up.
It's going to be Mark Luton taking on Tony Betts.
Been looking forward to this one. I mean, Mark Luton, let's not forget Mark Luton this weekend. Into the sixes with the Chariots of Fire slingshot.
Not just the sixes, 680s.
6.8s, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for Keith Lee as well for coming up into the tower and telling us that I apologise we didn't know. It was the late great Dennis Brittle's birthday today, and the reason Paul Harris is into drag racing was a whole tribute to the man himself.
Yes,
so
of course.
what a time to run his first ever 5-second run. Mark Luton, fresh from his first ever 6.8 something. Going up against Tony Betts with Venom. There's a second between these two. So this is the 5th and 6th place runoff. Then we've got 3 and 4, 1 and 2.
And we have the trophies up here for the Dragstalgia Cannibal. With Venom, the Queen Kids car on the premises this weekend. Best of 5.77. He had 2 5-second runs. It was a shame that in the middle of it he had a 10.59, which picked it back a bit. Mark Luton, what a weekend for him. 7.01, 7.49, and then that 6.89.
Good luck to both of them. Let's see if Uncle John Wright has stepped on it for this final run of the weekend for Venom.
Well, Tony's going to do his best to run him down, but Mark Luton's out in front. Lots of smoke. It's Tony just 6.90, takes it by only 0.06 of a second. What a race that turned into.
Mark Luton's going, I'm winning. Oh, there he is.
Win margin 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, if you check out if you're watching at home on the live stream, you can see how close that was at the finish line. Tony was hunting him down. Now, what we were talking about earlier, that's what surprised me, that Tony didn't do that yesterday on the second run. But obviously, he was able to get back in it that time and wasn't taking no for an answer.
Yeah, that's the racer in him, not giving up on it. In nitro cars, you don't really want to pedal them too often. But
well, he did the right thing, let it settle down, got it going again. So quite often, when they shake or when they spin, you don't stamp on the throttle again. You if it's at all possible, you walk into it. You just sort of ease back into the throttle, and then they tend to settle and go. But what a show. He's going to finish with the quickest elapsed time of the weekend and one hell of a race against Mark Luton as well, which he did actually take the win light. Probably killed a few mosquitoes at the top end with that smoke, but it is what it is.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dragstalgia 26 has been, I personally think, the best one. And
we haven't finished yet.
I know we haven't finished, but showed both teams a huge amount of appreciation. The Venom team, Tony Betts, Not only has he been in the 5.7s this weekend, he was announced as an inductee into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And it's moments like that that he'll never forget. And he also driving the wheels off the Venom car that time round. Went pop at the stripe. But my goodness me, what an event. And the Venom team got a little bit of work to do to get Tony ready for his next run. But thankfully, it's not here this weekend.
Well, there's enough of them. I think they'll be all right.
Oh, yeah. There'll be a few trips to Essex to go and put the car
Sort it out,
together.
yeah.
So that is Tony Betts taking 5th place in this weekend's Cannonball. Mark Luton takes 6th place. We still got obviously a car in the shutdown area. And
is that Mark Luton, sorry, first ever big event?
Yes.
And he's ended up number 6 out of 20 cars.
Yeah.
That's very, very
And he's
impressive.
had 2 6-second runs today. Just perfect.
And he got a Nitro Funny car coming past him at 40 mile an hour quicker than he was going, and he was doing 198. Yeah, as you say, Darryl, I can only imagine if Mark in that car then gets to 1,000 foot, goes, he's not next to me, and then all of a sudden he gets to the speed block and a smoking Venom goes flying past.
Yeah, a few people tuned in. A few people saying it's the best one ever. Craig Wright, once again, mate, happy birthday. He'll be down in a couple of weeks. No better way to spend a birthday afternoon just watching the live fit. If you can't be here, watch it online. Right, next pair fired up. Top end is cleared. And it is our 3rd and 4th place runoff between Mark Flavel and Robbie Brabham.
Now this really is a pick and choose kind of race. Mark Flavel's got the performance advantage on personal bests, but this weekend I think the consistency has to go to Robbie Brabham. Methanol Big Block takes Methanol Hemi. Shortest of burnouts there for Freddy's Revenge.
Well, the body on Mark Flavel's car has been around a long time. A long, long time. Was that possibly Wendy's old body as well?
I'm not sure.
It may actually have been, because it's the same. It's Mach 1 Mustang. It's the same style, but on Mark's own car with his own design on there. But what I was just going to say, going back to points and the Nostalgia Cannibal series, he was in the final at the first one. He's now in, effectively, the B final of this one. He's going to be in the lead.
Robbie's been in the B final of both.
Both, okay. But he's been in an A final and a B final.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the outcome of this race then. That's the one.
Yeah. Flav came runner-up at the Nostalgia Cannibal and the Nostalgia Nationals. Robbie Brabham came in 4th place. Who's going to get 3rd here? Robbie Brabham drills him on the tree. Can the horsepower of the Hemi run it down? You're going to have to choose where to struggle. I can't tell. It's Robbie.
On a whole shot. 7.02, 192 against a 690 at 196. Win margin 0.18, but Robbie Brabham, sharp as anything. Sharp as a plastic knife, as he keeps saying. 0.9 off the line. 0.39 for Mark Flavel.
So that's a win in the B final. The B final here. A runner-up in the A final at the first one. Yeah.
I can only imagine these two now can only be separated by what is going to be a couple of hundred points.
Mark Flavel was the runner-up at the first one.
He was. Robbie was the runner-up of the B final at the first one.
Right, sorry, okay.
So they must be virtually neck and neck now.
They must be, yeah. But they've got to be 1 and 2 in points.
We have one race left in the Nostalgia Cannonball for 2026. The 60th anniversary year here at Sandy Potter Raceway. I want to say a huge thank you before we have this race to all the staff, everybody. Give the Flavel team a big round of applause, please. They've had a terrific weekend. I know Mark struggled for years to get that down into the 6s, but look at that as well. His quickest run of the weekend for Robbie Grabban in the final, 7:02, and he comes away with 3rd place at the Dragstalgia
That was
Cannibal.
Mark Flavel's quickest run of the weekend as well, actually.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, because he went 6:94, 7:03, and then 7 flat. And then he saved his best for the final.
Well, I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody, marshals, all the, but mainly, I know Keith does this all the time, but all you great race fans that have come and spent your hard-earned with us here this weekend. We really, really appreciate it. We know on beautiful weekends like this, you've got the choice of anything you want to do, and any way to spend your money, and we are actually privileged that you decide to come and spend it here watching some seriously world-class nostalgia drag racing. So thank you, and we hope you've all had the most wonderful, wonderful time. We've got one more race, like I said, for that. We've also got the Oscars, or maybe Oscar, behind. We just have to wait and see. We've got Outlaw Anglia around, where are we up to? 3, 4? Can't remember. 3, I think it is.
We are somewhere with it.
Yeah, the day the day gets very pointy from now onwards very, very quickly, for the simple reason that the big fields of the classes are being narrowed right down, and also we have the final runs for things like Wild Bunch and some of the other classes as well.
Supercharged Outlaws?
I think they had theirs, didn't they?
Yeah, they have
their
theirs,
final
yeah.
rounds.
Hashtag we're quarterfinals for all of our classes. There we go. The ones with ladders that I've got here.
So that's Gasser Circus, Nostalgia
Old school
Superstock,
stockers.
and Old School Stockers as well. And while it's gone quiet again, I just wanted to say thank you very much indeed to Keith Lee for coming up here into the tower and reminding us that it is Dennis Priddle's, or would have been Dennis Priddle's, birthday today. The great man himself was the one that inspired Paul Harris to get into funny car racing. Paul Harris actually built, it was originally Priddle and Harris Racing. It was Paul who built the tribute to Dennis. And wouldn't you believe it, he runs his first ever 5-second run on what would have been the great man's birthday. That's quite unbelievable. So it is Trikrona, or 3 Crowns, versus the 3 Lions. The 3 Lions are little and mighty in this case. The 2.5 litre Daimler versus the 8 litre V8 Hemi in Trikrona.
It really is David versus Goliath here.
It is every time with Robin, but it doesn't seem to faze him, hence the fact here he is in the final.
One thing I love about, if you want to talk about how small the engine is in the Triple R racing machine, the pistons are the same in a Triumph motorbike. Genuinely, because
he doesn't use those though.
You can swap and change them. It's the reason why you can run Daimlers still to this day. It's because I think the Daimler Hemi was designed by the same man who designed the Triumph motorbike engine. I'm not entirely certain which engine it is, hence why I'm just saying Triumph.
I have a sneaky suspicion as well as to why Robin and the team are very, very well versed in running this car as it is. However, I do happen to know, and I've seen him around, he's got a certain Mr. Dave Wilson with him this weekend. And I do know that Robin's taken his fuel system down a few times to Dave to get it flowed. And Dave has kind of, between them, they've worked out the right direction to go. Here they are in the final. That's all I'm going to say, nothing else. And there is the great man himself.
As if on cue.
Exactly that. He's out there on the track waiting for Robin to come round.
Well, here he comes. Just looking like the Terminator sat in that thing. Sign written with his name on the side. Wait for Trikrona.
So, nice big burnout from Robin. Here comes the funny car. They're just going to have to hurry him up, but here he comes. So, even though so far it's been on aggregate times, this is a winner-take-all final round. Oh, look at that. He's even got Dave on backup duties.
Yeah, Eric was doing the right thing and hurrying up his procedure.
Yeah.
But he was going that fast, the crew couldn't keep up with him.
So, Triple R racing for the Three Lions against Trey Croner. Your final round at the 60th anniversary Dragstalgia Cannonball. Trey Croner has been the quickest of the two, however, never count out that little dangler. If anything happens, like what happened with Tony Betts where he spun the tyres, it's going to be Robin. However, if it goes to form, it will be the funny car. It's almost fitting it's this way. The UK against Sweden for the big trophy. Robin won't get a time. Quickest run of the weekend for Eric with Trey Croner. 6:47 at 212 miles an hour. Sadly, we're robbed of actually the race. I don't think Robin would have run a 6:47 though, to be brutally honest with you. So, congratulations to the team down there on the starting line. Unbelievably, the biggest ever funny car race in Europe was won by Trey Croner, and the 60th anniversary Cannonball race is won by, you guessed it, Trey Croner once again.
That was a brilliant looking run for Robin Reed, to be fair.
It was. That was much quicker than the 6.9s he's been running before. I think what happened there is he was so ready to hit the tree when Eric put the stage bulb on.
He thought that was it.
He was it. He's going.
Don't go anywhere. We've still got Oscars. We've still got loads more to come. We've got the jet car around there as well. You can see Colin, actually. Go on, tell us what's there, because I can't see.
Right, actually, Simon Hayward is in the lanes, and we think he could be on a full pull on the licensing. We'll double check on that. Ricky Gowan is down there with a Cannonball car. We've also got the Spider-Man jet car in the lanes as well. It's just so much to come at you. Bikes are back in the lanes as well. And we've got Outlaw Angler in the lanes. Just a quick one I'm going to read out. Lincoln-Sell's just been in touch. I don't know if you know this one. But you know, they were selling some of the memorabilia that Ian, that Mark had bought up on behalf of his late dad. They raised £400. And that has been very kindly donated to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame and the Benevolent Fund. So massive thanks indeed to the Coolcells for such generosity, and B, for just doing what you're doing out there, and offering that to the Hall of Fame. It's
don't have to do that.
No, it's
giving back.
It's giving back.
It's called paying it forward, I think is the modern phrase, isn't it? So, Robin Reed's team off to get him, console himself with being in the Hall of Fame. That won't be too bad, and a runner-up trophy. However, we have been conquered by those pesky Vikings again. Congratulations to the team. Thank you very much indeed for coming. They're actually kind of perfect, because the last time it was Tober with the funny car. This time it's Trey Croner. So, come on, bring another one. Do it next time.
That's it. Well, it's Frederick's turn next. Then that way they can complete the team.
That's the one. They share it out nice and evenly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, a little bit of track grooming. We've also got another licensing run from Ricky Gowan with the Cannonball car, and Simon Hayward too. And unbelievably, for the first time since I can't remember when, I can see a Turner, and it's Mr. Steve Turner over there. Ricky used to crew for the Turners for many years. Unless my eyes completely deceive me, but I'm pretty sure I know that stance. So yeah, last couple of sweeps, and we're back to it.
those of you tuned in to the live stream can see images of Ricky Cowan's Cannibal Car. Of course, Ricky's been around the sport a long, long time. But fair to say, you know, it's run on such a tight budget. And you know it's just going to come good eventually when funds allow. Also down there, Simon Hayward with the Hound Dog tribute car. I think it is going to be Simon next. Just waiting to find out.
Well, you won't have to take that long to find out because the tractor's parking up.
Ricky. Oh, no, hang on.
Yeah, it's Ricky next.
It's
I'm cheating slightly, Colin. I'm looking at the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, car coming around the corner now, emerging from the pairing lanes.
Well, it was a lovely straight burnout. Just
nice and strong.
Towards the centre line a little bit, but it won't matter too much. Still chipping away at the tune, as Colin said, really is running a shoestring budget.
I mean, whilst Ricky's just backing up, just some of the other stories that I've heard today. One that I didn't actually manage to get out because it just ran out of time. But yesterday's dreams, the cackle car, went to fire up this morning, bent a rod. And would you believe, Anthony Billington went home, got a spare, came back, put it back in the engine, and they got ready for the final fire up later on.
Fantastic.
What everybody goes through just to get going is unreal.
So good luck, Ricky. The car just edging ever quicker. That was indeed Mr. Turner, I saw. He's down there on the start line for the first time in the UK for I don't know how many years. I haven't seen Stevie T for a long time. Well, he's certainly driving it like a funny car. Well, it's a bit quicker. 10:14, 139. Another step in the right direction.
So next up should be then Simon Hayward. And as I said, subject to confirmation, we think he's on for a full pull here.
Well, we'll soon get the confirmation if he...
when he's doing it, yeah.
When he's out there. He goes. Well, he ran an 8.2 on that run earlier, which, considering how early he shut off, was, right there. What you need to do. That's Lee Taylor going home. I thought he advanced. Okay.
Oh, that's a good point.
He had.
I thought he did, yeah, there we go. Anyway, Simon Hayward getting the queue to fire up. We've definitely got Nick down there with no quarter.
Oh, my word, yeah. And he had a buy into the semis, and he had got a buy into the final.
He's just towed out.
I saw it. Oh, my word. So that has made the race between, unbelievably, Rob Brindle and Albert Carter.
Yeah. Whoever wins that is in the final.
That goes into the final.
Well, it's the way it goes.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. Oh, my goodness me.
War of attrition, I think, is the phrase.
But here comes Simon Hayward with the Hound Dog funny car.
also got the burnout link.
It's really weird because it doesn't do the traditional nitro burnout. It sounds a lot like a methanol car.
Yeah.
And then it idles again and it starts cackling like a nitro one.
Yeah, it's. I think the percentages maybe are lowered a little,
just to get it to
to behave.
Yeah.
Although they never behave, but you know what I mean. I was really shocked when like I'm not giving anything away, but Adam told me with the motorcycle they run that on 80%. I'm thinking, flipping heck, that sounds like 97.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Or 100. Well, the very best of luck to Simon on what we hope will be one of his last licensing runs. Done a terrific job so far this weekend. He went 8.2, which is by some margin the quickest run he's ever made. He does need to point it right slightly, but you know, that's what the wheel's for. So good luck to Simon with Hound Dog. Let's get that license signed off.
Well, it's 111 to 60 foot drifting towards the wall. He actually clicked second gear, took it through to just about 1,000 foot, still rolls to 714.
Yeah, 144 miles an hour, almost a 6-second run. That was clipped quite some way before.
Yeah, but look at the speed at the 8th, 171 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was definitely a mid-ish 6, maybe slightly higher, but that's the plan. Congratulations, Simon. Well done.
Parachutes blossomed in the shutdown area.
And stopped before the turn-off, probably still.
Yeah, doing everything right.
But
well, proving that he could drive the thing. It was all over the place, but he kept it as controlled as he needed to.
I'm just pointing up there because he stopped in exactly the same place he stopped every single run. Just over by the right. Well done to the Hound Dog team. Excellent weekend.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've got one very happy driver. Jet car after the Oscars. Thank you very much indeed. I don't need to announce that because I think everyone heard you, but that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, Julian with the split sorry, not split second. Spider-Man jet. Sometimes you get used to phrasing it. And being a nostalgia event, you think, oh no, they bring their oldest vehicle, but no, he's brought the Spider-Man jet, the new one. And of course, we are talking about Julian Webb.
So we're going to get Simon rolling. It will be Nick in no quarter. I think he's on his own this time. Not that that matters. Well, it does matter because we'd like to see Brian again, but you know what I mean.
I've just seen a picture on Facebook on the topic of nostalgia funny cars of Doc Stinger with the Stinger. Yeah. And a nice comment from Bob Main, who now owns the machine. Plan is being signed written next weekend on display at Hot Rod Drags.
And hopefully out next year, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. There's going to be more of them as well.
I like his way of buying race cars as well. It was buy the car, then build the trailer for it.
Yeah. Who needs a trailer? Well, you need someone to keep it, really, a lot of the time. Especially if you haven't got a garage. The good thing about funny cars is they fit really well in a regular garage.
Well, just the one Oscar this time to back up the 6-second run from earlier. Happiest man and team on the property after that run, I think.
I wonder if it still has functioning little doors, because it certainly looks like it does, doesn't it?
I think it does. It just doesn't use them. Kids, that's how clouds are made.
Yeah, back on form. And nitro clouds as well. Goodness me, yeah, that. Whoa. Everyone on the VIP balcony definitely getting a mouthful and their money's worth. Or both at the same time. Oh, dearie me. So, earlier on today, it needs no introduction. Nick, the first ever 6-second run for the Oscars, 6.90 at 218 miles an hour. The team went absolutely delirious. When you spend that long building something, and it does what you built it to do. What a show they put on. Shame there is no twig in the other lane, but they've got to make sure it's all straight. Yeah, Brian, someone gets sign writing stuff out. His nickname's Twiggy. Brian Twiggy Whitfield.
Scott Barnes, final checks, gives the injector a tap and says, all down to you, Nick. Double step off the line, but under power all the way through. Hayes in to a 712, a 200 again. 205 mile an hour that time.
That was
718.
You can actually hear him feathering the throttle. Not the ecstatic reaction after the last run, but that was hard to top, to be honest with you. That really was tough to top. Congratulations to the whole team. That was amazing. Yeah. Your lunch. Okay. From what day?
Friday, I think.
Yeah. So Julian Webb with Spider-Man coming up right now. The only thing is, if we start calling him Twig, that reminds me of do you know the Royal Family, the sitcom, Twiggy. Yeah.
I'll agree with you, Daryl.
Yeah.
So this is Julian Webb with Spider-Man. It's a really cool story, actually, the name Spider-Man. Ah, that's a good point. Give that team a massive round of applause as they go to pick up their driver.
Back-to-back 200-mile-an-hour runs. And once again, what a show from the Oscars. Absolutely outstanding.
I want to give a massive shout out to the crew as well, because them guys have done an awesome job. And it's particularly to Scott, one of the youngest Nitro crew chiefs anywhere. And he's proven just how good he really is. 6'9", 718, both over 200 mile an hour. Awesome. And that really was awesome as well. But yeah, so the name of the Spider-Man was named after a car his dad had.
Which was?
Spider-Man.
That's right, because his name is?
Webb. It's one of those where you see, like, why have you called a car Spider-Man? And then you go, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the Spider-Man. I remember the Spider-Man Altered, which I know Bob Main had, funnily enough. We should mention him.
I think he's actually still got it.
Sure he does, actually, because he ran it fairly recently, I think.
With Julian all the way up from Yorkshire.
I think that's down, mate. We are technically south of Yorkshire.
We are, but he's from up there.
Yeah. So you'd say he's down from Yorkshire.
Oh. Thank you for the vocabulary lesson.
Right.
There you go. That's not something else you get in other commentary as well.
You can say he's from up in Yorkshire, but he's down from Yorkshire, I think, anyway.
And thank you to everyone once again watching on the live stream. I do take the opportunity with the jet car running to say hello to you all. Julian's doing his best job to knock the Cannonball trophies off the side. See Alfie on VIP getting an awesome experience right now. Look at that.
Of course. Best place to watch a jet car, other than in it.
Yeah, certainly not from behind it. So, Julian Webb for the last time this weekend. Another 5-second run, please.
Been in the 5.8 most of the time. This one's going to be a 5.84. All so close to 270 miles an hour as well. So just quick streak of the track. We are on with eliminations for, I can see, Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus, I'm pretty sure. Nostalgia Superstock are right behind. Give him a round of applause, please. That's the team going up to get him at the other end.
Oh, we've got some Huxleys up here for the first time as well, look.
Woohoo! Right, just while we do a quick track sweep, we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments. We'll gather our thoughts and we'll be back on with the racing. Thank you very much indeed. Well, this is going to be a race to see who's in the final round, because we have already seen Lee Taylor pull out, so we know he's not going to be taking his bye run. So whoever wins this one, provided they come back for the next round of racing, will get a bye into the final round. This is huge, huge for the championship. Currently, Albert qualified with 8:39. Rob Brindle qualified with 8:40. Yeah, it's about that close. Both of these, I think, the moulds are both Collins moulds, aren't they? If you look at them,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they are identical shape. They are both normally aspirated. They can both run in about the 7.4s. This could well be a driver's race on the start line. Albert was razor sharp in round one. And he's razor sharp again. I didn't need to tell you that. But the car gets out of shape and goes toward the wall. He has to bring it back. But he's got the legs at the top end. Goes 8.42 at 161. Race down Rob Brindle.
Right, next pair, Martin Payne, Colin Miller.
Well, this in effect, the scenario here, whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. Albert's got a bye into the final. So you could see them come down, both break the beams individually, then run the final.
That could happen.
Yeah. And then which will be a repeat of round one of Outlaw Anglia, way back when.
So this is basically, well, yeah, this is it then.
Yeah. This will affect the set of the final, because Albert will know he's got a bye because Lee has gone. And there's a bye into the final, the other side of the ladder.
Well, Colin making sure he doesn't go red. Still needs to get to the truck first, though. I think he will get there. In fact, he does. 8:07, just.
Closer than it needed to be, though. I think he was just keeping pace. Just looking out the window. I mean, the speeds are virtually the same. I think he must have been just shadowing him almost all the way down. Okay, old school stockers. Up next.
Yeah, this is round two to set the semis.
2-stroke versus 4-stroke matchup. So, Dean Stevens out there was your number 3 qualifier. Taking on Richard Peachy, your number 4 qualifier. These are your highest qualified riders still in competition, because Claire Rule was taken out in round number 1. Bike conked out as she hit the 2-step. And we lost Kev.
Yeah, it didn't even make the show. Well, didn't come down. So we don't know why.
So it's more wide open than it's ever been. Well, Steve Howe's still in it, but you know what I mean.
Number 3, roll through stage, clutch issues for Dean Stevens. And that's not what you want to see in the other lane when you just roll through like that. But Richard Peachy going all the way through with a 9.34 to take the win. Right, next pair, Kev Vardy and Alan Ward. Kev, the rider who took out Claire Rule in round number 1, ran a 14-second pass. Just here this weekend to support.
And the winner of this gets a bye in the semis to the final.
Whoa. Getting on the side of the tyre. Alan Ward finding out just how much you can lean one of these things over as he goes through, takes the win with a 10.03. Kev Vardy goes through 13.49. He's best run of the weekend. And a bye run for Steve Howe because Kev never took his bye run in the first round. Yeah, Steve with definitely the riding job of the weekend. The thing really did kick him towards the centre line. How he never crossed it and how he kept the bike sunny side up, I have no idea. That's Alex Hope and Chris Hope. Outside. And it's Steve Howe with the helmet on. Good job, he didn't have anyone on the other lane as he puts a cherry on the tree. Doesn't matter.
That's more like it though. Oh yeah, 8.76, well done Steve. So that sets up the semi-final for the old school stockers. Steve Howe against Richard Peachy, and then solo on the other side with Alan. So, Keith, we can't hear you. Press the button on the microphone. So this is Martin Wilmot.
Coming in then with the PA. Not my fault, probably. So Olympus goes through at 12.8. So that's his fastest terminal yet. Nice to see Graham Martin getting a ride. He was scheduled to run Hog Slayer, but unfortunately unable to get the bike prepared. But great to see it here at Dragstalgia. Such a fantastic racing machine. Quickest bike in the world in its day. Tim Howell on the blown Beezer. Bike running very, very cleanly. And putting down a 12-second run there at 102. We've had quite a lot of attrition out of the class. It's so hot for these old nitro bikes, and a few of them have fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. We will be running the final of the NSA shootout a little bit later. And John Hobbs wasn't expecting the Hobbit to run another run today, but Graham is quickest man, so it will be out again to run against Justin Newell on the Triumph in the final very shortly. I think Graham's only problem running this sort of bike is that he's not quite sure how to react to the lights, because he prefers a countdown from 5 to 1, but I don't think we're going to try that one. Ray Lord, twin-engine Triumph 176, up against Tony Lewis, the old Pro Street Triumph Westlake, turbocharged, used to run in the 9. Getting a better start this time. .0 seconds, 128 for Ray. When you consider that was actually an 8-second runner in the mid-70s. In fact, it's more than 50 years old, I think. So that bike really has been around a long time. And so has Ray in the sport. So certainly our oldest Dragstalgia runner. I think he's done virtually every single one of them. Matt Owen, 350 blown Triumph, little conker. Getting a bit squirrely there. Nice clean run, but that start just totally killed the time for his run. And teammate Terry Darton on the darts. This bike was actually built in the mid-60s. First time for Terry on this bike, and he's having a few problems getting his right leg round the gear change. Had a racing injury and it's not easy, but this is the one we want to see. Mr. Rocket Man, Graham Sykes, up for only his third run on the Hobbit. Mark Hobbs guiding him in, John's son, pushing him back into the bleach box, ready for the burnout. Fabulous to see this machine back again. Normally on show at the National Motorcycle Museum with Olympus. Now that's what you call a rolling burnout. Mr. Hobbs is smiling. Yeah, John's happy. The only other person to ride that bike in competition, apart from Johnny Munn, who we've seen at Dragstalgia a few years ago, and Graham Sykes, as we know, is actually, out of active riders, is the quickest man in the world this year. But boy, does he love racing on the Hobbit. Justin Newell waiting patiently on his Triumph. Beautifully engineered bike. Running a Hagen frame built in 73. Just getting a bit concerned about the warmth of that motor. Well, unfortunately, as you saw there, Graham just sort of double stepping off the line. Makes John smile, but 10.2 seconds, 113 takes the win. Unfortunate there for Justin, just having problems off the line. It looked as though he had a carburetor issue. Run very well in earlier in the weekend, but how lovely to see them back. But we're back on the four wheels.
Here we go then, a continuation of the fun here. Many thanks indeed to Keith Lee and once again to Annie for letting him out for another weekend. We really, really appreciate it. And more of the same next year, please. All right, here we go then. Gasser Circus quarterfinals. Got 3 races for you. The first one, Jason Pickett taking on Gary Nash. Dial-ins, 10:48. Plays 10-10. Gary going first with the Anson Anglia. The Chevy's going to be chasing. You could see 2 big wheelies here because they're both capable of it.
Yeah, awesome picture from Nostalgia that was as well, if you remember.
Well, Jason's already pulled alongside.
Oh, perfect ET.
Wow, absolutely perfect. Gary Nash got there second and broke out, but a perfect ET for Jason Pickett. Even if he broke out by 100th, he'd have still taken the win. But Jason, well done.
So Simon Prest and Steve Matthews. Si's going to get the tree first by some margin, and he goes red. 0-2 red. Steve Matthews was ready with an 0-1. Well, the car's definitely for sale now.
Yeah,
anyway.
Might get a discount then.
Oh, Simon, and you ran 11:21 as well. Goodness
Oh, no.
me. And Steve Matthews broke out. That's not going to be a pretty timing ticket to look at.
Right, Nick Hewson, short fuse. Taking on Simon Glenn.
This, in effect, for a spot in the final. Whoever wins this gets a bye in the semis. It's going to be Jason Pickett taking on Steve Matthews on the first side of the ladder. This is the lower half.
Nick looking for 10:29. Simon 11:33. So all things going well, the orange pickup will be leading first. As the lads on the start line get every angle, but he rolls through stage. It's gonna be Nick Hewson.
Well, even though Nick didn't take the green, he got a red. Doesn't matter, because the car in the other lane rolls through, which is as good as not being there, to be honest. Okay, we're on to Nostalgia Superstock. Round number 28 of the day. Can't remember how many it was. Just that was a guess. Been here a while. John Sleeth on a predetermined buy by the looks of it.
Has won Dragstalgia in Nostalgia Superstock before. And he gets a freebie.
Predetermined, Mr.
Still spinning the wheels though.
$9.95 on the 989.
Okay, next pair, Boz. With the Spirit of 66 taking on Beavis Allen, winner of the closest race in, it's got to be in Nostalgia Superstock so far.
Yeah.
2
That's
millimeters.
great.
He was 001 on the tree in the last round. He probably looked at that time ticket and went, oh, didn't mean to do that. That's definitely cutting it a bit fine.
So Darling's then 10.54 plays 11.78. It's a green light race.
Well, Beavis looking for 11.78. He's going to get to the stripe first on the breakout, which he doesn't. Beavis Allen is moving on. And see, that was still a close race, 0.03 of a second. It's just, that's nothing compared to what he did the round
Sizable
before.
hole shot though.
Yeah, massive, yeah.
Yeah, that was the difference in that one. Paul Smale. 10.14 this time round against the #1 qualifier and, well, all-round assassin in both any class he enters, really. Gary Lake in the slick tricks lane. Slowed up the dial-in slightly to 12.70. But he goes red by 0-2. Puts himself out. Okay. I think the last pair is going to be Chris Goodale and Christopher Chell. 10.21 plays the 9.88. It will be the Dart getting the green light first. Whether he leaves first is his obvious choice. Up to him. And he does. So can the Brusso's rat run him down? The answer is yep.
Oh, look at the size of that breakout. 0005, too quick.
Chris Chell had a lot to play with there, but just took a little bit too much at the stripe, I think, to be honest with you. We are going to, very quickly, before we get to our next class, going to hand down to the start line with my good buddy, Mr. T, who is going to take it from here.
Oh, I'm switched on. There we go. Oh,
No,
should be able to hear me
turn
now.
it off again.
Okay, so a massive, massive feature of our Dragstalgia event to celebrate the 60th anniversary has been the Dragstalgia Cannonball. What a great thing. So many entries, 20 entries, Keith, and it's just been so memorable, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we've the guys, you know, in the team that headed up under me, they made the decisions how we were going to run the Cannonball. We had an excellent entry, including some of the guys from Sweden, and we got some here. It was brilliant. You know, 19, 20 cars of all sorts. It's enabled us to get around some of the problems we've had in the respective classes. There's not been enough entries. We put them all together. It was a bit of a gamble, but boy, has it paid off. You know, the competition got hot. The way they ran with each other was really good, and it's a big success story. And very typical of a Dragstalgia for Santa Pod.
I tell you what, I think the ingredients and the seeds are being sown for future events here. The Cannonball series, I just think this has got a huge amount of legs, and see more cars coming in next year and the following years as well.
Yeah, well, it won't. Maybe we have to look further afield than just Dragstalgia now. With some of the other nostalgia events, the Cannonball format is probably going to work. I guess the big appeal for the Cannonball into Dragstalgia is Dragstalgia's got such a big brand name, and you know the guys from Sweden are here, and everyone knows about it. But yeah, the formula would be good. It would be very good. But the teams have done really well, and it's quite interesting with these two guys here. Robin's just about beaten everyone in everything, and Trichrona, you know, I can go back to when Harlan Thompson drove it. And in fact, Harlan's been talking to me for the last couple of years. We speak regularly. You know, I'd like to come over and drive the car, and I think he might have his eyes watering now because it's come over and won the Cannonball at Dragstalgia. So if you're watching it on the live stream, Harlan, eat your heart out.
That's it. So you're just teasing him to come over, really, aren't we?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Okay, well, I tell you what, we have got a runner-up and our winner here to receive the trophies. And here we go then. Keith, could you please present the trophy to the runner-up? And, of course, the latest inductee with the whole team this time, Triple R Racing into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, running 6-second passes. It's such a shame we didn't get an ET in the final because that looked absolutely superb. I wonder if you could get some imagery or data from that. But nevertheless, Santa Pod Raceway and everybody here, raise the roof for Triple R Racing, Robin Reed. Listen to the old pensioners gassing away there. I don't know.
Gasser being the operative word.
That's it. Okay then, so your winner, and they've got the Viking horns all out here, the Trichrona funny car, and awesome performance all weekend long. 6 seconds, 6 seconds, 6 seconds, 6 second pass. That's what it did. It made it consistency. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Wallinder.
Dare I say to everyone here, the Swedes have done it again. Well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so some quick words, Eric. I mean, fantastic. You brought the car over here. It was a tough crowd, but Mr. Consistency and quick got the job done.
Thank you so much. This was a wonderful weekend, and I was a bit surprised, actually, because we had some small gremlins in the pit that haunted us, and on almost every run, there was something bothering us. And I apologize for the delay that we had before the finals. I'm sorry, Robin, for keeping you waiting a bit. And also thank you for Keith and the whole Santa Pod crew for having this great event. And I also got to say that the Dragstalgia thing here, if you look at all these cars, the Gassers, the Willys, Super Stocks, it's such a high level on all these nostalgia cars. It's, I mean, we have the Hot Rod Reunion in the United States, but we've been there too racing. But this one in Europe is amazing. It's wonderful to be here, and yeah, it's a high level.
Absolutely fantastic. Robin, a final word from you. As I say, it's a shame we didn't get a number, but you had everything gunning for him, didn't you?
Yeah, well, we knew that prior to that round that the car had to run its best time, and I needed to perform, and actually the car did, and I just got a little bit too excited. But, you know, I've had a great weekend. I just wanted to come. It's my little car's 40th birthday, and I wanted to come and celebrate that with it, and, you know, have a great weekend with my crew, and we've had all of that. Excellent. You know, what a great meeting this is. It's a great family event too. Just, you know, congratulations to Eric on his win. You know, that was great. He didn't, when we got out the cars at the other end, Eric didn't know that I'd red lit. I had to tell him, so he was like a bit down in the face for a minute, and then I said, no, Eric, I red lit, you won. And then it was, oh, you know.
Right, I've got a very quick fire question for both of you because we need to crack on. Eric, come back and defend the title next year, yeah?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And Robin, are you pleased now that the announcement's been made? You haven't got to keep that secret about the Hall of Fame anymore?
Oh, yeah, that's a real toughie, isn't it, to keep things a secret. I'm not very good at keeping secrets.
Well, you succeeded in that one. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Robin Reed, your runner-up. Eric Wallander, your winner. Dragstalgia Cannonball 2026. Thank you very much indeed. Back up to the tower with Darryl and Thomas.
Right, someone pinch that trophy off the Viking before he takes it home. Please. I'm only joking, of course. Congratulations to all of them. Thank you for coming down. Well done, Robin, and well done to Eric and everybody else as well. That's very weird. Actually, having Colin down there and me up here, not the other way around. It's just a bit of a weird look, to be honest. Okay, so not sure what's next. Whether it's going to be Wild Bunch or Willis Wars. I think it's Willis Wars from what's moving round. Look at that Robin and all those Vikings. Deary me. What a way to spend our 60th anniversary, though, out here on the track.
It is, in fact, the Willis Wars.
It is indeed coming round the tower. Another nice new angle, Barney. Well done. It's quite a good one.
I like that.
Something different. Actually, oh no, it is a different camera. I thought it was the pairing lane one turned round. It's not. It's a different camera that's above that door. Hang on, we've got the entire lot of Swedes turning up on the start line now. They just realised there's a party going on. Okay, so Chris Coburn and Steve Pickett.
Yep, all run all the time for the Willis Wars. No eliminations for them. I believe this will be their last run of the weekend. As I check the order. It is indeed. So, Steve Pickett. With the Hemi Headhunter, looking for 13.50. Chris Coburn with the all-white Gasser, looking for 12.68.
Yeah, not far off at all, actually. Some of the best runs of the weekend. Okay, Alan Rimmel with the Hurst Willis down there. What a car that is. Definitely on bigger treads as well than I remember it. Up against the man himself, Mr. Guy Davenport. That was a very surreal moment, Colin, me watching you standing down there. It was good.
Now, this is the final of the Willis Wars. This is the A final. This is the big final. Alan Rimmel against Guy Davenport.
Which is why they're 1 and 2.
Yep.
Closest to dial-in's gonna go to... Well, actually, that's quite a tough one to work out. I think Alan Rimmel's going to take that one. He was a 10th under his index, which is less under than Guy Davenport was.
Well done to Guy Davenport as well. He does a lot behind the scenes with organising everybody, helping everybody out, and also running his own car too.
Right, this is Mark Bishop for his last run of the weekend. Kim down there on the start line. Well, one of Kim's engines has run a 7. Just need the other one to do it as well. It'd be good to see if you can dip it into the 8s first, though. Some sort of issue with the injected big block forward under the front of the Willis.
It's a blown one. It just doesn't seem happy all the way down there, really.
Sounds nice when it does that.
That's better. It's just when he goes to wide open throttle, it still doesn't quite behave itself. But good luck to Mark. Still not quite where they want it to be, but he's actually going to finish the weekend with the car in one piece, which is a distinct bonus, I think. Okay, Wild Bunch, last session, I think.
Yeah, as the time approaches 5 o'clock in the afternoon and getting towards the end of racing. We've actually still got a fair way to go, actually. Semi-finals in all of our dedicated race classes. And as we know, the last runs for the Willis was just taken place, determining their winners. And this will be for the Wild Bunch.
I have a feeling quite a few of them will be tagging on the back of this session of the Wild Bunch as well, because they don't take long to turn around, do they? The Gassers don't. I think we're there, aren't we?
Yeah.
So Ola Young, Triggers Broom looking for 1340. Alan Schofield looking for 934.
Left hanging for a little bit there. We're a little bit too eager to get off on the ridge. And Paul Tarry goes 14.53. Not quite the number he was aiming for. Oh, Alan got it going again. Well done.
It's good going as well. It's actually in it. All right, Andy Jackson, Hammerman. I could know that with my eyes shut. Ward's going to be alongside Rob Brown. Oh, he will be alongside Rob Brown. And for the first time ever, Andy Jackson, well, I've seen anyway, he did a burnout. That's pretty cool. Just waiting for Rob to get Wrathchild into reverse. There it is. So Wrathchild looking for 1034, 1137 for the Econorail. Yep. Ford V6 Essex in the back of that thing. But with a few modifications like Cam's camshaft. And a Wade supercharger originally from a Comma 2-stroke diesel. I didn't know that. That's cool. Well, two of the oldest cars still running this weekend. 53 years old for the Hammerman Econorail, 60 years old for Wrathchild. Wrathchild goes through with a 1031 and 1170 with a 4 for Andy Jackson. This next pair, Dan Wilson, Joey Childs makes their way round the back of the tower. Joey looking for 1076, 962 for Dan Wilson. That's a big old small block in that thing, if my timing screen is right. 454 small block.
That's not a small block.
No, that would be a big block.
Yeah, however, the layout is a small block layout.
You can get some really, really big small blocks.
Obviously. There's one down there.
Well, Dan's chasing him down. He's going to get to the finish line first as well. The 962 goes 959 breakout, but does not matter. And a 1081 on the 76 for Joey. I'll tell you what, whoever's won Wild Bunch this weekend has done extremely well. Everyone seems to be really, really close to their number. As Pete Brown and Mick Sharp make their way onto the start line. Injected small block takes injected big block. Both dialing in the 8-second zone. 8.90 for Mick. 8.38 for Pete. Scattering Chris's ashes earlier on today. Really, really nicely done. Nice, strong 8-second pass as well for Mick. A really, really good moment. So Mick's going to be leaving first. Or sort of, actually not.
He was supposed to leave first.
Supposed to leave first. Pete's going to get to the finish line first, definitely. Looking for 8.38, goes 8.42 and a 9.01 for Mick.
Nice.
Harley Coulsell took what I said to him on Friday personally. Or not Friday, Saturday morning.
What about not lifting after the burnout? Or lifting after the burnout?
Yeah, exactly.
So who's been quicker in the slingshot out of you two? Because I know you've both driven one, haven't you?
You're just rubbing it in, aren't you?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question, Thomas.
Harley by over a second now.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so my personal best is 9.10 because Mike Couch is awesome and let me drive his. And
Mike's car was supercharged, wasn't
it? It was, yeah.
So Harley's beaten you without a blower.
He has.
Steady. I was going to say that, but his was cooler, but it wasn't his car. Then that's not Harley's
But
either.
I've gone quicker with a supercharged Hemi.
Oh, okay.
It's a very small Hemi, but it is a Hemi. Yeah, and Harley's personal best
That's
now
because
is
he hasn't driven one.
Exactly, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Harley's personal best down in the 8.0s now, which he set earlier on today. He's been trying to chip away his reaction times when he's been able to, but the issue with the staggered pro tree that they have in the Wild Bunch is when you're the quicker of two cars, you basically have to guess when the tree's going to go on, so you don't
It's
cook
difficult.
the torque converter.
Yeah, it's a really a tough way of doing it, isn't it? Because Pro Tree Stagger, I don't think any other class does it.
Junior drag bike. Yeah, it's the only one, but it's a massive advantage to the whoever goes first.
Especially when they got away. Harley's got away.
Bit of a wander mid-track, using all of the available lane for Harley. Goes 8.13, 160, and 11.62 for Gavin.
What a weekend for the Coulsells. Okay, Marie Mills. I think she's on her own. Is that right? She is on her own.
Yeah, it was going to be against Ford Skip, but they pushed to one side.
Did you say there was a for sale on that?
There is, yeah. It's in between the two stickers.
Oh, yeah.
It's written really small because I don't think they actually want anyone to know. It's one of those, it's for sale. Marie looking for 10.58. 10.67.
Does that mean if someone turns up the cash, it's gone, but they're not like, shouting about it?
Yeah, gone to the Kev Slyfield School of Advertising, I think.
Let's go. I hope they go to the Kev Slyfield School of Racing, which means keep going. pretend to retire, all that sort of good stuff. So Ian Armitage and James Griffin venting the nitrous again.
I'm waiting for the day that he hits the nitrous from the hit.
Yeah, I probably might go skyward.
It might, but at least you'd know.
Yeah, I was going to say, one way to find out.
Because it might not.
And if it doesn't, it's going to be hellishly fast.
Because it really does do 2 launches. It does the first one off the line, and then the nitrous hits and it launches again. Not that you could hear it that time because Ian Armitage was drowning out the noise. Ian looking for 885, James looking for 865. 849 for James Griffin, getting closer to his personal best. And an 874 for Ian Armitage, which is also close to his personal best, I think, as well.
So has a car ever gone from Wild Bunch into the Dragstalgia Cannonball before? Just out of blind curiosity.
Probably Bob Hawkins.
Yes, that's a good point. He has, yes.
I'll introduce you to Bob Hawkins. Also, I think Dave Nelson.
Yeah, Dave did too, didn't he? Well, Ford will be in good company then. I bet he's currently loving life. One more run this weekend, take it home in one piece. That got carbs on top of the blower as well.
Yeah, it's not injected.
I was going to say, it's rather unique. Up against James Ord. James will be going first by some margin. Going to be a pretty good bracket race, this one. Oh no, Ford's actually backed out. Still goes up to 94. Still a wonderful weekend for all of the Skip family. Terry Robbins and Kyle Southworth.
Oh, Kyle looking for 9.00. Terry looking for 9.20.
Yeah, pretty close race, actually. So is it, even though the tree staggered, it's still closest to Dial, no matter who gets there first? Yeah.
So the reason that they do the staggered is basically because it's more fun.
Yeah, that.
That's it, yeah.
So one car doesn't run away with it.
Terry got in touch to say the 926 that he's run this weekend was quicker than Keith Crampton ever went in the car. So yeah, he's now the quicker of the two.
Did he say no on the end of that? By any
No.
Well, he dialed 920 this morning, so he obviously knew that there was something in it. 904 and a 949.
So Dave Schumacher and Philip Atherton.
Dave looking for 985. Philippa 10.20. Great to see Philippa back out after her trip into the, well, next to the field, really. That was really weird then. Dave's car made no noise but managed to pick the front wheels up.
Probably caught the wind. Well, Dave Schumacher got 970, way quicker than his darling, but I don't think they're going to worry about that. Nice looking run in the other lane as well for Philip at 10:35. How quick's she been before, Tom?
10:17.
Okay, not far off at all. So our last pair of cars before we gather our semi-finalists, which we all do.
This is Kevin Osborne with the Texas Ranger. Going for the biggest breakout, I think. Ran into the 10s on his run earlier. Car has been into the 8s, but Kev is just making himself more and more comfortable behind the wheel, and as he does, he gets quicker and quicker. Thing hitting the limiter again like he did earlier, but goes 10.1. Stretches his personal best even further. And I think he does get the biggest breakout award as well.
And another best on speed as well, 123.
Yeah, it's really weird. It tends to go fluffy at the top end every single run. And it's definitely got more in it. It's only doing 106 at the 8th mile, and picking up, what's that, 17 miles an hour in the back half isn't...
All these new terms we're coming out with these days, going to be a bit frothy.
Fluffy.
Oh, fluffy. I said frothy.
Fluffy.
Right, okay, so we are reaching... Oh, my goodness me, look at that. Nostalgia Superstock semi-finalists already in the lanes. Gasser Circus are already in the lanes. So that's it. We've got all of them. The only other ones to come down is Outer Anglia. And that will be a semi-final. We'll probably run the final at the same time because we've got 2 solos. So we'll see what happens there.
Right, well, it's Gasser Circus at the head of the lanes at the minute. Jason Pickett taking on Steve Matthews. Now, depending on which torque converter Steve Matthews has got in his car, that could be quite cool, as they both tend to reach for the sky a little bit. And then you've got
Nick Hewison with a short fuse.
Is that a Byron?
Yes, it is. Yeah, predetermined.
Cool. So I think we've also got 2 semi-finals then, or 2 classes
yep.
semi-finals, because we've got Beavers Allen versus Paul Smale, and there's that John Sleeth versus Chris Goodale.
Nearly. It's John Sleeth against Paul Smale, and Beavis Allen taking on Chris Goodale.
Okay, so
they're actually in the wrong order.
They are in the wrong order. The reason why I'm saying this is I'm basically guessing by looking at the live stream.
Yeah.
And Beavis was next to Paul, and John was next to Chris.
So yeah, we are pretty much right at the tail end of the day now. What an awesome Dragstalgia it's been. I know every one of them has memories, you know, the ones with Rat Trap and Bradford's Topolino and
Pure Hell,
stuff like that.
Yeah, Moon Eye.
Yeah. But as an overall package of an event, this one, I, for some reason, has just blown it away. I've just loved it.
Yeah, this has definitely been the most action-packed.
Oh, goodness me.
Every other one's had its moments. This was every 5 minutes something was happening that you just never see.
Yeah.
Extremely exciting. Well, shout out to all of you race fans out there on the back and on the grandstands. here right to the bitter end. I don't want to see any of you guys leaving until we've run the last final. Please. Thank you. And we have got 2 lots of semi-finals coming up.
Just catching up on a few of the messages because we're so busy up here. This one's from 10 o'clock this morning. I can't believe I only just got around to this one. Pete Dodd. I hope you have a great weekend. Just got back from Manchester. So having a family day but watching. Gutted he couldn't be here this weekend. But sending love to everyone in Nostalgia Superstock. And we'll see you all soon. And hope the auction went well. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I'll tell you what, whilst the tractor's just finishing off, Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves, we'll be back with you soon with semi-final action from our race classes.
No, take the music back. I was boogieing. Okay, here we go. Our first semi-final then. Steve Matthews taking on Jason Pickett. Pick your try, Chevy.
Okay, Jason Pickett in his previous run ran a perfect 10-10-0 ET. Absolutely perfect. Tough customer with Steve Matthews. In actual fact, both of these two in events this year, we've had 2 rounds of Nostalgia Superstock. They've had of Gasser Circus. They've won an event each.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this
one
will
of them's
be
going into the final. The other one is game over. 969 plays 10:04. Big wheelies on Steve Matthews, 3-4. Ugh.
Did an awesome job keeping that car off the wall.
Oh my word, Jason Pickett almost threw it away. 10:04 with a 2 on a 10:04 dial. But Steve Matthews, I counted 4 wheelies there with the bounce effect, and I think the front end may be a little bit askew after that.
Yeah, he was desperately trying to get his foot back on the throttle and run down Jason Pickett. He would have been a tough customer anyway, being dead on his dialing, but there was room there after the reaction times. I'd seen all weekend when Steve's car was going up on the bumper, it was twisting left slightly, which is fine. So check the replay. What you see is...
Let's have a look at this again, yeah.
You'll see the car in the left-hand lane, it stands up on the bumper and just turns left. Steve did an awesome job of lifting off the throttle and keeping it down.
Look at Jason as well, because his wheelie will come in first. There goes Steve. 1. Gets on the power. 2. 3. Still a very close 4, and then he starts to cross towards the centre line a bit. Now, obviously, Jason doesn't know what's going on behind him. He's still got his foot buried and almost broke out.
Oh, that was close.
This event is still delivering.
It's still delivering, because that is awesome.
So Jason into his 2nd final of the year.
I really hope no one's playing drinking games of all the time I say awesome. Because they're going to be, not driving home.
Yeah, but it'll be cheaper to get drunk because it was half-price beer in the beer festival from the caskets. So Nick Hewison dialing in 10:29. Doesn't matter what he's run. He's already got the race in the bag. Goes 10:38. So that's the final in Gasser Circus. Jason Pickett taking on Nick Hewison.
Right, you're going to get confused right now, Colin. Because underneath the tower is Beavis Allen and Paul Smale.
Hey? Really?
Yep.
That's not what the ladder tells me. What is going on here? It should be Paul Smale taking on John Sleeth.
Well, they've obviously decided that they don't want to.
Well, they're rewriting their own rules. That's bizarre.
Well, Beavis should be leaving first. Dials 1178 with a massive Impala.
Oh, he goes red.
So does Paul Smale.
Yeah, but Beavis did it first. $10.10 for Paul Smale. Oh, 11.79 and 78 for Beavis. Well, that's the most confusing semi-finals I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, what you've missed, Darryl, is they've decided to race just random pairings. And
Is that what it's?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Chris Goodale should have been alongside Beavis Allen, but no, he's got John Sleeth.
Well, traction issues sorted for John Sleeth, which means you're going to hear some whomping at the stripe.
Yeah, you hear it. It takes it 9.92 and a 91. John Sleeth into his second Dragstalgia final in a row. He won it last year. Is he going to do it again this year? Right, pairing lanes are empty apart from a couple of bikes that are coming round the corner.
That's the semi-final of the old school Stockers.
Yeah.
So those are the last actual semi-final races to be run, apart from Outlaw Anglia.
Yeah.
However, like you said, 2 buys, stage up, come back.
Thought
run.
so.
Well, you could do the same thing with a Nostalgia Pro Stock bike, because there's 2. Oh no, there is a pair.
There's 3.
There is 3. I missed one.
It's all right. They're both underneath. 2 are underneath the tower. 1 is over there. So after this, it's just a case of hanging on and setting up, or getting our finalists. Down here to run the final.
Yep, and unfortunately for all you Kawasaki fans, it's all Suzuki all the time.
There's none left. So Steve Howe, who had a bit of a rough time in qualifying, but here he is on the verge of the final round. Up against Richard Peachy. Yeah, if you look at Steve Howe's qualified time, he's only number 7, and he was down there with a 9.43. That is absolutely nothing like that bike can run. He's been well down into the 8s on every run so far today, every full run, I think, so far today. Going to be trying to do the same thing again now. So, a place in the final for the old school Stockers at Dragstalgia awaits the winner of this one. A little bit of a staging game going on. There we go.
Oh, Richard Peachy just rolled back ever so slightly, put the cherry on the tree. And Steve Howe did pretty much exactly what he did earlier on today.
Quickest run of the weekend, 8.58, 1.49. Yes, almost exactly the same. Followed his same tyre track, didn't he? Something like that. Okay, we have a bye run, and then that's it. We have our final set, sort of. I keep saying that, but Outlaw Wranglers still got their semi-finals to go, but there's only 2 people left.
Semi-final-ish.
Yeah. Okay, Alan Ward with a bye run into the money round. He was number 8 qualifier with a 9.45. You would not think he'd be around this late on race day. Here he is with a bye run into the final round.
Yeah, so as long as nothing weird happens in the next sort of 2 minutes, it will be your number 7 and number 8 qualifiers in the final.
Go on, Colin.
I'm going to admit I'm totally wrong.
Oh, I thought you were going to say reruns, Steady.
Totally wrong. No, I just couldn't read.
You couldn't read?
No. No, the reason is because they're like going through the ladder here, and
Yeah.
I just put those two next to each other and those two, but it's not. It's
That way and that
side.
way.
Yeah, it's just because the ladder was too tight. I misread it. So Paul Smale was in fact against me,
I know.
and John Sleeth was against Chris Goodell.
It was because me and Tom got our mitts on it, you see.
Yeah, ruined
confused
it.
things.
No, I'm not accepting that. That was 100% me being an idiot. Oh dear. Anyway, it was correct, and I got it totally wrong.
There you go then.
Which I've done before in Nostalgia Superstock, declare the wrong champion.
Well, that was Alan
dear.
Ward booking his place in the final of Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike and emptying our pairing lanes completely.
And who won the other one between Steve and Richard?
Steve.
Thank you very much.
Don't go anywhere just yet, ladies and gentlemen. It will not be too long before our pairing lanes are full once again with all of our finalists. But for now, the track crew are going to take a break, and so are we. So, Nitro FM, if you would not mind taking the airwaves.
I can try and cut you there.
Oh, a little bit of Kajagoogoo there. My goodness me, that brings back memories. Terry Darton and Anthony Lewis. The NSA shootout bike's coming out for another play. One Triumph, one Westlake.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're stuck with us commentating over these now because the awesome Keith Lee's been roped back home.
Got a long way to go.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone turn around on the start line and ride back the way. But Anthony Lewis, on a bike they call Burlesque, going all the way through to 15, 14, 58 even. Awesome twin engine Triumph making its way back round the corner as well. Had a good look around this thing. Really,
We
really.
did, didn't we?
We did.
That's the one good thing about handing the microphone to someone else. He wants the racing for a little while and study the machinery. That's Ray Hall. I do love for this event as well. They revive the old style or old way of not only doing the burnouts but starting them as well. They're on rollers round the back. But they brace themselves up against the tower, heat the rear tyre, and then they have a rolling jack. They pick up the rear tyre with and roll the bike out to the start line and plonk it exactly in the right place.
Out of all of the bikes here this weekend, I think this one and the Hobbit, they're the two that I'd love to ride.
So Raylor out there. It must be rather weird walking the bike to the start. Well, that's what they used to do, wasn't it? But walking the bike all the way out to the start line, getting on it, and getting going too. So Raylor in place. These are just exhibition runs for you lovely folks left watching with us. Very nice looking run for Raylor at 11:03 at 125.61 miles an hour.
Well, he's good about going again.
Yeah, we are. I think that's the last bike. We're just waiting for all our final. I say all of our finalists. We've got literally 3 races, I think, haven't we?
Yeah.
That's it. Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus,
Nostalgia Superstock.
We got it. It's really weird at an event like this. We actually only have 3 actual elimination competition classes.
Well, old school stoppers don't get.
Sorry, 4. Beg your pardon. That's a bit better for Terry Darton. Well, he went the right way for a start.
Yeah, didn't turn it around.
No. Trickles through too. 1488. Didn't come up on the scoreboard, but that was the number. Okay, we are again on pause, but only briefly.
Yeah,
but
because
we're going to make the most of it.
We are. Yeah, we're going to fill in this last gap before we get our last 3 races done. And that is to announce our showmanship trophies.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, by most of them unanimous decisions, a few split votes, but some of it has just been, well, settled down.
There's plenty of no contests in there as well, wasn't there?
Okay, then. So, in no particular order, the best backup guy or girl this year is Shannon Cummins. Shannon has been doing backup duties for Terry Robbins and has also been doing it for Lee Taylor and
Adam Clayton.
Adam Clayton. Been very, very busy indeed, changing outfits between different teams. been out there and actually doing a backup job as well. Instead of just like being there, she'd been backing the cars up as well, doing a fantastic job out there. So this year's showmanship trophy for best backup girl or guy is Shannon Cummins. Low ET of the weekend was set by Tony Betts with Venom 5.77. We know that's not going to change, but we know with just 3 finals to go, none of them can get
Unless
anywhere.
Outlaw Anglia is spectacular beyond with anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah. This one was decided very early in the weekend, but it could have changed because there was other things going on, and sometimes you have to shuffle awards around. But I don't think anybody is going to be surprised when we announce the wheel stand of the weekend. Andy Bloomfield in Outlaw Anglia. That was bonkers. All 4 wheels off the ground. The photographs of the wheel stand have just been spread around the world through social media, and what an amazing wheel stand that was. And the crazy thing about it was, and the reason that we were hanging on to this by not giving it the wheel stand, because it could have been the moment of the weekend, because once he'd got the car back down on the 4 wheels, he just booted it and carried on. I mean, mad. But it was just so amazing, and what a wheel stand that was. Burnout of the weekend, pick one of 2 or 3 that this car did, but most of them went towards the 8th mile marker. And that was Frederick Larson in the Dragstalgia Cannonball with the Psychotic Express. Amazing car, amazing burnouts, and just making it all so very, very entertaining. And congratulations to Frederick. Driving job of the weekend. I know he's taken it before.
Yes.
But this time he was like going to extremes this year to try and outdo himself with what he did before. And that is the one and only Adam Clayton. Oh, that's twice he's done that to us. And that's twice he's taken the award. How he hung on to that one, I don't quite know. He didn't have as much help from the header pipes this year because he was further out track and going faster. But driving job of the weekend, Adam Clayton. Now then, best appearing... Sorry, I'm going to have to come back to that one because I want to get the exact team name correct. And actually, I think I can probably find it very quickly. Yes, okay, so the best appearing team goes to Riding Dirty. That is Mick Sharp's team. So congratulations to them. They're running in the Wild Bunch this weekend. Quite a poignant weekend for the team as well. So that goes to Mick Sharp, Riding Dirty, taking best appearing team. Best appearing vehicle. Again, so many amazing looking cars here this weekend, but one that caught our eye very, very quickly indeed, and a lot of people were going, yeah, that is cool, is Steve Pickett with the Hemi Headhunter from the Willis Wars. Beautiful car, just immaculately presented, and the rightful winner of Best Appearing Vehicle. Best Appearing Bike this year, it's going abroad. It's going to Daniela Posse with the Moon Eyes bike. And thank you ever so much for bringing the bike over once again. It's his annual pilgrimage to Santa Pod Raceway and always comes along. And this year rightfully takes the best appearing bike. 2 more to announce. We have the moment of the weekend. And again, this keeps shuffling around. We keep moving these awards around. But this year, there was a late contender that stole the show. And that was Paul Harris running that 5-second, his first 5-second run in the Dodge Omni in the Nostalgia Cannonball. Not only that, if it wasn't for a certain Mr. Dennis Priddle, Paul Harris wouldn't be racing. And the reason we're mentioning Dennis Priddle, it would have been Dennis's birthday today.
What a time to run your
what
first
a time
5.
to run your first 5 and to have your hero almost looking down on you, thinking, good on you, lad, well done. So there we have it. Just one more to announce, and that is the spirit of Dragstalgia. Sometimes it's a difficult one. Sometimes you think, oh yeah, we could split it between a few, but this year, I think there was only really one strong contender.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are absolutely delighted to announce, and we've been keeping this one quiet from Thomas as well, because we didn't want him to leak the information. And this
Yeah,
year...
it's not you.
It's not you,
No,
Thomas.
no.
It's not you. This year, the spirit of Dragstalgia goes to the Coulsell family.
For everything that they've done.
Everything that they have done, for the memories that they brought back from the selling of Ian's memorabilia and raising £400 for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame and the Benevolent Fund, for the Cracklefest last night, for bringing the car down, all of the pictures in the pits. And also, the car was running superbly with Harley driving this weekend, and he's almost as quick as his old man now. But for everything that that team and that family have done this weekend, and it's not just this weekend, because there's 40-plus years history with them, but what they have put into this weekend has just made it so special. So the spirit of Dragstalgia this year is the Coulsell family. So I hope you are all in agreement with us. It's difficult to make sure you get it right. And I'll tell you what, each year I think we pretty much do. So that is our announcements. I'm going to give this paperwork to Graham so that he can put it up on the Eurodragster website. But yeah, just absolutely fantastic. So just a quick recap there. The best backup girl was Shannon Cummins. Low ET, Tony Betts, 577. Wheel stand of the weekend, Andy Bloomfield. Burnout of the weekend, Frederick Larson. Driver job of the weekend, Adam Clayton. Best appearing team was Mick Sharp. Moment of the weekend, Paul Harris is 5. Best appearing vehicle, Stephen Pickett with Hemi Headhunter. The best appearing bike was Daniel Aposti with Moon Eyes. And the spirit of Dragstalgia, the Coulsell family.
Okay, just one very quick announcement. One of our pit marshals has found Alan O'Connor's phone. Is that right? Yeah. If he wants to get it back, where should he go?
Come up here.
Come to the tower, please. Okay, yeah. So Al O'Connor or anyone that knows Al, he's lost his phone and it's been found in the pits area. So Al, if you would like to come and reclaim it, it will be up in the tower for you to come and get back, sir. Right, the last bit of track prep, we've got our finalists strapping in. That's always one of the really fun parts about this weekend, what we just did, which was go through the just all the different moments.
Yeah.
Now, there's some we can't dispute, which is quickest DT, that sort of thing. But the rest of them, the one thing we always struggle with too is there's so many people here deserving of all of them.
Yeah,
really, because
yeah, 100%.
you know, there's so many of them. If you just, I mean, we just take examples. Just the finalists we've got over there in Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller, now in Top Fuel, but still comes back to the UK and still comes out and runs his own car.
Yeah.
Still supporting Outlaw Anglia, and he's in the final round once again with a good chance of winning. He's up against Albert Carter, the chance to win Dragstalgia for him for the first time ever.
Yeah.
In his dad's car, with all the family history, with everything his dad's done in the sport, winning European Top Fuel Championships, winning previous Outlaw Anglia Championships as well.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not spirit of everything, I don't know what is,
just
you know?
amazing.
All of it. Absolutely everybody. So, and there's people as well, like people like Keith Lee, that he travels all the way up. I've got to mention him. I know he's gone now, which is probably why I'm mentioning it now, but he travels all the way up from the southwest. It's like a 4 or 5 hour journey for him, yeah? He spends all that time to come up here, and he comes specifically for the bikes, and his wealth of knowledge, like you said earlier, staggering. He knows all of them, back to front, inside out, what they are, what they ran, when they ran, who they are, the lot. Absolutely the lot. So, yeah,
amazing.
It really,
Amazing.
really is. So you won't have to listen to us yab for much longer, because everybody is getting strapped in. We have the last little bits of track prep to go before we run our finals. Old school stockers down there. Outlaw Anglia is there.
Gasser Circus is there.
Is there one more? Oh, yes.
Oh,
of
yeah,
course.
Nostalgia Superstocker there as well.
They're right behind too. So 4 more races. I'm not sure how we're going to do it with Outlaw Anglia.
No, they're going to both, I would imagine, they will both come forward independently, break the beams under power, then they will both go back, then do their burnouts and go for the final. Because they can't break the beams in a semi-final, having already done their burnout.
Yep.
So they have to roll forward, break the beams, and then they'll go back into the burnout box, do their burnouts, and then
go
run the final. Yeah.
Just to confuse everyone.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh,
all right.
we know.
Yeah, we know how it works. Anyway, they're both in the final, but they both have to complete semi-final
it's
by run.
procedure.
But there's no point in running them through when they've got to turn them round again, because otherwise it would be another half hour, 45 minutes just for one race. when they're both down here and they can both race anyway.
And once again, I must apologise to Nostalgia Superstock for being a complete numpty in not being able to read my own ladders. Saying, "Oh, what on earth is Paul Smell doing racing Beavis Allen? He should have been against John Sleeve." No, the printout was right. It's just me being an idiot.
You read it wrong. Yeah. You read the two names that were next to each other as opposed to the ones that were on top of each other.
That. Yeah, exactly that.
Right, tractors going back into place. 4 more races to finish up the 60th anniversary edition. Well, it's not 60th anniversary. We haven't had this event every year, but of the 60th anniversary year of this great place. Rolling round first is going to be Outlaw Anglia.
Just quickly, as Outlaw Anglia come round, Al O'Connor is on the grandstands.
Okay.
Your phone's in the tower, just let you know. Yeah, Al, we've got your phone. That's right. Cheers, Matt. He knows now.
Okay, so Albert is just going to... very noticeable difference in procedure. He's just going to come forward and take the beams and roll back. Colin is actually being pushed round because the crew haven't got enough to do already.
Well, I think the difference is Albert has a radiator, Colin doesn't.
That could be why then. He's just going to fire it up, stage it, and then roll it back. Yeah, Albert's is a street car.
Done.
So that's the semi-final bye for Albert. Push back. Here comes Colin. He's going to do exactly the same thing. Then they'll back up, burn out, and go for it for the big trophy. I wonder how many times Colin's won it, actually. Quite a few. Quite a few.
It's definitely 3 or 4. I think a few years in a row he got snake bit by a few pesky people. It's definitely 3 or 4, maybe even 4 or 5.
There you go. Tree runs. Colin moves under his own power. There we go. So he will now back up. They will refire. And it's game on for the event win. Now, interestingly, Albert actually has a 7-second stuck club sticker on his car.
Yeah, that's for Andy when he ran back in the day.
That's for Andy. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the car hasn't run a 7 yet.
Yeah. You know what's coming, though? Sort of upgrades, blowers.
They've already got the cutout and the hood for the blower, haven't they?
Yeah, things escalate quite quickly.
Yeah, it's that competitive need or want to go faster. Anyway.
So the signal's been given for the fire up.
The other thing I've just clocked as well on the back of Albert's car is the chute mount is wide enough to get 2 on. Which is always a bit of a giveaway, but, you know. 2. And it's got a Hemi in it already. Very big Hemi, though, actually. Very, very big.
Yeah, bigger than standard. Well, standard, I mean, it's usually 520.
That's right,
inch, yeah.
Normally 526. Anyway, it was supposed to be a street car. 5 kits for Colin.
That is all the nitrous.
So that's either wall centerline or win. One of the 2. 3, even. Sorry.
You have the magical mystery 4th option there as well, which is all of the above.
Yeah. If it goes straight and it stays hooked, it's Colin. But it's got to go straight.
And the best conditions of the weekend for them now.
Yeah, wind's dropping a bit as well.
Albert goes red. Colin Miller takes the win at the 2026 Dragstalgia.
Colin would have been beaten with an 8.10 at 173 based on previous form.
He could have. If Albert's light was the green version of that, he could have had that.
Quite possibly. But he'd need to run quicker than he had all weekend.
Yes.
So, Colin takes it. Gasser Circus.
Right, Nick Hewison with the short fuse, the Thornton van, dialing in 10:35. Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb 10:02. Jason Pickett this weekend had a perfect ET in his semi-final run against Steve Matthews when he didn't really, it didn't really need to.
Got Happy Birthday Pete on the back of it. I don't know if you mentioned that before, just in case.
Jason's already taken an event win this year. Can he double up? Or can Nick Hewison stop him?
In a class like this, that's quite amazing. All right, in your own time, fellas. Nick Hewitt's creeping ever so slowly forwards. Jason's trying to bump it in. They're not burning each other down.
And it's Jason Pickett who's got the win. Nick Hewison goes red by 0-4. Jason 0-2 the right side. Let's have a look at the ETs. 10:49, 9:99. Jason Pickett dips into the line. It didn't matter. Jason Pickett wins the one he wants. That is the Dragstalgia Gasser Circus bowling pin.
Fantastic.
That's the one they want.
Okay, your final of Nostalgia Superstock, the biggest class in European drag racing.
So Paul Smale taking on John Sleeth. John Sleeth took the final last year. Can he double up and win Nostalgia Superstock 2 years in a row? Or is Paul Smale going to stop him with the Thirsty Work Chevelle? Actually, it's a Malibu, we know that. It's a green line race. We're going to sort this one out at the top end. Paul Smale staying out in front at the moment, but here comes John Sleeth. Paul's still got his nose out in front. It's a double breakout. John Sleeth wins it by the lesser breakout. Paul Smale breaks out by just under 200ths. John Sleeth breaks out by less than 100th.
Unbelievable. And Paul Smale took the finish line by nearly a tenth of a second. That's going to be a real annoying one to look at for him because he knew he could have and should have backed off and he still would have had wriggle room.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He had a tenth almost on the tree.
Congratulations to John Sleeth. Okay, Old School Stockers, final round, your last race of the day. You look on the live stream, you can see him hot-footing it back to the timing tower to see who won. A lot of the times they don't know.
No.
Unless they clock the win light on the wall.
Just going to be a quick timing system reset.
So Alan Ward taking on Steve Howell. This is the final of Dragstalgia 2026. What an event it has been.
So, heads up. First to the finish line wins. We get some great shots from the top end of Colin Miller being congratulated by Aaron. Very happy boy indeed. So, Alan Ward, Steve Howell. The last race of the 26th version of Dragstalgia. Well, this one's going to be all Steve Howell.
And back into the 8.3s. Well done.
What a run to top it with. 8.32 at 1.53. My goodness me.
Well, that's where they were a couple of weeks ago. Found the form when they needed it in the final.
Okay. That's a wrap for the 2026 version of this wonderful event. We want to say thank you very much to all the organisers, especially you guys. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, you. No. You've done a lot. You have done a lot. The other bloke hasn't done much, but you have. Anyway, all the people in the grandstands on the banking, standing here. Yeah, I know he's looking at me a bit funny. Sorry, James. Thank you all very much indeed, sticking it out right to the very end. But most importantly, our unbelievable track crew. Before you go, please put your hands together for the most amazing people all the way from the start line to the finish line in the pits and all the way through the shutdown area. They are outstanding.
Especially in the heat we've had this weekend.
That is what I was going for. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, Dragstalgia 26, the 60th anniversary is definitely going down in the history books. The races this weekend and the races this weekend have just been world class.
What are you two shrugging your shoulders at? Your radio's dead.
His radio's dead.
Fair enough. Okay. we can signal it to him.
Anyway, safe journey home, everybody. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you very much indeed. I will be seeing you, I'm sure, very shortly. Actually, sort of a week and a half, I think, possibly. Yeah, Summer Nationals, isn't it? Week and a half.
Yeah, Summer Nationals, yeah.
You're back next week, and probably the week after too.
Yeah, I'm here 3 weekends in a row now.
Yeah, yeah. No, you'll be racing Summer Nationals, won't you?
Yep.
Oh, happy days, happy days. No, it has been awesome. It has been absolutely awesome. Darryl, Thomas and myself have thoroughly enjoyed it. As I say, it's one for the memory books. It really is indeed. Wish you all a very, very safe journey home. And don't forget, Dragstalgia next year could be bigger, could be better. Dragstalgia Cannonball could be huge. Whatever it is, it's going to be entertaining. Take care, folks. We will see you soon. Don't forget santapod.com for all the information with regards to up-and-coming events. There's plenty of them to come. And for more information on this weekend's results, go to eurodragster.com. That's it. We're done. Thanks very much indeed. We'll see you soon.